confusion, nothing new. Flashbacks, long nights, almost left behind. Suitcase of memories, time after time. Sometimes you'll picture me, I'm walking too far ahead. You're calling to me, I can't hear what you said. Then you said, go slow, I fall behind. The second hand unwind. You can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting. Time after time. After my picture fades and darkness has turned to gray, watching through the window, just wondering if I'm okay. Sleeping slowly from deep inside. The drum beats out of time. You can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting. Time after time. You said, go slow, I fall behind. The second hand of will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting.
Conscious crew, happy hump day. Let me tell y'all, this is one of my favorite renditions of Time After Time. It is by no other than Superwoman herself, Lil Mo. This song brings me totally into like the motherfucking center of my heart chakra. It just reminds me of everybody that I love. It just reminds me of all the love I have for my family, for my friends, just anybody who's in my heart. It just brings me into a place of pure gush, and it just makes me feel so fucking full of all of the good shit. My God, like anytime I need to raise my vibration and I need to recenter myself, the song just draws it all out and into me. But we're here to get into some things, you guys. We're going to be talking about R&B singer Nivea. Before we get into that and how I had a prophetic hunch about whatever was going on with Nivea a week before the world got that tea. Before we get into the thick of it, I want you guys to run all the likes up. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or paypal.me/ConsciouzTV. That's conscious spelled with the Z on the end, just like it is here on the channel. All donation information and social media handles are in the description box below. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you went fat, lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey y'all, all right, my bad. Okay, so I don't know how this video is going to index. I don't know if YouTube is sending out notifications because I actually had created this live earlier today. It was around like maybe 9:30 in the morning because I had planned on going live as soon as I got the revelation and made the correlation. But I ended up taking a bunch of phone calls. Then the Nolan Wells press conference regarding his autopsy findings. It was held today, so I ended up watching that. And then I had not even been to sleep because I was up from like 5 p.m. yesterday till like noon, 1 o'clock today. So I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and get a nap in. So I had unlisted this live stream and just saved it for now. But I don't know how that's working out now that I'm live, because I'm sure because YouTube already been raggedy and on their bullshit. So this live stream probably isn't indexing how it should be, but we're just going to push on through anyway. And if you guys are here, please give me a thumbs up. If you catch this in the replay, run the likes all the way up. We need all of that. So I'm not here alone. Of course, I have the Avengers, and I'm going to introduce them, and then we're going to get into the things, y'all. Y'all already know, girl, she's no stranger here. This is my spiritual baby mother, no other than Rumors and motherfucking T. Hi, Rumors. I think
you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Conscious.
Hey, Rumors.
Shout out to the crew. Y'all do me and Conscious the biggest favor ever. Thumbs up this motherfucking video.
Please.
Share.
All of that.
Because we know the Conscious crew don't know that we in the building. So we need to do this Get this going. Sound the trumpet.
Yes, and thank you for all of your commitment to the platform and always supporting the cane behind the scenes, in front of the scenes.
Of
You
course.
have been a total blessing and an amazing confidant and companion, and I just really appreciate you, and I'm really happy to have you a part of this particular conversation because me and you have a synchronistic tendency to kind of be always in the same place in our lives. Like we kind of go through the same cycles at the same time. We start transitioning in priorities and consciousness at the same time. So you are going to be able to kind of really talk about where you also are right now spiritually and the state of the world and all of that. So thank you for being here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Yes, this is the most healthiest. I just want to make a little truthful joke. This is the most helpful, longest stable relationship I've had with a man, non-sexual relationship, but
With a Scorpio
healthy
for that.
fulfilling. Oh my God. And you know what I tell you about y'all Scorpios? You are
Yes,
the
you do.
unicorn of that bunch.
Yes.
But I'm ready to get into the combo. Mm-hmm.
Baby, I'm going to change a rumor's mind about them damn Scorpios, honey. So shout out to the Scorpios, my God. Okay, so we got another non-stranger to the platform. Y'all definitely know who the hell this is, child. No other than Bubs the God.
What's going on? What's going on, Conscious Crew? What's going on, Rumors? Glad to have you part of the conversation. Hope y'all are doing okay. Excuse me, I got some food in my mouth. I'm trying not to be ghetto. I'm over here eating. But I hope everybody doing well. And what y'all strain or what y'all off tonight? I'm off of Cali Blaze called Passion Fruit. It's about to get passionate in here, okay? No shade. So I'm ready.
Yes, on period. But I'm happy to have you here and to get into this discussion. And I know you had other things to do. So I'm really grateful that you are deciding to be here. You're one of the very few people that I just feel is going to be and have a significant role in the things that are going to be unfolding and taking place. And I know you're ready. So I'm excited. And
I'm here. So at this point, however long the conversation is going to be, I'm already here. So.
It's not going to be long. We're not going to be here long.
I'm just saying, however, what I'm going with the flow. I'm already here. So I'm just surrendering to the flow.
Well, tell the folks where they can find you at on these social media streets because you are a whole content creator.
Oh, yes. You can find me, of course, here on YouTube, Bubs the God, Instagram, Bubs the God. Follow my media page, Media by Bubs. And also, if you are subscribed to me, make sure that notification bell is set because I'm going to be dropping a little small project that kind of ties into what we're going to be touching on today. And just follow me there.
I'm so excited for y'all to see what Bubs is cooking up next, child. He always got something under
the leprechaun always doing something.
Always got something underneath that damn do-rag, child. This is also one of my personal compadres. You guys are no strangers to him. He hasn't frequented the platform on panels as much as Bubs and Rumors, but y'all may recognize his voice. He's also one of my good personal friends, no other than D-Rock. Hi, D-Rock.
Hey.
Happy to have you here.
Yes, sir. Happy to be here.
I said I gotta get Mr. Synchronicity in here. Gotta get him in here, child.
That's right on time, too.
Yes. So D-Rock took some Benadryl and all that, so he's literally on borrowed time, y'all. So let's just go ahead and get into the thick of it. So first and foremost, I want to start this conversation off with reiterating what y'all already know, but for those of you who don't know, I tell y'all all the time that I am not a pop culture, celebrity gossip, hot topics person first. I am actually a spiritualist and a mystic cosplaying as a pop culture, celebrity gossip commentator. Who I actually am is my mysticism. That's how I really live. That's how I really get down. That's where my heart is. And that's why you guys will be getting a second channel out of me that will be dedicated to metaphysics, the paranormal, hauntings, religion, philosophy, all of the woo-woo-woo stuff to be going on that second channel. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Fae, demons, devils, angels, oh my, all of that. If you're into all that type of content, you're going to have a space where we're going to be able to exclusively deep dive into conspiracies, into UFOlogy, to, you know, all of that. And I'm super excited to kind of be making this full circle return, because this is kind of how I initially came on to YouTube. It was spirit that led me into pop culture, and I understand why now. And it's because spirit was having me be a sheep in wolf's clothing, since a lot of times the world is very slow to really take to spiritual people and to take to spiritual information. So I had to come in the form of sugar in order to give you guys your nutrition. So shout out to Spirit for the clever militant strategy, child. You guys also know that my whole life has been shrouded in mysticism. I come from a long line of prophets, a prophetess, the spirit of prophecy, and the gift of the all-seeing eye literally runs in my family. Most of the women in my family, my aunt, my mother, my grandmother, are deeply intuitive. People have had all ranges of supernatural phenomena to manifest in their lives. If you were to do a documentary on the paranormal, my whole family could carry that documentary on their motherfucking backs from top to end. So the paranormal and spirituality, spiritual manifestation, is no stranger to myself. I was raised as a Southern Baptist in the Deep South. That was a very interesting experience, but it was the first form of spirituality that I was given. As I became a young adult, like around my 18, 19, 20-year-old period, I started having involuntary experiences. It was actually D-Rock here who introduced me to the concept of astral projection, because I was experiencing sleep paralysis. And the only thing that I had ever been taught about sleep paralysis was that it was the old hag riding you, that it was something demonic. D-Rock had given me a different perspective and said, you might be experiencing the onslaughts of astral projection, which begins often with sleep paralysis. And one night I found myself in sleep paralysis, and instead of fighting it, I actually took his advice. I had actually started reading up, though, on astral projection prior to allowing myself to have an out-of-body experience, because I'm a Scorpio, so I always need to have a sense of familiarity and need to like understand to the best of my ability whatever I'm doing before I actually do it. Like, Scorpios are not really impulsive people. Like, we are deeply observant. We are very studious, and information is our best friend. We seek that first, and then we go forth in the experience. And it was actually studying astral projection theologically and academically that actually started to derail me from Orthodox religion, because initially I ran to Christianity about answers regarding out-of-body experiences, spiritual giftedness, astral projection, and there was not a lot of information within Christianity, and a lot of the Christian people that I knew at the time didn't really have a framework for what the fuck I was even really talking about. So that led me to studying up under different religious systems that actually had specific information about astral projection. So that introduced me to Buddhism, that introduced me to paganism, that introduced me to shamanism, that introduced me to what they call the New Age. And I was getting all the things of 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 the things. So after I spent about, I don't know, maybe it was about 6 months to a year just soaking up and buying every fucking book under the sun. Robert Monroe, who created the School of Consciousness. His work is being used by the CIA and the US government right now. He has a whole institution dedicated to the study of consciousness, near-death experiences, etc. Is it Albert Taylor? I want to say Albert Taylor. He also is a master astral projection. His work was fundamental in me understanding what was happening to me and gave me the confidence and balls to endure astral projection. And after I had soaked up everything that I had been reading and studying, one night I let myself go. I came out of my body. It was literally the most life-changing thing I've ever experienced, and my life literally has never been the same since. And that was the beginning of my spiritual evolution. And from the time I was like 19, 20 to now I'm 40, I've been able to circle back around to Christianity after moving through hoodoo, moving through voodoo, moving through the New Age, moving through the occult, moving through Buddhism, to now what I like to call Christian mysticism, which to me and for me is universal spirituality. It's pretty much all spirituality within one. And that's ultimately what any spirituality is, because all of it is really the same shit, just articulated differently based upon the culture in which you are studying up under to get access to those universal principles. But after you move around in spiritual spaces, you learn that it's all the same shit in principle, that all of these systems, all of these religions, all of these spiritual paths are really talking about the same ultimate truth. And all that is beautifully tied up in my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I ain't got no shame about who the fuck I serve. And no, he ain't no white man with a 30-inch bust down. The bust down is on my head, not his. This nigga is melanated. He's locked up. Now, he might got a 60-inch dreadlock bust down. But he blackity black, and he is a personification of all metaphysics pushed through, articulated, lived through, preached and taught by one person, representing all people and all truths. But that's a whole other story for another day. So fast forward to Nivea. So I've been telling y'all here and there that like I've been in a very different place spiritually, and that like spirit been telling me to get super sanitized in my living. So the past few months of my life have been the most like sobering for me. And by sobering, I mean like I really got really strict on my diet. I eat once a day. I drink nothing but water. I am plant-based, so I eat one plant-based meal once a day. I cycle in the morning. I cycle at night. And when I'm not taking care of like my material obligations, which are few, far, and in between, and when I'm not up here cutting the food for y'all, I am practically in nature. When you guys see all of my pictures and even a lot of times see my reels and shorts and stuff, y'all typically see me outside, you know, in my silk robe, wandering through the fields and acres of the wilderness, child, just connecting to Mother Nature, really centering myself. I really heard the call of spirit to really get right and to get my internal house in order. And I want you guys to know that the shit that's taking place politically and socially right now is real. America is about to plateau, and we are about to experience a very, 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 very dark period in human history in this country. There's about to be another dark age of the United States. We've seen various variations of that dark age, from Jim Crow to chattel slavery to the Reconstruction era, to the crack epidemic, to the AIDS and HIV epidemic. There's been so many dark periods within the United States. the genocide of the Native Americans. You know, we're about to go through another dark age. It's going to be super technological. It's going to be, you know, the infamous socialism and communism and fascism and all of that is going to be a military state. It's going to be heavily surveillanced. And if you thought you were a product and you thought you were just an object to consume and be sold to, you thought you was just a number, you haven't seen anything yet. We're talking about biblical level revelations and manifestations. We're talking about end time shit. Elon Musk is already doing trial runs on Neuralink, the infamous chip that supposedly is supposed to make your life more comfortable. That's how they always sell you the poison, is through luxury and comfortability. Girl, this is essentially a trial run for the motherfucking market of the beast, because you won't be able to buy or sell in this system without a barcode, without the symbol that allows you to come in and out of your apartment complex, that allows you to get in and out of your car, that allows you to be identified. These data centers are nothing more than surveillance systems. The whole thing is coming together, girl, for what's been prophesied for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of motherfucking years. And it may not per se be the end of the world, but it's definitely the end of an age. It's the end of an era. And there's nothing preferable about where we, the people, are about to go. The only people who will be enjoying this next chapter of the system, this next variation of the system, are the gatekeepers and the authors of this motherfucking confusion and dictatorship that we're going to be under. So we got some decisions that we're going to have to make as a collective about that. Now, because I have been responding to spirit, getting my mind right, elevating the fuck out of my mental health. I cleared out a lot of the noise. I cleared out a lot of noisy ass people in my life so that I could really get super still. And as a result of getting into that space over the past few months, because I've gotten so emotionally quiet and I don't have any disturbances whatsoever, I almost have like a tangible peace, a tangible sense of clarity. It has allowed me to hear from spirit in the most epic of motherfucking ways. And I've been sharing some of those manifestations with you guys. You guys know that I just spoke to you guys and revealed to you guys about a week ago that my grandmother, who had transitioned on Mother's Day, has been communicating with me from the other side. She's been personifying herself through my dreams. She came to me about a month or so ago trying to tell me something, and I ended up using a AI dream interpreter system created by Larry Reed to interpret the dream. And the dream interpreter called that dream a visitation and said that my grandmother was trying to impart something upon me, was trying to basically give something to me, pass something on to me. And then I came to you guys about a week ago and told you guys that my grandmother's attorney and my oldest aunt called me because she left me and some of my relatives a 6-figure inheritance. That's what my grandmother was trying to get my attention about. And she has totally positioned herself as an ancestor, as a guardian figure. And she has went out of her way from the other side to let me know that her love and her presence has not ended, and that she's going to continue to support me and to aid and abet me from the other side. So these type of like things have been taking fucking place over the past few months as I have gotten into this super spiritually and emotionally sanitized place. Well, almost a week ago, on July the 17th, I wasn't even trying to be prophetic. all spiritual gifts have two operations, the conscious operation and the unconscious operation. I wasn't even consciously operating within the gift, but because the gift is something that's independent of the vessel, the gift gifts regardless. It activates regardless. It turns on regardless. It goes online regardless, because it has its own independent function. So I didn't think anything of it. I came online to entertain you guys. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys, because I compiled this into a reel and put it up on a YouTube short as well as up on IG. Check this shit out, you all.
And make sure y'all share that as well.
Yes, please share the real. If you don't follow me on IG, please follow me. I make content on Instagram as well. I will also be making content this year on TikTok as well. So be prepared to support the king all across the lands, because we're going to recolonize the motherfucking earth. We're going to re-terraform the motherfucking planet. Okay, we're going to steal our shit back from the stealers. All right? So check this out.
My name is Consciouztv, and I am a spiritualist who's cosplaying as a pop culture celebrity gossip commentator. I wanted to show you guys an example of how hard it is to have passing privilege as a spiritualist, okay? Because despite all of our attempts to blend, we just cannot. A week ago, I was on one of my lives, didn't think anything of it, just being in my natural flow. And the R&B singer Nivea, you know,
don't mess with my man, I may be the one to break it to you.
This came up in my energetic field. I didn't know why, but I distinctively recall telling my audience to go check on Nivea because something was happening. I haven't heard of Nivea nor even heard that song since the mid-2000s or whenever it came out. But typically when people that I don't know personally just hop into my spirit, it means something is going on. That was a week and a day ago. So you can imagine how stunned I was when I woke up to the news that she had revealed to the world yesterday that she had been diagnosed with leukemia. Here's the proof.
Okay, so check that out. July the 17th. A lot of the Conscious crew member is in my comment section saying, I was on that live. You said that. You called it. You said it. You said it. You said it. You said it. So these are my living witnesses. Okay, but July the 17th. Continue to listen.
Why is Don't Mess With My Man by Nivea in my head? Somebody go check on Nivea, child. Because typically, girl, when I start doing early 2000 karaoke, baby, it means somebody ass about to die, honey. Okay, God forbid, Miss Nivea. Is she the one who sung Don't Mess With My Man? Is that her? I'm gonna be the one that is Is that Nivea? I think that's Nivea, child. Y'all gonna make sure to tell her ass to stay prayed up.
A week later.
They're thankful for right now in this moment.
Oh, my lamb. Well, first of all, I was diagnosed with leukemia earlier this year.
Your gifts are always online, even when you're being intentional or non-intentional about them. Your gifts are going to give, because we're all quantum psychic beings and we're spiritual, having a human experience. The spirit of ourselves are just going to ooze out of us, even on an unconscious level. It could be in things that we utter, things that we say that just go over our head, go over the head of the people around us, that then become a manifestation. So it's just an incredible example of how the gift is always online. And I want to wish Nivea a safe journey. I'm glad she's doing well. I was being cavalier about it because I didn't really think anything about what I was saying, but I'm happy to know that she's doing well, and I wish you light and love, Nivea.
So you guys, I was stunned when I woke up this morning, and it was the first thing I saw in my algorithm on IG when I picked up my phone around 8-ish a.m. is Nivea. And not only did she reveal that she had been diagnosed this year with leukemia, and she's been navigating that. She went on to perform a whole karaoke set of her own music on that horse and carriage and sung "Don't Mess With My Man" as confirmation. So I was blown away. And let me tell you something about spiritual manifestation for me. I have been a spiritualist for 20 years practically, and I have seen it all. I have ghost apparitions, angelic rescue, angelic contact, out-of-body experiences. I've seen healing, manifestations, all-out miracles. I mean, there's no type of spiritual manifestation that I have not encountered or seen on one level or another. But you never get numb to seeing the manifestations. It's like it's like witnessing a shooting star every time. You get that excitement, you get that adrenaline, you get that endorphin hit every single fucking time. It is something that you never just get used to. I don't care how frequent spiritual manifestation is in one's life. So let me go a little bit further about the way specifically that my intuition or the gift of prophecy works in me. I am a super empath. So my gift comes through my feeling factor. Oftentimes I discern through my feeling. I decode through my feeling. My gift and my emotional body work hand in hand together. So a lot of times my intuition is mostly active locally. Like it's a product or something that manifests in my personal relationships. I'm always kind of picking up on shit that's going on with people in my life. I am always right, for one, about the shit that I perceive, whether it's about relationships they get into, people in their life they're socializing with, or I'm able to just pick up on themes and situations that may not have even arrived yet, or things that I don't even have no material way of knowing. And mostly everybody on this panel actually can attest to that and have had experiences and been a recipient of synchronicities with me, of intuition with me. Larry Live is another person who's a living witness to my gift, even all the way up till just a month ago. I'm not gonna say what I picked up on, but you know, it had his ass even spooked and nervous, but he's also kind of used to it by now because, you know, me and him connected initially on the spiritual shit, but he is somebody who has seen a lot out of my intuition and can personally testify as well to just how spiritually gifted I am. I mean, I damn near incepted Larry's mind one time. I think this took place like 2 years ago, where I was in a trance state and I could hear him saying cigarettes, 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 cigarettes. And when I broke the trance state, I had hit him up and said, "What does the word cigarettes mean to you?" He said, "I was just laying down and saw a commercial come on about cigarettes. And for some reason, it piqued my interest. And I got on my laptop and went down this rabbit hole regarding cigarettes and nicotine. And I was actually right on my computer right now looking at all this shit before you called." And I said, "My God," because I just heard you in my mind, because I somehow ended up in your mind and knew that something regarding cigarettes was occupying your predominant point of attraction. And so this type of shit has just been escalating over the past few years, but the past few months has been like no other. I'm talking about, I damn near have people on the other side trying to literally come through the entire motherfucking veil that damn near are materializing physically. And that's the one gift that I have not nurtured intentionally, which is the gift of mediumship. But a lot of my loved ones who are now on the other side, they are busting through the veil and open visions and prophetic dreams. And this Nivea news was really incredible for me because despite my gift having more so of a local reach, I rarely have picked up on like global events or national events because my empathy kind of tethers my prophetic eye to what's in close proximity to me physically and emotionally. So I was really shocked that someone that I don't have a personal relationship with, who I haven't even seen around nor heard and seen any content from since the mid 2000s, just randomly popped up into the algorithm of my soul. And it wasn't even that I just coincidentally ended up, thinking about Nivea and her song. I literally gave y'all pointed instructions and said, girl, go check on Nivea.
Right.
Go check on her
Right.
and make sure she's all right. Because typically when people that I don't know personally pop up into my soul's algorithm randomly, something is up and something is going on. But because I had a show to do, I ended up just kind of getting into my show, and I never kind of really circled back around to it and sat in it to nuance it. I just kind of let it come and go. So a week later, for her to reveal this news for the first time to the world, that she's been navigating leukemia, was just wow work. And what that told me is that this place that I'm in spiritually, considering that my lifestyle is literally basically a fast, eating once a day and eating a completely nutritious meal at that once a day. And when you're not handling the things you need to handle materially, in the meantime, in between time, you are doing grounding work. You are sitting in the stillness of your peace of mind. You are in contemplative prayer. I can understand why my gift now is having further reach, is moving outside of its usual locality and having a broader reach. And I said, you know what? I have to share this with the Conscious crew. And matter of fact, I'm going to be sharing every demonstration that I can chronicle and that I can document with the public, because I know that God and Spirit has centered me for a time like this. God moved me into pop culture so that I could nurture an audience that Spirit felt ultimately could benefit from what I have to offer spiritually, and gave me a platform to use as a exhibit A through Z table. So I'm going to be sharing what plays out privately, very much so publicly, as it relates to my spiritual capacity, to show you guys what capacity not only I have, but that we all have. And for anyone who's been struggling in their faith, or anybody who's been struggling in their alignment and with relationship to spirit, I'm here not to just preach to you about spirit. I'm here to prove to you spirit. I'm here to show you that spirit is very much so tangible. It's something that is very much so measurable. That is something that can very much so be captured and fossilized, and that the pattern can be repeated again and again and again to become a pattern. Before we get further into that discussion, I'm going to let the panelists, anybody can jump in and start, because I caught all these people this morning and was like, bitch, I know You motherfucking lying. What was y'all's response to me having a week's head up on the news that Nivea revealed a week later? And just how random and how seemingly random, but yet completely precise, the randomness of it all was. And then the reveal we got this morning or yesterday from Nivea.
So for me, it wasn't surprising. I wasn't shocked. Usually when you and I talk behind the scenes, it always feels like what is not, it doesn't feel like, it always presents itself and prove itself to be confirmation, because there's never been a time you and I have not had a conversation, whether it's me that initiates it or you, that we're not having simultaneously often the same experiences. And initially it was kind of not freaky or scary in a like a polarizing way, but I had never met anyone that I energetically had shared so many similar experiences. We're not in close proximity. We've never met in person. We were like virtually like strangers. And the moment from the very first time you and I ever communicated, it was like, oh my God, it was like we damn near shared the same mind and damn near the same experiences. So I wasn't really shocked to know, because I know that you're extremely intuitive. And I was like, wow, this is interesting, because I too, maybe I didn't have that download, but I too have been experiencing a lot of like different downloads unbeknownst to myself. And I've been very casual about them in a way that I hadn't put too much thought into it because of all of the distractions going on in the world.
Okay. And I want to circle around and get you to expound upon that after I get Bubs and D-Rock's initial reaction. And then I want you to move into that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bubs, what was your reaction? Like what are your thoughts and feelings?
I don't know if it's going to be a common theme or not, but I share the same, especially at the beginning, the same sentiments as Rumors and Tea. I wasn't shocked.
Yeah.
I wasn't shocked because I've known you for a very, very long time. And before the Conscious crew knew you as Consciouztv in this regard, I was able to see like the evolution of that with your own experiences. I remember one time where I was going through I'll say like this then. The way that I know that CTV is definitely connected is because I think we connected, in what, 2015, 16, 7, around that time, actually from the person beneath CTV on the panel.
It was D-Rock.
Shared my content to him, and CTV reached out to me, and in his poetic way, oh, God is just, I need to talk to God, is just directing that way. Now,
and I don't even do that.
Yeah.
I don't even do that. But I was on some Jehovah Witness level shit with you.
Right. And I was sitting there like, okay, what is going on? This is very interesting. But then something in my spirit said, watch one of his videos. And when I did, it was like, oh, and we connected. And no shade, if it had not been for me and CTV connecting, when I had my ego death in 2018, I probably would have been a lot worse than what I was now, or possibly not even here. And even when I was going through the throes of my like objective ego death in my face to where it was scary, as I'm going through it, all of a sudden my phone is ringing and it's him. It's like this nigga just knew felt instinctually that I was going through something and reached out in that time.
And what did I exactly say to you when you was in the stomach, in the belly of your distress and your unrest? What did I say to you on the phone?
Never forget who you are.
No, I'm talking about before that. When I called you and said, I'm calling you because I feel, because remember I told y'all earlier, my intuition works through my feeling. I said, I feel like something is going on. Are you okay? Because I feel like something not right.
That's
And
why I
what
say,
did you
like,
say
when
to me?
nothing was. I felt like I called you after I went through the girl, because I was trying to get the hell out. But then after I got through and called, you talked to me about as far as how you felt, and you did, because you called me while I was going through it. I couldn't pick up the phone at that moment, because in that moment, I literally felt like I was literally being consumed by the darkness. It was so many things running in my head at that moment. In that time,
you just kind of jumbled all that up. I called you because I felt something was wrong. Something was wrong. You were going through it, and you revealed to me that you were going through it and that you had hit a very bad spot in your mental health. And
Yes.
I told you that I knew it because I could feel it. I felt your shift in me. I could feel the shift, because the thing about the intuition is that, like, oftentimes women, specifically mothers, get the reputation of having an intuition, a mother's intuition. The reality is that we all have that level of intuition. What women are operating out of, particularly mothers are operating out of, is empathy. Empathy is psychic in nature. Empathy is literally the divine personified. It's love. It's omniscient, omnipotent. It holds everything in everybody within itself. It is a fully sentient synergy. That's what love is. So because my heart was holding Bubs in that heart space, I'm consciously aware of him because I love him. And when something contrasted in his vibration, when something contrasted within his life force, I literally felt that punch to my own gut. That's what made me pick up the phone and be like, are you okay? What's going on? Because I literally feel that something is not right. And that's when he revealed to me what he had been struggling with and what he had been feeling and the type of thoughts he was having. And I was really saddened by that. I was really glad I had the intuition to actually, that drove me to take the action of calling, because I don't know what the fuck would have happened had I not called, because you were still transacting with that energy.
Yeah, it was very.
Even when we were speaking.
Yeah, it was. It was a lingering effect. That's why I was trying to explain how traumatic that experience was, so that when I came out of that, even though it was the love that got me through it. No shade. That's what I was trying to say. It was the love that got me through. But once I got out of that and still had that lingering effect, and I talked to you about it, and I was explaining all the things that were going on, that's when, just like you said, D-Rock brought you the information about astral projection. I had learned that I had just literally went through like an ego death and faced it in such a way that was encapsulating all of my 5 senses, along with the 6th one that I've never ever experienced. Organized religion never gave me that experience, and I was very heavy in it. So when I came out of it, you explained to me what that was. And like you said, because we were so connected, because you were helping me spiritually, because I was building a foundation and a stature within myself, that when this situation hit me, it did not take me out the way that it probably would have taken me out if I never would have been connected to you. You know what I'm saying? And I remember in the beginning of my spiritual development, CTV said to me, you know that once you start this, there is no going back.
I also always tell all of my disciples and students, that this is also not a romantic unfolding, because a lot of people kind of glamorize spirituality and kind of make it light and fluff. Spirituality is the shadow work via spirituality evolving by way of developing self-awareness, which is really what spirituality is in principle. Is literally the hardest work that any fucking human being is going to do, is to self-actualize, to deconstruct your reality, to deconstruct your fears, your insecurities, to deconstruct your trauma, to actually intentionally confront your woundedness, to confront the stuff that you've learned how to shove under the bed, to shove in the back of the closet, that you've learned to deny, that you've learned to live alongside. Genuine spirituality accelerates people's personal growth because it motivates and puts people in a position to actually have to have a conversation with their trauma body, with their pain body, with those demons that never really go away, because those demons are some fragmented aspect of ourselves. So wherever we are, whether it's in a new relationship, a new career, a new city, a new state, a new friendship group, it don't matter where you move the body, you're moving everything that you're hoarding around with you as well. And so, I always tell anybody, because people, since I've been doing social media over the past few years, and people have been able to see my spirituality and see how self-aware I am and see how knowledgeable I am. People have reached out to me via DMs, via emails, like, CTV, please, like, take me under, teach me that ways, girl. I'm ready to come to life. And the way that I worked for a long time is I couldn't be picked. I had to do the picking. Like, I had to feel personally called to you more so than you feeling called to me, which is why I reached out to Bubs, because I was called to him. But I used to always tell people, I said, look, Celie, I know you think, that this shit sound real cute, but you can talk to anybody who's ever studied up under me. That bitch is going to be nothing sweet about the work that we're going to be doing. In the end, you're going to be a damn Power Ranger. But to get there, you're going to be eon the fuck up and down. We're going to go into your fucking foolishness, and you're going to be brought to your fucking knees, because I'm here to assist you in putting a Thor's hammer to your inauthentic self, into your false self. And that sounds juicy and beautiful and attractive in theory, but in application, bitch, you're going to at times hate me. At times, girl, you're going to be like, what the fuck did I get myself into? Is this bitch running a cult, girl, over here? Girl, what is the motherfucking tea, girl? Is he abusing me? What is, it's going to be all of that, girl, because the ego is going to be trying to find every excuse to get the fuck up out of what ultimately is the end of its reign in one's life. And this is also a thing that I want to dispel about spirituality. Spirituality does not obliterate the ego. You're going to always have an ego. You're going to have an ego for the rest of your life. What spirituality helps you to do is to center your divinity and make that the consciousness that's behind the wheel of the car, and your ego now takes the passenger seat. Most people generally have the ego driving the car and have their divinity sitting passenger. Spirituality pulls a reverse. So spirituality creates a wonderful system that you create out of your personal development that helps you to manage the bullshit part of yourself, the self-sabotaging part of yourself, the part that'll talk you out of taking risks, taking chances, stepping out on faith, being true to yourself, the part of you that will lean into finding some problematic, self-serving, narcissistic way to get your needs met, rather than to be humbled, rather than to be patient, rather than to be kind. you know, all of the fucking things. But this whole I'm spiritual in a nutshell is basically the commitment to your highest self and the highest form of your emotional intelligence and mental health, and you choosing and pledging an allegiance to the God within. So when the scriptures talk about you can't serve two masters, it's talking about, yeah, you're going to always have two motherfuckers fighting for one spot. Is that going to be your higher self, or is that going to be your cardinal lore, fear-mongering, hateful, petty, ridiculous, outlandish, self-serving version of self? But go ahead, Bubs. I just wanted to kind of caveat there.
No, it's good, it's good. And if the prophetic gift and the way that you show up, it is like, again, all of that is inside every single one of us. It's just that we've been a part of a system that has beaten us down so bad for generations to where we have to find something outside of ourselves. What he said was absolutely true, baby. When the ego is really being tried, the ego will try to find its way out of the situation. But even when you do that, the ego gonna get you back in that if you haven't learned from it. So when you actually sit down and face your shit, which I think when we get deeper into the conversation about what's happening in America, I think the reason why everybody knows what's going on or is aware, but it really ain't doing anything, is because the fear in the mind, the battle in the mind, is what they're waging against. Well, if I do this, what happens? Well, if I do that, what happens? Yeah, but look at what's happening when you don't do shit. So it's about actually doing something different. I think somebody else in the comments said, I thought I was going crazy when I started my journey. Yeah, because you're actually giving energy to yourself. And the person that I gave my energy to other people without having a healthy boundary for myself. And even right now, at my age of 35, I'm still learning how to strengthen those boundaries and get all to where I can give and also receive. But we have to go through those things, and no shade. When it comes down to CTV, y'all can say what y'all want to say, baby. This is cemented in YouTube history. There are individuals that, unfortunately, some of these hoes out here talking shit will never be able to really communicate with, honestly. And not just communicate, but also help transform and transmute things in their life as well. And when I wrote that fucking theme song, I meant it. And it's classic and timeless. So, yes, no shade. CTV is that girl. And the gag is the energy inside Miss Mamas is also inside of us if we learn to love ourselves. If we learn to balance and align ourselves. And it's possible. And I also think, and I'm going to land my plane after this, as we go further into the conversation where we're talking about what's happening with America, with Black America, since white America is now distracted with trying to save their country that we built for them, now is the time to be able to do the Inyala Van Zant pain, pay attention inward now, because we are hurting. And while they're distracted, this is the time to really figure out what we're going to do. And not only that, how and what we're going to do to defend it. No shade. It's all a learning experience. It's just information that we've never received before, especially as Black people. But now we're in the era of information. So at this point, my people perish by the lack of knowledge. So you better get it while you can. And yes, Davion, a new nickname is also Pai Mei. Because if you ever seen Kill Bill 2, Beatrice Kiddo is the shit. But he had to break that bitch down. Did he not? All right, I'm done.
My God. I also want to say this too. You know, people have seen a lot of shit play out over the course of social media. And some people maybe say, and some people will probably say, it's definitely obvious that CTV is very different from his constituents and his peers, because of the type of conversations that I oftentimes naturally gravitate toward. Everybody knows that we tend to take very petty pop culture subjects and be able to turn them into whole damn 5-hour, 10-hour long dissertations and do deep dive and get into the psychology and sociology and spirituality and really get into the nooks and crevices. But people would probably also say there's been times that CTV completely seemed to be completely unconscious. And I want to say to that, just because I didn't act on what I always knew didn't mean that I didn't know it. Baby,
Oh,
there has been nothing and there's been nobody that has ever happened to CTV that I didn't know the true tea about. It's just that I am integral enough to be able to admit that I didn't always yield to my intuition. I didn't always yield to the voice of God. I had my own desires. I had my own agenda. I had my own fantasy of the way I felt things should be, etc. And sometimes those ideas and sometimes following that through was contrary to what I knew deep down. And once again, this is what I really appreciate about the development of spirituality, because spirituality, that keyword is commitment and discipline. But I always knew. I'm now in a place, though, where I have pledged a full allegiance to the omnipotent, omniscient aspect of myself, because I think most of us as people can look back on our experience of our intuition over the course of our lives and feel confident in saying that bitch ain't never lead us wrong. Never. Even when we wanted that bitch to be wrong, even when we were trying to outsmart that part of ourselves,
no
that
shade.
bitch won damn near every single time. And I think that's a powerful revelation. And I don't think people sit in how affirming and how incredible of a truth that is, that there is an aspect of you that knows, even before there's any unfolding, even before there's any materialization. I don't think most people really sit in the aura farming of the fact that girl, you are the fucking original Google. You are the original Yahoo search engine. You are the original 5G. You are the original Bluetooth. You're the original Wi-Fi. That there's a part of you that's always, in the words of Abraham Hicks, tapped in and turned on. And most of us have ego issues because, we've been taught away. We get dead set on the way we insist things should be, etc. But have anybody ever just really thought about, girl, if I ever just choose to sit down and finally just submit to the part of me that knows better? If I just finally stop insisting upon the part of me that wants what I want and would just rest on this little whisper that's always in the background of my choices, always in the background of the things that are unfolding in the foreground. If I ever just finally sit and commit to that part of myself, how much fucking more enriching and delicious could my life actually be? But most people generally have impulse control and they have ego issue. And people will be so aware of the dichotomy and the duality of their ego versus their divine self that even when they know they are portraying themselves, they'll know it. They'll know that I'm going against, as you all probably have heard the sentiment, going against your better judgment. I went against my better judgment. Against my better judgment, I chose to trust you. Against my better judgment, I chose. Everybody is plugged in to this universal information chain that is filled with data, it's filled with guidance, it's filled with insight, foresight. And our job as souls having a human experience is to learn how to be obedient and submissive to that, to have that impulse control that most people lack in their life, because most people give in to their surface urges and their surface impulses, gives into their fears. That's the easier thing to do, is to follow the body rather than to follow the spirit. Because a lot of people also think that mind, body, and soul are one and the same. They're not. All these things are independent and yet work and can work harmoniously. But when you're not intentional about all three members of the Trinity, mind, body, and soul, harmonizing, what you end up with is confusion and duality of self. A type of spiritual psychosis or spiritual schizophrenia, where one thing in your heart, but you do another thing with your body, and you preoccupy your mind with something contrary to, that you're all off in 50 million 11 different directions, because all these things, kind of like our organs, they all have their independent reality and their independent function, but they all also operate under one mind. So they can work in sync. And when they work in sync and they are harmonious, it works out better for the whole. It works out better for all the organs when everybody's on the same page. When your liver doing well, but your heart not doing well, and then your mind is dying and your hormones are out of whack, then you're going to get a very complicated situation. So a lot of people, because their impulses feel natural to them and they don't have a lot of impulse control any goddamn way, a lot of people think that they conflate that with being spirit-led. And then it's not until the aftermath that they be like, yeah, it wasn't nothing spirit about that bitch. I was led right off a goddamn cliff. I actually feel really ashamed of myself and super guilty. I was out of order. I really didn't think that through. I just went along to go along. I just trusted in the forces that showed up to me. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You have the capacity for logic. You have the capacity for reasoning. And then you have the most powerful thing afforded to you, which is will. And you can use that will to destroy yourself, or you could use that will to completely liberate yourself. It's of your choice what you will yourself to do. And your will is your capacity to transcend any other signal coming from any of your being. If you make a decision right now and say, bitch, we are done, as in me, myself, and I, bitch, we're done. We're going on this diet. We're going on this new health kick. We are doing this thing that we've been struggling to motherfucking do. And I'm making a executive decision for all members, baby, as far as this house, me and mine. We shall serve the Lord. A lot of people think that that verse is about literal siblings and children and members of their motherfucking house. No, bitch. It's talking about the inner construct and inner logistics and metaphysics of your consciousness, girl. Your mind, body, and soul is the we. The he, she, and the we. It's about being unilateral. And when you get unilateral function, you get more productive, fulfilling outcome. And spirituality, once again, helps you to develop, first of all, the understanding of all these working parts. What is your ego? What is your divine self? What is the mind? And then teaches you how to use all of those working parts for the fulfillment of your life purpose and whatever your highest calling, highest good is. D-Rock, what was your experience? Because I know that we started a conversation earlier and I had to just send you the reel. Once you saw it, what were your thoughts?
I knew you were gonna do that as soon as I start eating.
Of course. see, you knew.
And you were just talking about it too.
Just talking about it to prove my point. There's always a part of us that knows. Mm-hmm. So, what was your thoughts about, it?
So, like the rest of the panel, I was not shocked. But how well can y'all hear me? Because I changed my AirPods, so these are some
Extremely
new
well.
ones.
Extremely
Okay,
well.
thank you. So I was not shocked at all, but I was pleasant. It felt very pleasant to me because I said to myself, it's kind of like excuse this expression, but it's kind of like Bigfoot is real. You've been
Yeah.
telling everybody,
Mm-hmm.
but anytime you've never caught it on camera, so everybody thinks you're crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But this was catching Bigfoot on camera to me.
Finally catching the ghost.
Yes,
On camera,
yes.
y'all. We got him, y'all.
Finally
We got
got proof. Yeah.
him.
Yes. And the reason I was not surprised at all because I've been knowing Devion and that's why I was just telling the lady
Yeah.
last week. I said, yeah, me and Devion, I couldn't even count. I don't even remember it's been that long. I always, and this gonna be funny, but you know how we measure years now by Christ, Jesus Christ's death and
Yeah.
life, say BC, before Christ, after Christ. So
Mm-hmm.
I measure our friendship uh, before and after Michael Jackson died.
My
So
God.
that's how I measure our friendship because I remember, I don't remember if I called you, I think I called you and I said, did you hear about Michael? So I know we were friends before that, a
Yes.
couple years probably before that.
The way that my origin point is I knew you when my mother was still living. She passed away in
Yes.
2012. So I know that it was before 2012 that we've been friends prior to 2012. Yeah.
Yeah. And Michael died in
Long time.
2009.
Yeah.
So so we probably met in like around 2007, 8, somewhere around there. But in BGC, and it's crazy how we even met, like because it was like the least likely of places. I mean, Black Gay Chat Live, it no longer even exists.
Which was the shit back in our day.
It was. That's what I was telling the lady. I was saying that was like yes. BGC
And
was like the
honestly,
place.
it was kind of like one of the first baby versions of social media. Even though it was like a dating forum, there was like a social media aspect within that forum because people could write in threads and you could, center topics.
You do everything.
How me and you met because I created a thread about spirituality or some type of spiritual experience, and then you reached out to me, and that was kind of the beginning.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Rest is history. That's how we met it. And it was like because this is a weird site where everybody talking about booty and so it's like where do you find a thread? But the thing is you could post threads on anything. There was like thousands of thread forum discussions on there. And but somebody messed up and posted so that was you that posted the thread.
Yeah, I created that thread.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, hold on. I don't know if I created it, but I think I created it and I shared something that ended up getting a conversation started. All right, either I went and shared something within us, but I think I actually had created that thread. Yeah, that we crossed paths on.
Yeah, but I read a lot of the stories, the experiences, and that's when I was shocked because I did not expect so many. Because this is where all men gather, so I did not expect there to be such a conversation about spirituality and the supernatural. I thought these are people who just interested in pop culture and Beyonce and booty, to be honest. And so, so I was surprised at how many people had supernatural experiences. But then when I got to yours, it was something about yours that really stood out to me. And it was just something that really it just called to me. It's like this is true. Like this is the truth.
Is always going to stand out. Whoever the baddest bitch in the room is always going to stand out.
And so And so I said, I gotta hit this guy up. And so I sent you an inbox, and then I told you why I was hitting you up and everything, and then you called me, and we had to have been on the phone for from I think the sun was out, and then we didn't get off the phone until like late at night.
Yeah.
And
I actually want to say that I think that you were actually one of my very first spiritual friends that I could specifically like niche that topic with.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, same here. Ditto. Same here. That's why we were on the phone so long, because it was
Yeah.
like, wow, I finally found my fam. Like,
Yeah.
finally found
I found my tribe member.
Yes, I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
And that, so I had been researching a lot of that spirituality. I mean, and because I'm like you, that's the thing about us. We have a lot in common. I mean, literally, this is not my real name on here that I use on here. But if you know my real name, you would see that me and Davion's name are actually very similar.
Yeah.
And but and even with our families, like how we grew up, because I also come from generations of spiritual people. Like my grandma used to tell us how she was born with a veil over her eyes, and her mom, my great grandmother, she was really known around the neighborhood, around the city as they used to call her the White Witch. She was known as a witch. Um, Literally told her daughter, my grandmother, because she wasn't, she had been taken by her son to a different part of the states, different city, and but she told my grandmother that she was going to let her know when she died, and so she actually told my grandmother, she said, I'm going to show up to you, I'm going to appear to you in the physical when I die, so you'll know that I died before anybody else, before you get the news. And so when my grandmother was in the hospital, she died. My great grandmother, and she died in the hospital. And then my grandma got a call. I think it was like around 2 something in the morning, and she told the person. She said you don't have to tell me. I already know, because my granny did exactly what she said. When she died, she literally came physically. Her spirit came physically to my grandmother and smiled at her, and then she left, and that. And other people in my family have seen my granny even years later, like they saw her in the physical. So that was this matter of fact, that was this reverend who he was close to my aunt, but he was a Christian, but he was a this man had casted out devils. So that's how I grew up. I grew up in the church, shut-ins in the Pentecostal church. So speaking in tongues, all the dancing, shouting, all the demon casting out, the healing and deliverance. That was actually the name of the church, Deliverance. And so they were already connected to the supernatural. They were just doing it in under a different context. But when he met my aunts, so he was close to my aunt. He met my aunt before he met us. But when he met our family, he told my aunt, he said, your family is very spiritual. He said, y'all are so spiritual that y'all have to be careful, because it'll be easy for y'all to get off into something that's not of God. Now, I don't know that was his opinion, or his perception, perspective, excuse me. Um, because like some of the things I'm doing now, like he definitely would have said it's not of God, you know. Because in the Christian religion, the Christian faith, of course we know this, anybody who grew up in the Christian faith, that's the only way. It's either that way or it's no way. You either Christian is or you're wrong. So you got to do it. It's very narrow. It's a very narrow belief system. Um, and so when I was coming up, you know, I thought all of this stuff was wrong, like any kind of sorcery, any kind of candle burning, sage, psychic phenomena, reading the horoscope. All of that was devilish. All of that was wrong. It was not of God. Excuse me. And so when I started researching, but I got I won't say curious, because I think it's beyond curiosity. I got antsy. It's like I just knew there was something more. There was something more. that I wasn't being told, I wasn't being shown. And so I just had to, so I started researching like different stuff. I didn't even know what to call a lot of this stuff. I was being, there was a lot of signposts that would lead me along the way. I would meet this person, I would pick up this book, I would see this word, like I would have this dream, and then along the way, so I started researching. I just went deeper and deeper and deeper. I had a whole library of books from these different Christian teachers, and but some of these teachers I was listening to, these evangelists, these preachers, they were saying like there was one in particular. He started talking about the silver cord and all of that kind of stuff. It was just unorthodox. You didn't hear this stuff in church. Um, and then that led me to so anyway, long story short, I started researching astral projection, out of body experiences. I just uh, drowned myself in it, saturated myself in it, like, and then so when I saw that thread, and then we started talking, um, it's kind of like we completed. It was like, almost like a yin yang type of exchange, because I was getting all the knowledge, so I had a lot of understanding of this stuff, and I had my own experiences of the supernatural. But you were having the experiences, but you had no language for it. Like, you didn't understand what it was. And so when we connected, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm getting the story correct, my memory serves me correct. Was it after that night, that first time that we talked, and then you said was it that same night that you had your first astral projection? Conscious.
I'm sorry about that. I had y'all on mute. I didn't even know. No, it was. I had sleep paralysis had manifested, I think, the very next day, but I still fought it. But I was intrigued, and that's when I went down like the rabbit hole of studying every goddamn thing I could about astral projection. When I got to that point of being comfortable, I took your advice. I took the advice of Robert Monroe, whose books I had been reading, and baby, he wasn't ready. There is nothing that could have prepared me. I don't give a fuck how much you read. I don't give a damn how much you soak up. It's like somebody who don't know what a roller coaster is, and who never rode on a roller coaster, and you're doing your best to describe the exhilaration of such an experience. Like like that thing turned me every which away but goddamn loose. And as a little brief jump off into that story, I was asleep in my room and I woke up in sleep paralysis. For those of you who don't know what sleep paralysis is, it's when the mind wakes up despite the body being under a melatonin coma. So your body is still paralyzed, but your mind is awake. And you actually think you're physically awake, but you're actually not. You may even think that you were like looking through your own eyes. You're actually looking through closed eyelids. You're actually not awake. Your eyes, your lids are not open. This is total pure awareness. So I woke up in sleep paralysis, but this time I wasn't scared because everything I had been learning and everything that you had introduced me to. I said, okay, so this is the part where D-Rock says to let go instead of fighting, because it's a fight or flight situation when that shit pops off. So I started to let go, and the first thing I felt was those fucking vibrations. I was just rattled and consumed with this super intense vibrational state. It was all this like energy. I felt like a rocket that was on a launch pad that was getting ready to take off, and the ground was just shaking. Like it felt like being hit with electricity without the pain, but with all the convulsion and all of the movement. And it's like every cell in my body was active, and was twerking and was tweaking and was lucid, and it was purely energetic. And as I was shocked by the feeling and the sensation, but I had already prepared my mind for it because it said that some of this would be the preliminary activity of the astral projection process. So felt the vibrations. I'm like, okay, so let me continue to relax, because you're supposed to not give in to fear, continue to relax into everything, despite how intense and terrifying and horrific it all feels. So then, as I'm vibrating out of my mind, I hear this buzzing. Now, the sounds you hear can range from buzzing to gunshots. I've heard all type of sounds at different points in astral projection, but this time it was buzzing. That's the sound that I predominantly hear. It sounds like static or buzzing bees. It sounds like you're inside of a beehive, of an active.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And so, okay, so now I'm vibrating. I got this buzzing sound. It's like it's like the radio changing stations, like you're moving up and down the dial, like you're tuning out and tuning into something, and then immediately, and this is the part that freaked me the fuck out, and I really had to really hold it together, is when I felt myself lifting up, like something was suctioning me up, and that feeling of being taken, that feeling of being that lift up, I was like, what the
Rapture.
fuck? Like, and immediately, especially if you are like a first timer and you also haven't kind of worked out your kinks around dying, it basically is the dying process. That's what you're going through, but you're not actually dying, but it's the same process of dying.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I held on a little bit. I was trying to like hold myself in my body, or I was trying to cling to reality rather than go with this force that was pulling me. And as I'm doing that, this tunnel of what looked to be orbs of stars manifested in front of me, like a gateway, a dimensional gateway, like a vortex. And I just remember giving myself permission to go, and I just let go, and I shot through that vortex at the speed of light and sound and all the things. And before I knew it, I entered into a clearing, and it was like this off-white space I was in. I was weightless. I didn't have a body. I was just pure awareness. I didn't even have lungs. I don't even recall breathing. I was just aware. I was just pure awareness. And I was like, where the fuck am I? And so I'm thinking I'm in another dimension, possibly. My spirit or my astral form begins to do a 160 rotation. And I realized that off-white space that I was in front of was the fucking ceiling to my bedroom. And my astral form did a 160 and rotated me around. And I was looking at my own body below me, sleeping casually in the bed. And I'm talking about, this is the most like HD 4K, purely like it's so visualistic and so detailed. It's like you have your eyes on some type of a super, it's the sight of all sights, it's the seeing of all seeing. And I'm sitting here bouncing up against the ceiling of my bedroom, out of my body, looking at my resting, sleeping body in bed below me. And once I really internalized that and realized how insane this was, and then all of my intrusive thoughts set in, like, bitch, am I dead? I was immediately vacuumed, suction back, slammed into my body. I remember waking up baby, I broke free from my motherfucking blanket and called my grandmother. It had to be 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. I woke my elderly grandmother up, and all
Wow.
I could do was sob on the phone. I sobbed and I
Mm.
sobbed and I sobbed. My grandmother thought someone had fucking died. I
Wow.
was so
Yeesh.
fucking emotional because my entire reality had just been shattered. Everything that I had ever been taught about there being life after death, about the body having a soul and spirit and the afterlife, everything was true. It was all true. And I just lived the proof of the truth by way of my own anecdotal personal experience. And that was the beginning. That was literally the full-on beginning of my mysticism. I had had paranormal experiences and supernatural manifestations my whole life as a child. My parents used to sleep with the lights all the way off. Me and my brother shared a room when we were younger. The whole house would be completely black. They would leave our room door open. So where my bed was in the room, I could see just off into this abyss of blackness. And I low-key had a fear of the dark when I was younger. I never really expressed it and made a thing
Yep.
out of it, but I was
Me
always
too.
terrified of, just pure black, sheer darkness. And I would sit. My brother would already be gone, girl, to the astral plane, going to dreamland. I would be up. The house would be so quiet, and I would just sit and try not to terrify the fuck out of myself. And I would hear footprints or like feet moving fast back and forth across the carpet, because we had carpet in this particular apartment that we were living in. And it was every single night. My parents would close their room door. Their room was adjacent to our room. Their door was closed. I could slightly make out their bedroom door from where my bed was and me in my brother's room. And so I knew that they would be fast asleep. I knew that there was nobody out there jogging across the damn carpet of the living room, but I could hear these fast-paced ass feet moving back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth across the carpet all night until I fell asleep. And I would have so many like bizarre experiences in that apartment complex at that time. I would also be able to lay in my bed and I could hear a multitude of whispers in the atmosphere above me. I could not see anything visually, but I could hear this crowd of whispers, and it would just be there. And I wouldn't, the voices never terrified me. I never discerned anything that terrified me. And at that time, I also had this weird akin to angels. I would just be attracted to angel art, to angel wood knots. I just had this like affinity toward angelic representation. And so in my little like young mind, I had decided that those voices were my guardian angels in the space around me. And Christian Baptist family, so I had also, I knew about tongues, even though I didn't really understand tongues, but I knew about tongues, and I had just assumed that this was the language of the angels. Was
Right.
with that I was hearing, and I would sit and try to make out a syllable, a sentence. And my grandmother would always say, "This boy is gifted. This boy has a gift, y'all. This boy is gifted. This boy is going to be a preacher when he grow up. He's going to be a prophet." And my grandmother, like, she used to have the whole front window to her and my grandfather's home. She would have it laced in all of these angel wood knots. And so every time I would go spend time with my grandmother, I mean, she rest in peace, I would always take a wood knot home. Like, and she would just let me snatch up all her motherfucking wood knots. And she was just so supportive of whatever this was spiritually, that
And
was
can I
developing.
say something?
Yeah.
Finish your thought, but I just wanted to
So
interject
you go
here
ahead. Go ahead.
because I heard a story about somebody who this that's Patricia King. She was telling the story of
Mm-hmm.
this guy she met, and he wasn't a Christian, but she had I think she had gave him my angel figure or something, and then he said,
Yeah.
everybody's been giving me angels lately. I've been seeing them everywhere. And but she reminded him of a passage in the Bible that said angels are assigned to those who are heirs of salvation. So you're an heir to so even if they're not in the faith, but the
Mm-hmm.
angel when angels keep appearing to that person in whatever form, that means that yeah, that's what that means pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I've had my fair share of very extraordinary angelic experiences as I grew up, but them niggas was with me from the beginning. They was with me from the beginning, and I think that if my family, they always recognized that I was gifted, but they didn't know how to nurture it. Like they didn't know what to really do with it, but they recognized it because it was just so blatant. I remember when my grandmother on my father's side passed away. My grandma, well, I'm not gonna say her name, but she was like a second mother to me as well. I was always very close to like all sets of my grandparents on all sides. My stepfather's parents, my mom's parents, my father's parents, and she actually had died of lung cancer. And before she had actually died, like before my mother had actually got the call, I had a dream. Because at that point, like we were visiting her in the hospital and everything. But as far as I knew as a child, she was doing better. The expectation was she was going to come home. I learned that I guess they were keeping the worst of it, maybe, from me. But I thought, eventually she would be okay. And she was, always in good spirits and everything when we would go and visit her. But the morning before she passed away, and the doctors called my mother to tell her that my grandmother had passed away, I had a dream. I was on this bridge, and we was high up in the air, and it was this big, golden, radiating like this San Francisco bridge. It was huge, and I was on one end of the bridge, and there was a silhouette of a person on the other end of the bridge. The person was so far away, though, that I couldn't make out any physical features. I could just see this little dot, this little black dot on the other end of the bridge. And this person said, she made it. And when it spoke, the entire fucking bridge vibrated and rattled. And I remember getting so scared, and I had woke up, and I had told my mother, I said, I just had a dream, that I was on this bridge, and, that this person was there. And when they spoke, the whole bridge rattled, and they said that she made it. And my mom just kind of chopped it up, oh, it's just a dream, don't worry about it, don't let it scare you, everything is okay, boom, boom, boom. About 9:30 that morning, our phone rang. It was the doctor from the hospital to tell my mother that my grandmother had passed at some point in the night. I remember my mother breaking the fuck down because her and my grandmother on my father's side was so fucking close. My grandmother was, but both of my grandmamas were motherfucking empaths, but that motherfucking grandma, that was the empath of all motherfucking empaths. I'm talking about her whole life of service. I'm talking about, she drove for the cab service. She owned her own cab. She used to volunteer at the shelters, feed the motherfucking homeless. Like, my grandmother was the kind of person, like, she couldn't watch you starve. She couldn't watch you suffer if she had to pay bills. Like, she was just a true fucking intercessor, and she was known, like literally known in my city for her kindness and how sweet and how good of a person. I always attributed everything that was good about me to my grandmothers. I always said that everything that's good in me came from my grandmothers. It came from my grandmothers. And my mama, you know, eventually told me, she said, that person that was on that bridge in your dream, that was an angel telling you that your mother had made it into heaven. And I remember when, you know, my family had became aware of what I had dreamt just hours before we got that call that she had transitioned. I just remember, like, you know, everybody just kind of just being in awe, but everybody felt so affirmed to know that she made it, and they was able to get that affirmation by way of my visitation that had happened to me before she passed away. So this kind of shit been just playing out, you know, my whole life. I've always had a connection to whatever people want to call it, the spirit world, the ethereal, you know, the God realm, the quantum realm, the psychic realm, and you know, it's been my whole life. When I tell you that my family and everybody in my family is this way, which is why there was no real pushback ever to the type of experiences and manifestations that I was having, because everybody had been a living witness to spiritual manifestation in my family. My grandmother's whole life was rooted in all type of damn spiritual manifestation. My grandfather, my mother, like everybody. It was really incredible. I want to circle back around to Rumor. Are you still there, Rumors?
I'm still here enjoying the conversation.
Yes. So I know you also have been you've been in a particular zone too. Do you want to talk about or is there anything that you want to expound upon so far?
Yeah, so I want to say that when we were talking earlier, I noticed the gap, like particularly like within my family growing up. We had a lot of the elders, my great grandmothers, her children. We had mostly women though. They were very intuitive. They were dreamers, seers. Um, and I remember how cavalier my family was. And two, because we were also Christians, Baptist background and all of that. A lot of it was, how do I say this? A lot of it was made the norm without people actually understanding and appreciating it, because it was so tied up into Christianity, right? And so I've noticed the deficit since these people have transitioned to the other world, that we no longer have anyone, like any elders to teach, expound. And that is kind of alarming, especially for the times that we're living in. Because you don't have people that are being examples and actually teachers. That was the one thing that I found very perplexing in my own childhood and coming of age, because I would have, like, I'm a dreamer, and I'm also very empathic as well, as you know. And I had no one to really teach me. All of my spiritual experiences and psychic, I don't want to say psychic, but you know, my gifts, because I don't even want to put labels on the gifts, but all of my gifts that I was given, I had to learn, like be self-taught. And anything that I did not, I had no one to help cultivate it. And anything that I did learn, it literally came from me watching. You guys remember back in the day, the Kung Fu movies and things of that nature? I would see a lot of Buddhists in the Kung Fu flicks. And I was so drawn to like their teachings and like the little nuggets that they were saying. And then I found myself drawn to, like, I always love to read. I always love like old movies. So I would literally engage in trying to find, we would go to like the library and stuff on Saturdays at times. I would look for this, and I'm just about to tell my age, how, you know, you go to the library, used to have the VCRs and things, and you can literally rent those, take them out and stuff. I would look for movies about the indigenous people, Native Americans, because I always saw a kindred like connection between them and the Asians, right? And I'm like, then I started getting into like African culture, and like all of this stuff was like, it was me actually being learning and gaining information that wasn't being taught in the church. Yes, we knew about prophets and all of the things, but because we were being taught and indoctrinated with such whitewash Christian European Western Christianity, that there was no one there to feed, guide, and teach you how to cultivate the gifts. And then most of the time, if you were like, if you would speak on it, it was made a joke, or you would treat it like a witch, like something demonic. So I had conflicts within myself. And the conflicts weren't like, oh, I'm evil, I'm doing something bad, or none of that type of stuff. I had conflicts in myself because there was something energetically telling me that this religion stuff is wrong. This is something that is being used to keep us from seeking our higher selves, our better selves, and a greater purpose. Fast forward to our times that we're in right now. I feel like when you called me earlier, I shared this with you. I said the spirit realm is calling. It is doing a shakeup, and it is calling us. When I say us, all human beings, to wake up out of the matrix, like we're in a fog in a sense, because of everything that we are intaking amongst ourselves, and from the foods, like, the poison is everywhere. So it's like, I want to be clear. We can go on the fast. We can detox. We can change our diets tremendously, but they have placed in this ecosystem infected every aspect of our lives with some type of virus in order to keep us from being our higher selves. So when Bubs was saying earlier that, the Americans are, the people here, Black people, like, this is a time for us to actually get up, wake up, do the work, the shadow work, so that we can, be prepared for what's to come. I echo that, but in sentiment, also know that most people don't even know where to start, because there are a lot of people that are having these like downloads. I call them downloads for a reason, because they're in us, they're embedded in us, and as you stated earlier, there's some things that we cannot avoid. So even if we're not conscious of our intuitions,
yes,
i.e. that spirit, even though we're not conscious, it's not going to leave us.
Yes.
So by us ignoring the signs or not recognizing the signs, the warnings, and what's to come, not always in a bad way either, because we can't recognize the signs does not mean that the call is not going, the alarm is not going to stop ringing. It's going to continue to ring until someone answers it. And I personally believe that all of this is happening so that we can get back as a people and individually to our true selves, regaining all of the practices that were stolen from us, actually, we were brainwashed to forget, because it takes us away from our higher being, which is actually what the system is afraid of. So they poison every aspect of our life, even down to just the air that we're breathing. Mm-hmm. And this is strategically done in order to keep us, because you think about it, when you're living to your highest potential, meaning in your highest self, take away all the ego. But when you're in your highest form of consciousness, you don't fall victim to fear. You're not hesitant. You're more productive. You're, all of the things that helps you to succeed and bring others on board. You're all of the things that are productive and necessary. But when you're under the fog in the matrix, you see certain things, but you're moving in the way that your body's been programmed to be moved. What is scary for me is knowing that the majority versus the minority. The majority of people are under the fall, and it's not voluntarily. That's what's scary for me, because I do believe that if more people would take real inventory, we were taught through TV, through radio, all type of different propaganda that was used, that anyone and anything that showed a higher purpose was demonic, was evil. If you thought of yourself and recognized that there's a God in you, that God's spirit literally dwells in you, so therefore you are in flesh a form of God, you were taught that you're being blasphemous. And the totality is of the truth, we all are God beings. We're not the great I am, so to speak, but we are all God beings. Therefore, we have the potential to raise the dead. We have the potential to move mountains. All of the things that we say, which we talked about this numerous of times, about how
Evangelist T.
I
said, come on now, Evangelist.
Oh. Yeah, like the power of our tongue, the words, because even in just everyday conversation, right? What we speak comes into existence, because we are spellcasters, and this type of verbiage really makes people shy away, which is so crazy to me, because I remember seeing signs and wonders and miracles based upon just verbiage, and it didn't manifest. It's funny to me how we've been bamboozled at like what we see with our own eyes. We've been bamboozled to believe that this is witchery, or this is non-existent, or this didn't really happen, in a way that we just really fall for it. Like, we didn't just see things with our own eyes. We've literally seen miracles. We've seen people be on death's door and be told that, you and I talked about this. This is it for them. And then an hour later, 2 hours, maybe the next day, hell, maybe a month later, they're walking around like nothing ever happened. And for whatever reason, we just people as human beings have just made this non-existent or demonic. And no one is the wiser to the fact that this is all strategically done in order to keep us handicapped, ill-equipped, and under the illusion, so that we would not live in our true essence, be powerful, and maintain who we are, and never let another motherfucker, whether it's the government, your next door neighbor, your mama, your daddy, your uncle, your brother, whoever, never let another motherfucker have that much control and take advantage and use you, all of the things. I'm a much happier person now that I have accepted the truth of who I am. And I explore. I don't allow myself to be pigeonholed into any label of a religion, any doctrine outside of humanity that doesn't serve the need of what we were created and destined to be. I'm not concerned with all of the materialisms, I think, because all of this shit, that's what I was saying earlier, it's all a distraction. And I had been distracted because once that man came into office, I'm like, I know what's to come, but I don't want to fool with that right now. Because we know that we suffer as Black people from battle fatigue. And I'm like, I don't want to fool with that. But guess what the ancestral world and spirit world has been doing? Shaking the shit out of me. Like, there's no way to avoid it. And it's time that we assemble, not like the fucking Avengers, but assemble like every super being, including the Avengers. And because there is something coming. And I've never read throughout history a time where we have these catastrophic events where the people that are really connected doing the work, that are seers, are hearers, and are doers, had no choice but to stand up. I've never heard of a time where they did not stand up. So I do believe that this is what is happening. This conversation is definitely purposeful for people to understand. It's a lot of people that are getting these downloads and are not self-aware of the downloads because we don't have enough teachers, shamans. We don't have enough people that are mystical to teach. Not in the Western world, we don't. And help people understand. There used to be, I know there probably still are, but there used to be dream books. I remember being in my grandmother's house, and next to her Bible was always a dream book. I remember watching and listening to her talk on the phone with other relatives that were like, her elders, and she would write stuff down. They would tell her stuff. She would write stuff down. And I remember watching her light candles, like praying, like, and making sure, like, especially when it was thunderstorming, we had to be quiet, lay down and let what they say, let God do his work. I remember my grandmother I didn't know what it was called, what she was doing, but I remember her writing stuff down and chanting, like literally repeating the same thing. I didn't know it was chanting. I didn't know, because unfortunately for me, although I saw this practice, me and my siblings and some of my cousins, we saw certain things. We were not taught. That's the downside of it. We weren't taught this is what this is. Yeah. I remember people calling, not for prayer. Like, they would call my aunt, my great aunt, her sister, and they would like tell her certain things, and they would be like, well, do this, do that, do this. I didn't know what none of this stuff was, but I knew that people came to them and they were gifted. But no one ever sat down and told us. And now we have a whole generation. I've been asking certain relatives, do they get premonitions? Do they this? Do they that? And they're like, I've been shocked to find out people's experiences. And like myself, they are like, I'm taking like my own initiative to find out stuff. There's nobody in our family to teach us, to show us. I don't know. And some of them are like too afraid that have confessed it to me. If I wouldn't have asked, they would have never shared it. Yeah. They're like, because they don't want to be looked at as like, quote unquote, crazy. Yeah. A lunatic. And I'm like, hey, when you called me today, it was just even further more confirmation. I said, wow. Spirit world is really like gathering the true sound of the alarm. There are some people that are hearing it, and because of curiosity, not understanding and knowing that it's alarm being sounded, but because of curiosity, they are definitely, heeding and trying to find, like, get closer to where the noise is coming from. And I'm just hoping that they find someone like yourself that has a little bit more experience and knowledge to help guide, teach them, and cultivate them and give them understanding. Because one thing I do know, there are people that will whore your gift. They will pimp your gifts out. They will mislead you. And you'll think, and for me, that is very scary, because we don't need to be in a space where you think someone is genuine, but even though there will be signs, but you won't know the signs. Right. You won't even understand how to heat it. I think that's important too to talk about. It is. Yeah. So I just see the greater good that's coming, because all of us, and I want to be clear, crew, all of us, every human living being has gifts. Yes. And it is important. I say, I don't see in this country, I'm not surprised. In every other country, the Eastern country, they prioritize spirituality. And they make sure they push for there to be practices to help cultivate those gifts, whether it's proper nutrition, proper physical, like, making sure you get the rest, teaching you how to meditate, teaching you how to, do cantation spells. And I want to be clear, people, when you say spells is nothing but spoken words. When you say your prayers, you speak in the spell.
That part. All
of the things that we've been taught to demonize were actually our strengths. And we've been taught to demonize our strengths. All of the things that gifts that we were giving to help us be our higher self for such a times as these. And we need to get back into those practices. I'm going on mute.
I agree. And I sit up here and co-sign everything that came out of Rumors and T's mouth. Exactly. For me, it was more so of my mother's family, my mother's side of the family, that was more so spiritual. I didn't know that my grandmother, her mother, was so spiritual until after she passed away. But I grew up in organized religion. And when I mean grew up, I mean baptized at a young age, children's choir, vacation Bible school. My dad was a deacon at that time, so we're in church religiously, no pun intended. I'm talking about where church is over with and it'd be 3 hours later and I'm like, damn, we still here. Like really heavy into that. But even though I had organized religion at that time, the reality of me trying to find out what my truth was, because I didn't come out to myself for real until I was 16 and then out to the world until I was 18. For the rest of that time, I spent a lot of time believing what was being told about quote unquote my experiences without me really looking at it for myself. The narrative was already put there. And even though I was not open with who I was until I was 18 years old, a lot of my peers could quote unquote see it in me. And they made sure to remind me of what is done to people who look like that, who walk like that, who talk like that, who operate that way and in that space. So imagine dealing with that and then serving in church as much as you possibly can, to where you are, like Rumor said, being used, being pimped. Your time, your gifts, your talents are all being manipulated. But at the same time, a part of yourself that is a part of your human experience is being told that that's the thing that's going to keep you away from God. So imagine dealing with that. But then when I became older, when I got older, shall I say, when I got older, there was this awareness because of me being bullied and judged and being like cast from the system, to where it's like I had a moment of exile. And exile, even though in the beginning can be a bad thing, everything comes with information. Everything that happens in your life is informing you about something. It's about what you do with the information. So I also had a growing awareness of death. I don't know, it shook the hell out of me, but I was so intrigued by like what's going on, you know, and also spiritual things as well. But growing up in organized religion, I remember one time I ended up getting like this book that I had ordered from like this big magazine before. And it was a spiritual book, crystals, rocks, salts, all that type of stuff. And I remember I was reading it and, you know, I had told my dad, like, Dad, I want to buy this right here. Oh, baby, I got chewed the hell out. That's demonic, like Rumor said. That's evil. All these different things. But when you look and do your research in reference to our African history, we've always found a way to transmute something. When our slaves arrived, when our ancestors arrived on this shore, they were given, yes, the European religion, which is Christianity, but they also were so smart and so connected and so aligned and divine in what they lived, because they also believed in giving and receiving. They were able to find patrons in that book that were similar to the deities or orishas that they worshiped and found a way to make it work. Even in the spaces where the slave Bible was being enforced, there were also groups of people who were, yes, doing that while Master was around. But at nighttime, baby, we're using the church as a way to be able to figure out how we're going to do this. We're going to remix some of these songs, which is going to give us directions on how to get the fuck up out of here. We're going to braid hair, which is into maps. Like, we were so smart. And I feel like a part of us, because of how indoctrinated, again, we have been with organized religion, especially in the Black community, we have lost that. Or shall I say, not lost that, we have believed the lie or have some sort of amnesia, shall I say, about that. The prolonged amnesia about that. And even me, I want to learn more about African spirituality, where you're not necessarily, and correct me if I'm wrong, not worshiping something, you're connecting with it. You are giving unto it, and it is giving back to you, because there's a mutual respect and a mutual understanding. But this American God is a God that you serve and you worship and you give everything to, but you don't get nothing back. Which is why a lot of times they ask for money. I think I just saw it recently where they just said Congress ended up voting in favor of this multi-billion-dollar funding going to the military in Israel. And
but
yes,
can't afford any universal health care
not at
and
all.
affordable housing
At
and
all.
can't pay down the deficit, and the job market is completely crashing through the roof, and apparently nobody deserves a stipend or anything, but we got all this coin to give the ICE and to give to two other countries, right?
And also too, like I was saying
Donald
earlier,
Trump and his friends surely are finding all the money to enrich themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a capitalistic system. And again, for Black America, and with me doing my project and putting everything together, I had a history lesson. And I was telling CTV this earlier. Every single time, because we're talking about transmuting and being the solutions or the change to what we see. Black people have done it historically in America. Even with all the horrible shit that we've been through, we've survived it and said, look, all we want to do is be left alone and to be able to have our own identity that y'all don't control. We want to be able to have our own experience without it being drenched and saturated in your European perspective. But every single time we did, Tulsa being one of them. Every single time, the Civil Rights Movement being one of them, every single time we tried to progress forward, they always came through with a counterattack, which is why for me, being a little bit more militant, at least on that aspect, is that we know the system is going to keep trying to destroy us. That's the point. Trying to get mad at the system from hurting us is like getting mad at a blade or a blade feeling bad about what it cuts. It executes the function. The system just executes the function. It has no feelings. It doesn't care about us. And the part that's scary for me is the fact that because Blackness is hurting on the inside, we are doing a lot of the work for them. And they get to stand outside of all of it and say, hey, we told you those people are dangerous. We have white nationalists now and a few coon ones that be on these platforms getting millions of views saying, well, if you're around a group of white people, you might end up getting hurt. Maybe, possibility. But if you're around a group of Black people, that exponentially is greater now. Interesting. Well, I wonder what the whole situation would be if we talked about school outings. Because Daquan ain't walking up to the school with a book bag. Lil Mook Mook and Woody Woot but them ain't walking up to the school with a book bag. It's Lil Billy, Lil Timmy, Lil Sarah walking up to the school with a weapon and a bomb. See, we can really have these conversations if we want to. And I think we do, because we need to do something different. We tried respectability this entire time. Martin Luther King was unalived wearing a suit. Malcolm X was unalived wearing a suit. They run up and Fred Hampton stuff and unalived him right next to his damn wife with his girlfriend, or why I'll say wife, an unborn child. Again, Tulsa, when we built something, 30 blocks, banks, schools, grocery stores, lawyers, attorneys. Whenever we try to play in their system, they always remind us that we are not going to be a part of the system. And I wish that Black people at large, again, in a perfect world, we could just find a way to collectively detach from this system and create our own and defend it with 400 plus years of rage. If you step your ass over this line, baby, it's going to go the fuck down. And I think you don't want to do that. So much that we've ended up hurting ourselves and unaliving ourselves and demonizing ourselves. Imagine if all that could be redirected out at the enemy in reference to, again, defense. Because I think to myself, going forward, what happens if an ICE agent throws my mom down on the ground or my 90-something-year-old grandfather on the ground? Imagine what George Floyd had to go through with this crackhead-looking ass police officer kneeling on his damn neck. And all that people around him did was just simply record. And then that's played on a loop over and over and over and over and over and over again. and then have the nerve to sit up here and say that black people are the one pulling the race card. Well, maybe the race card wouldn't have to be a problem if y'all didn't create this shit in the first fucking place. So this shit can be resolved and will be resolved. Just like how we were forced to come over here, y'all gonna be forced to finish it. And we are in a much better position than our ancestors ever were. Our ancestors are probably rolling over in the grave right now because of how we're not utilizing all this information, all this resource that we do have connection to. And they're getting ready to do the cycle again. They're removing all of the programs again, just like in the 70s. We got to prepare for what's to come. And I want to have hope that we will get it together, but right now it kind of seems bleak. And CTV was right, as we were speaking earlier. There's not a lot of us doing. We just continue with our regular scheduled programming. Well, what happens when that programming gets cut the fuck off and now real life is here? What happens when you can't change the motherfucking channel because every channel that you quote unquote change is the same? And even with the people in America that have families, that have children, I am worried about y'all kids. Y'all tell y'all kids, don't hang around those black people over there. Pull your pants up, put a belt on all these things to be respectable. And then you have some of these black boys and black girls that get around quote unquote white kids because they're doing the respectable thing just for them to end up fucking missing. And don't nobody know what the fuck going on. But they did the right thing though. What more do y'all need to see? And I'm done. Go ahead, Rob.
No, you everything you said, amen. I was just listening to something. I think it was yesterday, but they were talking about this. It was Willie D actually. Willie D on YouTube. He made a video the other day, and he was talking about just playing different videos. That kind of it pretty much is the evidence of. It's actually a white woman saying this. He was playing a video of a white woman talking about why we don't like black people. And she was kind of giving the inside,
I've been
the
seeing
family table. Yep. And but we have known this. We've always known this.
Yeah.
They're just now admitting it. Thank God. But I remember because you used to say this, Conscious, all the time, like the people who it's going to take the people who created the problem
to solve the problem.
To solve the problem.
Yeah.
It's not on the victims. It's on the perpetrator too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gaslighting and victim blaming, and but that's also that's what's so fucked up about the situation at hand is because the people who are the problem are actually not interested in solving the problem. So now what? Now it puts the victims of that harmful pathological behavior that Saltine people have historically demonstrated against communities and nations. That's literally their legacy. Their legacy is dominance. Their legacy is pillaging and colonization. And it's really sad that victims now have to contemplate picking up a GUN in a fight that they never asked for to begin with. But that seemingly seems to be what the hell we're actually going to have to do.
Yeah.
And if we don't, it literally is going to be us over them.
And I think here's my thought, because I've been actually talking about this for weeks now. I've always said it, but it's really been in my spirit lately. And then that video came, and it just confirmed to me that just like you were talking about earlier, this is some signal. This is a station that we're tuning into right now. There's a conversation in the collective consciousness that's going on, and we're just tuning into it. But black people are And I'm not just saying this because I'm black. So people who listen to this who are not black, they might think, oh, they're on their black power, they're being racist. No, this isn't racism. This isn't prejudice. I have white people in my family. Like, I love white people,
Oh
love
God.
all races.
Not the I have white friends.
Right, I have white friends. But black people are special. Black people are special. Even if I wasn't black, I mean, you have white people who say that too. And I can't think of, maybe you know, I can't think of that old. She's an old white lady right now, but she's been talking about this for many years. She's been talking about the
I know who
racism,
you're
the
talking about.
system. Yeah.
We always know her people names.
Yes, Jane Elliott. But
Yeah.
there's also a man, I think his name is Bill Weiss, if I'm not mistaken. I hate that he's not as popular because he's really powerful. Like the things he says is so much, it's so true.
Yeah.
But he talks about how he pretty much says the same thing that white lady said the other day. He was talking about how black people are considered the bottom, so they kind of like they try to throw the racism on okay, black and brown. They put us all in. No, black people are considered even below Asians, below Indians, below Mexicans. That's how our society views us. And but it's kind of like the Bible said: the first will be last, and the last will be first. But what it is, we're just special. And if you look back at real, actual history, black people created pretty much, and I might be being generous even by saying this, 80% of the world's inventions invented by black people. 80%. They just get credit for it. They take credit for it. A lot of our inventions. But if you look, actually do your research, even martial arts.
Everything.
Yeah, even martial arts. You would think that was created by Asians. No, it was created by a black man, black people.
I think that
Almost.
isn't on the internet or Wi-Fi was created by a black woman. It's something.
I believe so.
Yeah, it's something in that. That I was I saw a long time ago.
Yeah, but we're powerful. Like we're special. We're a chosen people, and I'm not saying it in the sense that the hoteps, you know, say it like because it's not that we're better than the rest. It's just that we're chosen. And but the way that the other races act, you know, that does make us better because we're not acting like them. You know, because they're the ones hating us. They hate us. Not all of them. They're not a monolith, but for the majority, it's like that's why. And racism itself is a demon. It's demonic. That comes from the pits of hell. So that's what we're fighting against. So that's where I was going with it. I believe that.
That's the sad part because what racism or really any of these ideologies are a byproduct of is narcissism.
Yes, it is very much so.
It's racism via narcissism, sexism via narcissism, homophobia via narcissism, transphobia via narcissism, xenophobia via narcissism. That shit is narcissistic in principle. The fact that you actually have brought yourself to believe that you should be able to control people by any means based upon the way you fucking feel. That you should be able to decide people's rights and resources based upon the way you feel. Well, you guys are gay, and I don't think that that's right. Therefore, you shouldn't have the right to you shouldn't have the right to adopt. You shouldn't have the right to marry. You shouldn't have the right to have consensual sex. I feel that women should stay in their place. I feel like y'all should not have equal pay wage to a man, that y'all should not be allowed to work or vote. Once again, these have also all been realities of these groups. You know, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. You know, you have very religious-minded people who believe that people of other faiths, particularly Satanists, etc., shouldn't have the same religious right and freedom of a preference. You know, I get to practice openly the religion of my faith, but you do not, because that's something different than my faith. My God. So there's a very much so narcissistic complex behind that type of foolishness. And
absolutely.
You know, me, you know, I be talking to Bubs about this all the time, is that I'm very curious to know what are the people who don't want to put hands and feet on the saltine community actually going to do when it seems that we don't have any choice but to turn this motherfucker all the way up? We don't have a choice but to really become as aggressive as we have been toward each other to the actual gatekeepers and authors of this confusion.
Thank you.
Because I think it's mighty funny that our community have buried whole blocks in the name of gang violence, in the name of fake territory claims, in the name of beefing in the word. I mean, in the because of beefing in the streets, online beefing, and yet these people can actually all out carry their tiki torches through our communities, unalive us for no real reason, destroy us politically, socially, economically, and still get to skip down the road with no worries that anybody is going to do a goddamn thing to them. I don't understand how that doesn't mean as much as it relates to translating into disrespect and dishonor than the things we justify in order to harm each other. Like, you know, and people always bring up the fact that George Zimmerman is still walking around just fine, but little 17-year-old Jaquan lost his life in random gunfire or lost his life over some gang affiliated ass shit. But
this is,
you have people who want all of us in the grave, not just based upon whose gang we in or where we live or what rep or what set we rep. There's people who don't see it for any of us, and yet we can't seem to turn up accordingly.
It's systematic. It was designed that way. That's exactly what Massa wanted. Divide and conquer. Divide them. Because if you've ever seen, which is rare that you've seen it, but there are occasions that you actually have seen Black people come together. Whenever Black people actually do come together, like we shake up the world. Like even like small examples, like that guy that everybody know, we seen that video, the one that threw his cap in the air.
Montgomery Brawl.
Yeah, the Montgomery Brawl. That was just one little example that shows you how when we actually do come together, the actual enemy, the real enemy, and realize that we're not each other's enemy, like we get it done. And they know that. Like the enemy knows that. And so their whole MO is divide them. Divide them. It's systematic. They've been doing it for centuries now. Like even like with and it comes with the laws they put in place. Like even with how they turn Black women against the Black men, like in the courts of law, like with the child support and all that kind of stuff, and so many other things that they've done. Like it's all by design. Make no mistake, all of it is by design. They like even when like Black people are fighting each other, killing each other. When you call the police, they're not in a hurry to get to you. You're doing their job for them. Oh, you got a Black man killing another Black man. Oh, okay. That means we don't have to do it. Let them kill each other.
So what's the way out of it? Because if we don't have, and I was telling Bubs this, like I truly, speaking of the prophetic, I honestly don't believe that the people are going to win this war. I don't. I think that they're going to have this. And we're seeing them being strikingly successful. They were successful in Project 2025. They were successful at reclaiming the Oval Office. They are actively trying to reshape the Constitution and trying to preserve their power forever. This is not just about 4 years. This is not just about a Trump run. This is about cementing up the front end and the back end and mummifying, fossilizing, and preserving this regime. And I'm not seeing anything out of the victims of all of this that makes me believe that we're going to be successful. And I'm not like other Black people. I'm not impressed by emotion. I'm not impressed by emotionality. America is mad, but America is still not mad enough to do a goddamn thing. We're still not doing anything. We're still buying and selling and trading in the system, which is why I'm getting the fuck out, and shout out to my dual citizenship. We're still going to work. We're still feeding the very slaughterhouse that we're all in line to be killed in. We are still peacefully protesting. We can't even bring ourselves to do an economic blackout at the very least. Like, we have had some successful runs at helping some nighttime TV hosts to get their jobs back and boycotting certain networks, boycotting Target, when we need to do a full economic blackout on the entire fucking system, not just on a particular corporation, because all of these things are embedded together. They're all tethered together. And if you really want to show the system a sign of true solidarity, then we need to take universal swings, not isolated swings, because while you have Target losing billions of dollars in equity, you got all the other anti-DEI, anti-affirmative action corporations that are doing just fine, because all the focus is being put over here in this one little fucking corner. And this one little corner don't even have anything to do with the actual machine that gave that one little corner the right or applied the pressure or legalize this new mandate that will penalize these corporations if they continue to maintain their DEI sectors and policies. Like, I'm just not seeing nothing. I'm just like, why are y'all not turning America into Ferguson?
I think one of the things that we can do, and it's just one of the things, and I know I might offend some people with this. I know I'm going to, but I'm just speaking the truth. For one of the things we can do is stop idolatry. Just stop the idol worship. Stop making these stars. Stop worshiping these celebrities. Because whenever you have billionaires, you have a billionaire like the one who just did that concert, whose name I won't mention, but you know what I'm talking about. The one who just did that concert. Huge billionaire. He gets up there and he bashes another Black man for actually taking a stand against the system. Everybody should have walked out. That's a moment everybody should have left that concert and let him stand up there by himself. Even when he said, "Stop y'all boycotting, just stop boycotting," everybody should have walked out. Those are moments where people should put their emotions to the side, because your emotions are controlling you when you let entertainment overshadow your logic, your logical, rational reasonability.
But we still don't have a formidable strategy toward attacking the actual meat, because even that's still like the symptom. Like, Black capitalists are the symptom of the larger saltine capitalistic system that is the umbrella for all these other variations of capitalism. So it's like, like even focusing on the Black boule, the members of the Black boule, and who have all out abandoned their communities to their point. But even that's a symptom focus.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. That's what I said, one strategy, but I think the ultimate strategy is, because, I mean, really the whole thing is that Black people need to come together, but we know that we can just look around and see that that's not happening. That's not going to happen anytime soon. So what we can do, all of the ones of us who are tuned in and tapped on, there are a lot of us scattered abroad around the world. There's only about 30 of us listening to this live right now, because I counted earlier, unless some more have joined in. And I think it's really a shame that if you were talking about Cardi B, it would have been 500 people on here right now.
And I will be.
But right, exactly. But whenever you talk about, it goes back to what you said earlier. But whenever you're talking about some higher awareness, it's like that's boring. I don't know. That's some mumbo jumbo, like some whatever they call it, some uh
Tucking your
new
head
age.
in the sand and pretending that you're just going to wake up and everything's going to be normal again. Because nobody believes that they have a role to play in the collective salvation.
Can I hop in real quick? Because you guys are now my thoughts that while you were talking, it was exactly that. And I think one of the major issues that we as a collective have repeatedly been doing, like I said, collectively, is assuming that there's one solution for the problem.
Right.
And there isn't. We know there are different roads and different ways to get to one destination.
Yes.
And what I have in the past done, and I'm like, I understand what's happening. Remember when Trump came to talk, when you was in your political bag, Conscious, we're watching the election, we get the results.
Yeah.
Before it was officially before it was made official, we had the results. We were still hoping, hoping that, there was going to be a better outcome. And at some point, for myself, I was like, I didn't lose hope, but I gained clarity and understanding that this was necessary. And then the next live, the next day, a few hours later, you came back live and we had the conversation about what does this mean? And I was very clear that this was all destined. The purpose, it was designed to be this way for a reason, because human beings have literally lost the central focus of what our purpose in this world, in this dimension, is for. And because we are so fickle, we're so impatient, we lack real discipline, and all of it, anything could distract us because we don't have all of the positive attributes needed to remain focused, see the bigger picture, the greater good, put our egos to the side, or even just the death of the ego per se. I saw all of the warnings, but I also saw all of what was to come. And I came into a place of acceptance, just sit back and watch and just, let things play out. So I jumping in right now, I want to say there is more than one way to skin a cat. We need people that are going to be the witches, so to speak, the spell casters. Those are going to be using their higher beings to operate in the spiritual realm on our behalf to fight against those wicked spirits. You also need militant people, because all of us don't have the same gifts, even though we all have gifts, and all of our purposes are not the same, even though overall we have a big purpose as a collective. And then you need those that are going to be the political softeners, the ones that are going to want to do, the easier, well, it's really not easy work, but that are willing, that want to take the political route as far as voting and pushing out information and things of that nature. Everybody has a role to play. But for whatever reason, we have created this division within our community, as if there's not multiple roles, that we all have to be doing the same thing, when that is not the reality. I've never seen in the history of mankind, through stories of war, I've never seen everybody out on the battlefield. Everybody can't be a soldier in that way. The problem is that everybody thinks that it has to, like, everybody's acting like there's one solution and it has to be done this way, and this is the only way to reach. No, we have to implement all of the strategies, because guess what? That's what they've been doing throughout the history of time. All of your enemies and adversaries have always implemented every tactical strategy that needed to be done in order to win the war.
I do know this, to add to that, because y'all are right. Bubs had put in the chat that, you know, in order to slay a dragon, you gotta slay it from multiple angles.
Yeah, I like that.
And you are talking about, you know, how war requires a bunch of moving parts, and what is central in all of that is strategy. We need strategy.
Thank you.
We cannot take wild, senseless, aimless,
emotional, impulsive
blows. We have to be very specific about our enemy. We have to be very specific about what we're targeting, because as I always tell y'all, what we learned from Project 2025 is the methodical layout of how to reclaim it all is what Project 2025 is a product and a manifestation of. It was a very systematic strategy to obtain power. These people had a vision, they had a plan, they mapped out the system, and they figured out all of the entrances, all of the exits, and triangulated accordingly to an understanding of the system. So we can't afford to just, you know, like that's why I had pushback on the whole, like focusing on the Black elite. That's really what Saltine Elite wants us to do, because Saltine Elite know that Black elite are a symptom and that they're not even, they don't even represent the glass ceiling. So focusing on them would be a distraction. No. Let's focus on the people behind the Black elite. Let's focus on the system that's writing their check. Let's focus on who their bosses are in the system that empowers them and has allowed them to be a token Negro, and to allow them to have a sense of exceptionalism, because all those people are backed by the same institutions that we have and are getting all the smoke from. So I know that just like it took a methodical plan to get here, it's going to take a methodical strategy to get up out of this. And it is going to take some real action, and it's going to take the collective fair share in crowd participation, everybody making their fair share of sacrifices. And, you know, to Ruma's point, it's not going to take everybody, but it needs to take enough, and it needs to take the right people.
Right.
There you go. About in reference, excuse me. What I often think about in reference is Marvel movies. I'm a Marvel fanatic, and I sit back and I look and I think I've literally watched Infinity War and Endgame an obsessive amount of times. There's so many nuggets in it, and I realized in this climate, I said, look what happened in Infinity War when they all came together and Thor chopped off the hand, the wrong hand at that, and it did not solve the problem. Like Buzz was saying about going in, attacking the dragon, you have to aim at all angles, right? And I said, I saw the spiritual teaching in that in regards to the head. You always go for the head, right? Because any other thing, like you can strike in certain positions and it's going to injure it, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be a fatal blow. However, there always has to be a sacrificial lamb, a real sacrificial lamb. And collectively, what it feels like is that there's no one that wants to be the sacrificial lamb. And I understand the aspect of fear, because again, it goes back to all of their, like the fact that they've been so successful in breaking us down to our lowest form of thinking. And it has literally been the most strongest tactic used, that people really just are not aware of their power, their superpowers, so to speak. They're not aware of the everyday people. Now we say this, we know that we are the reason why, especially Black people, we're the one that keeps this economy going, et cetera, et cetera. But we say it, but we don't know it because we don't demonstrate, as you said, like the whole Target. We still have people, Black people, even though they suffered a lot and losses financially, you still got Black people shopping at Target. But you shopping at, you're boycotting Target, but you're not boycotting Walmart. You're not boycotting Kroger's and all the other places. So it's like you're putting all your energy into this, and they're watching and they're laughing because at the end of the day, yeah, this particular business may be losing money, but we own another business anyway. So you're not really hurting us. But we're so focused that, and that's the only tool. Oh, go and vote, and that's the only tool and tactic that we're pushing and implementing. That we're not, and they show us. That is the most frustrating part for me of it all. They have showed us repeatedly. They took a lot of our knowledge, weaponized it against us, but we don't take their knowledge and weaponize it against them.
That's what I'm saying. We don't be
That's
pulling
right
any
there.
type of play out of their book. None.
And can I say something?
They've shown us the way.
Yeah. Does anybody watch Keto Rose?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Okay. Well, she's a YouTuber. She's a very popular YouTuber, but she was saying the exact same thing you said when you were talking about the Black Boule. She literally said the same thing because she was talking about the Jay-Z situation, and then she brought up the India Ari situation, and but she was saying that we're going after the wrong people. Like we're yeah, but Young Miami or whatever her name is. Yeah, that's not a good song. That's not a great song. But and she really went hard on Jay-Z, but she was basically saying that basically we're going after the wrong target. Like it's up. They're just puppets. That's all they are. They're just being used as puppets. But we need to be going after the source. But everything you guys have said, that's where I was going with my conversation, is that we can't fight with the weapons that we've been fighting with. We got to go higher. We got to fight from a higher place than even they're fighting yet, than even the elite are fighting yet. So that means we got to go spiritual. So every one of us, and that encompasses that. Even when you say, everybody don't fight the same way. So what we do, the solution, the resolve, the solution is to each and every one of us individually have to do our shadow work. We have to raise our vibration, raise our awareness and our consciousness. And by each and every one of us doing that, doesn't have to be everybody on the planet, every Black person on the planet, or beyond black and white that I'm talking about right now. But even if everybody on the planet doesn't do it, enough of us do it. Those of us, everybody listening right now, everybody did, because even with me, it's like there's shadow work. There's shadow work that I'm doing right now. Like I'm literally working and working hard on myself. Like I'm like, but that's what we all have to do. We gotta face those demons that we're afraid of. Like we gotta face the darkness, face our shadow. Because there's an African proverb. It says, when there is no enemy within, the enemy without can't harm you. And so that means
And
the
that's
more we go
and a
ahead.
Christian variation of that is Christ in the New Testament telling the disciples that the enemy of this world, when it comes
Yes.
to him, will find nothing in him.
Nothing in
It will find nothing in him. And to be in the system but not of the system is the key. Because
Yes.
once you start
that right.
living off the system, depending on the system, being informed by the system, then you become a product and a victim and a tool of the system. So wherever the system will have you go is where you end up going. And then your version of being revolutionary entails from that context trying to beg massa for scraps and trying to beg the system to change instead of overthrowing that motherfucker and dismantling it. But that's why they try to get us on the system and incubated it into the system, so that even when we do realize that something is wrong here and that what you're doing is really corrupted and this is not what we signed up for, this is not what we voted for, this is incongruent with our morals and values and worldview, that, okay, that fight still will be within the system and for the system, rather than having some outside sense of autonomy that allows you to pivot and that allows you to transition to alternatively. And to that conversation, D-Rock, around doing that shadow work, one of the biggest components of the shadow work that non-Saltine Americans need to do, particularly melanated Americans need to do, is we need to self-actualize our divine right to this land the same way that Saltine people have entitled themselves to believe, as it relates to their inheritance. No, bitch, this is actually our inheritance. And we can't just say that from a shallow sense. Yeah, like we know we built it, we know what our history is. Yeah, but we say that from the most shallow, dense place. That clearly, to your point, has not seeped into our heart. We have not allowed ourselves to truly self-actualize that and to really hone in on the reality that we too deserve a piece of this pie and it is ours, and we actually don't have to ask for that piece because it actually is inherently ours, and that this is not about negotiating. This is actually about reclaiming and taking it.
Yeah,
But
because
we've brought into the system, we're here negotiating with people and trying to reason with people about them giving us our shit back. Would you do that in any practical theft situation? If a person walked into your home and stole your damn dog, and then next day you woke up and saw that motherfucker walking your dog, are you going to go up to the thief and ask them to give you your dog? Are you going to go and try to reason with them about your dog? Or is it going to be death and come hell or high water if it got to turn out into an all-out swinging, bang, nook, and buck session to get your shit back? Then that's what it's going to come down to. You may have a reasonable approach initially, but you have already made the choice before you left the house that if that motherfucker don't give you your shit back, somebody is going to lose their motherfucking life in one way or another.
And
Because
this is where, go ahead, my bad.
And we have to feel that level of entitlement about our part of the reality here. And we don't. We don't have that vitriolic, almost like that possessiveness about our culture, that possessiveness about what we're entitled to economically. We don't have that burning through our veins. It may have existed in previous generations of FBA folk, because they demonstrated that entitlement through their willingness to boycott the shit out of the system. If it meant us walking to work miles and miles, a carpooling, if it meant dogs, water hoses, jail time, it was about doing whatever needed to be done, but the resistance was going to be there, period. It was non-negotiable resistance. Now we got to sit around and talk other motherfucking people that look like us into why they should fight for themselves and fight for their children and fight for their children's children, as if they don't have a stake in the race themselves. But we're so dizzy, we're so disillusioned, and that's why it's why I believe that we're going to lose. because we already really don't have the time. Like the window of time is closing for a reverse Uno, and it's closing fast. And we also don't have the motherfucking numbers. I mean, how many points can we be down by at this point? We don't have the time, really, and we don't even have the numbers either.
Well, that's
Americans
why.
are mad, but we're still not mad enough, including Saltine Americans are not mad enough. But, you know, I can give mad-ass Saltine Americans credit for this. The motherfuckers are stepping up to, they've been stepping up to the plate since last year. That's all I'm gonna say. Whether they got to get on rooftops, whether they got to meet certain people at the golf course, whether they got to drive up to DC and see somebody in person, baby, what I can say, honey, is that, you know, but I do notice that there's one thing in common about all these people who've been trying to have an up close and personal conversation is the color. And
right.
like, okay, okay, you know, and I get it. You know, we're kind of letting the pawns go first here. Hey, y'all provided the problem, so y'all gonna have to be the ones to solve it. But to the conversation around strategy, we need to organize, and we need to organize fast, and we need to organize now. And I'm with Black people not being the pawns that go first, but we do need to be the masterminds, and we need to be bringing this shit in a little bit, and we need to be forging out a project 2026. We need to be forging out a project 2027. We need to, the DL Hughley, Don Lemon, Joy Reid, all the hell, even get Umar ass in here. I've always said that Umar is a fool when it comes to that damn school. But when it comes to mapping out Saltine consciousness and mapping out who Saltine people are in their nature and history and understanding the system from that perspective, this is where he could be of a great utility as well. It's time for some major organizing. We're not going to accomplish anything without it. And they're already saying that the midterm elections already been rigged. So what are we going to do? Because that's really the only thing that's been offered up as a damn solution, when voting has never been the sole solution to any problem. We have books on the laws right now. I mean, we have laws on the books right now that nobody benefits from.
Right. But it's, you know,
constitutional rights right now that are not being applied and that are not being acted upon. Like, so it's like, yeah, sure, we need to get the right people in the right places for the right reasons, etc. But baby, this is like a 3-tier issue that's going to require movement on the political side, movement on the social side, movement on the economic side. And once again, we need to be militant about this shit and really getting in our bag and really mapping out. And I really feel like Project 2025 is a great reference to how methodical we need to be in the same measure, and understanding how to infiltrate the system to reclaim it and how to seal that motherfucker up for the favor of all that is good and all that is great. And we just need to get on it, because right now, one of the major issues is the collective doesn't really have any direction. We don't have any particular direction. We don't have anybody really directing traffic. And we may have Don Lemon doing his thing over here and Jasmine Crockett doing her thing over there. And but we need a lot of like singularity phenomena. We need a lot of singular phenomena. We need some unifying. It's kind of like when the Power Rangers would combine and all of their little vehicles would turn into one big ass galactic, a Megazord. Like, there needs to be some major formality. That's what they had. That's what the opposition side had to do this with. They had
that's what I'm
together. They literally called the people that constructed Project 2025 architects. They methodically built their dominance and their infiltration, that they wasn't taking no wild random swings. They wasn't moving solely off of emotion, that they wasn't, somebody over here trying to do somebody else over that. They literally put together the motherfucking dream team of the KKK.
Well, that's what our leaders represented. That's what Martin Luther King, that's what Malcolm X, that's what Medgar Evers, that's what they were. They were the channels. They brought they got everyone into one channel, like into one formation.
But
But
what they did,
that's why they go what you say?
but what they did was, which is something that we as a collective have failed to do in this generation, because they didn't all have the same. They had ultimately had the same goal, but they didn't all have the same thought pattern on how to accomplish it. They had very different strategies,
Right, I agree. I agree. And
and
but
that's why we can't get it together, Rob. Because
And that
everybody's demonizing everybody's ideas.
that's where
but
the
let me give you
that's where, and that's where the leadership comes into play at, because we have to be intelligent enough to look back on the past and see what worked, what didn't work, what the strengths and the weaknesses were,
yes.
because neither party were successful. So
Because you can tell I can tell
what
you
I
where
mean is that we also can't afford to be, I mean, I guess, people gonna be divided, I guess, no matter what. But really, it's just about the assembling team, assembling a strategy that is truly substantive and that will truly, and that is an effort to obtain actual power, not representation, not better pay. This is not the opportunity for us to. We're not trying to get the master's table for better treatment. We're trying to take the motherfucking table back. This has to be about reclaiming the table, not
absolutely.
table to be diplomatic, but our focus first and foremost has to be obtaining power, because without POWER, we don't have shit but the same struggle. Power is going to have to actually be removed from the people who have historically abused that power against all other people. So this is not about negotiating. This is not about getting shoulder to shoulder. This is about us needing to absolutely accept that we're going to have power to have any real shot at any type of a hypothetical fight. Right now, the reason why the cards are all in their hands is because they have power, just like they had the power to blow Black Wall Street to smithereens.
Yes.
And
power is achieved.
They had the military power, they had the legal power, they have the power to deconstruct and reconstruct reality and to make it in their own image. And unless any other group has a power to fight with, then they're at a great disadvantage. And history tells us who will continue to win that war if power is only in the hands of one particular community.
And you know how power is achieved, is obtained through strategy. And I'll give you an example. Let me give you a real life example of what I'm dealing with right now, and that's what you said earlier. But let me give you a real life example. So there's a systematic issue that we're dealing with at my job. Like my job is a unionized job, so it's a huge organization. It has so many different legs and arms and branches. Um, but there's a systematic issue that's been going on in my local, and now I myself am I'm one of those people who everybody thought was weird. I've always been called weird. Like, oh, that's the quiet one. He never talks to anybody. He doesn't say anybody. Like, what's his deal? We don't know anything about him. And then when I finally started talking, everybody was shocked because they thought I was slow. But they saw that so then when I finally talked, it's like everybody was trying to, oh man, you should run for office. You should do this, you should do that. But I said, no, I'm not gonna run for office. Not just yet. If I do, then that'll come many years later. But that's the reactive because 95% of my company, my corporation is black. And so my thought was that's the reactivity of black people. Like they hear a black person who can talk well, who sounds intelligent and all that, and then they immediately react, oh, you should be in leadership, you should do this. Like, no, I'm happy where I am right now because I'm fighting down here. I'm fighting strategically because I already like there are situations that happen on my job. There's several different situations that happen where I was victimized in different ways. The person thought they got away with it because I wasn't jumping around and yelling with them. I just walked away so calmly. A few months later, they got some paper. They were shocked. Higher ups got called in. This, that, this happened, that happened. It came out of nowhere. And so the situation happened right now with some ball. They're basically pharaohs. I call them pharaohs. Basically, that's what they are. They just abuse their power. You talking about millionaires, like they're in leadership positions, and nobody. This is one in particular. He just been wreaking havoc over there for decades in that corporation. His family is the biggest family out there. So all of them, like not all of them, but 95% of them are just bad people, and they're in different leadership positions. And so here comes little old me, who nobody expected to. And then so things that I did actually got him held accountable. And then now people wanted to retaliate against me, but guess what? They couldn't, because that was their MO. They always retaliate. That's what made people so afraid of reporting them, because they were retaliating. But they couldn't retaliate against me. You know why? Because they had nothing on me. Because I'm that weird, quiet one who walks around and don't know nothing about me. And so now in the situation. So now it's me and this lady, and she's been trying to take them, trying to hold them, get them held accountable too. And now she's fighting in a different way than I am. But we both came to the table like last month, and we were sitting across the table with this tyrant of a boss. And so once we went through our thing, and then he left the room, and then so now we're sitting there talking to this higher up guy. And then she's talking about her situation, I'm talking about mine. And then one thing she says that stood out to me, she said, yeah, but I told them I was going to do that. I said, that's your problem. I said, why are you telling them what you're going to do? I said, you don't tell them what you're going to do. I said, I don't tell them what I'm going to do. And so,
Right.
and I apply that to everything, even what we're talking about right now. And you're dead on with that. Like, Black people were too reactive. Like, and it's not just Black, anybody listening, whether you're white, Spanish, Chinese, like, we have to stop being so impulsive and reactive to what's going on. And we have to really sit down, meditate, get in a clear space, like Conscious was talking about earlier. Like, you talk about how you live your life, your own lifestyle. It's like in a meditative state, basically. That's why you're getting all these downloads. But we have to get in that state. We have to get in position. Like, it's the art of war. It's the art of war. Like, we have to position ourselves for war, because we are in a war, whether we want to like we're basically being drafted spiritually. We're being drafted. So it's like, whether you want to fight or not, baby, you go into war. It's just, how do you want to fight? That's the question. And it was something else I was going to say, but go ahead right now, because I got some notes, because I don't want to but while I'm looking at my notes, you go ahead.
But I think, not to keep going back to this, I think that's been part of the problem, one of the issues, I'll say it that way. I think it has been very hard for our community to come to terms in an understanding, yet again, that there is more than one way to do a thing. And we have not acknowledged that in the way where everyone feels inclusive in this war. And the totality is, we have to start doing it. I really like, because I don't see it for Dr. Umar. My oldest son, he actually really he's mesmerized by Dr. Umar, and that be like freaking me out, right? But Conscious, you just said something that made me actually want to have a conversation, with him, because I have been like, man, don't be listening to that man content. Nah, he ain't who he say he is, and et cetera, et cetera. My brother has been saying to me for the last few months, we have to know our people, start like recognizing, accepting our people, know who we're dealing with. And two things could be true at the same time. As Conscious love to say, a broke clock could be right twice a day. or whatever, Dr. Umar does have some strengths. And the thing about it is we may not collectively always agree with another person's thoughts and reasoning and what their agendas may be, but we need to learn to utilize, because that's one thing I see of the Mayo, because they utilize. I know half of them people can't stand Trump. But guess what?
I can't stand his ass. But
yeah, they knew and they saw the greater purpose to use
puppet and utility.
Right. And so I think that we need to get into that same headspace. That's why I keep saying they have shown us the same way they learned from us, the difference between them and us. They learned us, took all of our knowledge, and they implemented it. And they did not only did they learn our strength, but they learned our weakness. And unfortunately, we're seeing their strengths and weakness, and we're not applying the same strategy. I don't know what that's about. If it's because we're just so disgusted by the behaviors of them and we don't want to become them. But that goes back into me saying everybody has a part to play in this. This is why you have to have spiritual people, those that are praying for us, doing the shadow, not doing our shadow work, but doing all of the works, the spell castings and all of those things to keep us protected and covered. You understand what I'm saying? And then you need those people that are going to be out there pushing the information. And everybody has a job to do. Everybody has a part to do, and every strategy is needed.
Every group is an organ. And they got to
and I said that. I said the same thing even with the committee that I'm on right now. Like we're some of us don't even like each other. We've had our run-ins with each other. Like I know this, but we've been able to put our differences aside.
We don't need to like each other as long as we got a shared agenda. A shared goal.
And the overall goal, because you may not want to be hype. I'm just using the stuff that we've been talking about. You may not want to boycott Target. Target may be the only accessible store in your community and you don't have a car, and that's as far as you can get to. Okay, so I'm not going to be mad at you for supporting Target. Okay, so your thing may be I can't support Target, but I can push this information. I could be going inside of Target and finding out what the hell, what products they do. Everybody has a part to play.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm seeing, and for years now, I've been seeing constantly in our community how, because we don't agree on the solution, we literally get out here and get on public platforms and in our private spaces, and we literally demonize it, and we talk people out of supporting others when we have to really stop that, because there's no one way.
No shade. I'm reminded of one of my favorite shows at the time, and I'm so mad it didn't get season 3. But Underground, do y'all remember that show? And it was a particular episode with Harriet, and she was giving her address in secret. And then there was one point where she literally broke the fourth wall. And for those who don't know what that means, when you're in acting, you're never supposed to look at the camera. You're supposed to keep the audience in suspended belief. So that's why you have to not look at it. But she broke the fourth wall and literally started speaking to the camera, speaking to us, and was saying that no shade. To everybody's point and Rumor's point, there is nobody who should be sitting on the bench. Everybody has a gift and a talent. We have to find a way, like CTV said, to organize to where we understand what our strengths and our weaknesses are. What you're weak in, connect with somebody who's strong in, and vice versa. And if this is going to happen, and let's just say again, we just wake up at large, like Rock said. And we come together and we organize, we strategize, and we actually manifest things. Any time or any inkling of what we created is an inkling of being threatened. We need to Alabama brawl spirit. Everybody on call. Get ready, y'all. Because maybe over there, when you did something to a black man, we all stood around and recorded. But try that shit here and see what happens. We got to be on that too, because they're going to come. They're going to come.
But Bubs, also not be mad if somebody else don't, like if you got somebody in the crew that don't assimilate to that, because again, everybody ain't meant to be militant.
Right.
I'm
right?
with that.
But
I'm with
get out
that.
the way. If you can't be militant, get your ass out the way. Go, you go get the supplies, all the bandages, and all of the
Exactly.
things that we need, medical supplies. Because like
Exactly.
everybody has a part to do and a role to do.
Agreed.
That's the point that I'm trying to articulate. Because
I
I
agree.
am getting frustrated and tired of us as a collective feeling like we all supposed to be doing the same thing and making another person feel like just because I don't agree with what you are willing to sacrifice and do is enough. No, 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 no. It's always enough. Because everybody can't do the same fucking thing.
And that's
Yeah,
why
and
these. Go ahead.
I was just going to give an example of what Rumors is talking about because I agree 100%. Like, because some people say like this is just an example. Like, if you tweet something, like if you're on Facebook and you share something and say, oh, you being what do they call it, a couch activist, like you're sitting at home, you're not
Armchair
doing
activists.
anything, but you want to share and tweet out. But that person's actually doing something because you could tweet something and the right person see it, and then it gets national exposure. That literally happened like one of these cricket preachers who was he was doing some cricketness. Everybody thought he was just this great, phenomenal person. And still no, we found out who it was, but for a while it was going on like this video came out on him, and however this person did this to this day we don't know, but they matched up everything, and you might know who I'm talking about, Bugs. But they matched up everything he was saying that he was copying another person, so he was supposed to be this.
Oh yes, I remember
Yeah,
this.
We all
and
know. We all know.
yeah, y'all all know what I'm talking about now. But and everybody was like, "Who made this video? They're the real MVP. Whoever put this video together, that person behind the scenes. They're not even. They just put the video together and exposed that person, and nationally. Now they can never get away from that. But that's just a small like example out of a million.
But do you see, but in
But
your example that you just gave, do you see how, now by all means, I think that we are supposed to hold each other accountable in everything, in all of those things, right?
mhm.
But in these times and ages, do we really need to be doing that on the ground? Because guess what? We don't know what the hell these people are doing until it's after it's already implemented. No matter what the scandal is or anything like that, they keep that shit in house. And
Right, I
that's
understand that.
yeah,
I
and
wasn't
that's
saying
my
that
whole
was
point in going back, like to show you guys. I know you guys are getting it, but that's like for the crew. This is what I'm talking about, and how we tear down our defenses. Let's use Dr. Umar as an example. How we tear down our defenses by tearing down each other publicly.
right. Yeah. But that was just an example of like somebody behind the scenes just coming
Right.
together to expose evil. Not necessarily, I don't care if that man was black or white, he was just being doing evil. But they were exposing. Now they may have done it for the wrong reasons. But the example is that the person who it was just a person, an unknown person, and they were able to put that together. They were working behind the scenes. But the reason and even the reason that I brought up my own example at work, like being quiet and just working is because like I told that young lady, I said, I said you supposed to, I said just move in silence. But then I had to think about it and go back to what you said. That's her way of fighting, So I can't even tell her that she's wrong for doing it her way, but because she has a whole different personality from me.
Right.
She wants to. Yeah, go ahead.
No, just real quick. Like, and I do agree. I forgot the name of the video, but there is a video that I saw a long time ago where there was literally like a black caucus, if you will. They had all different types of people. They had people who believe we can change it from the inside out. We had some people who
Yeah, I
said
know what
blow
you're
that
talking
bitch
about.
up.
Yeah.
We had some people who were spiritualists. We had some people who were. It was all different parts of that. And to your point, Rumors, which I do agree, we have to operate in the spirit of inclusivity as far as gifts and talents. What can we do? Because to your point, not everybody gonna be a street person. Not even the street person may not be able to know how to read or in that, or be scholastic in some sort of way. There are people who do that as well. So we all need to play it. The one thing that I wish we could do is that despite our different expressions, we have to come up with some root beliefs that we are all going to hold regardless of which branch we are. regardless of
right there.
what piece of
That
leaf we are, regardless of how this branch is this way and this one is down and this one is up. Regardless of that, we are all part of the tree. We all have to come together and strategize and
yes.
organize to find out what the common root is. And regardless of where we stand, understand, understand, overstand that whatever we create, they will destroy. Whatever we
That's
do,
right.
they will try to destroy. And if that is the case, I think we all need to just find a way in our own way, to accept that, so that when that reality comes, we can still operate in a way that we can still have some sort of solidarity within ourselves.
And I think, you know what, to piggyback off what you're saying, the commonality is our humanity.
Yeah.
Because we say it so often, like, you know, we have a lot of conversations and we say things that have now become like colloquial, very like, you know, just like there's no real truth behind it through our lives, how we live. But our humanity is our commonality, not our race,
Correct.
not our spiritual beliefs, not our spiritual practices, but mainly and solely our humanity.
Correct.
And to also piggyback even further, um, I look forward to the day because I do believe it's going to come. I don't think I'm going to physically be here to see it, but I do believe that it is going to come a time in a day, which is why I believe this is all going on to strip us and get back to our basis, the basic of life. Um, to me, that is the overall, which our spirituality, if people would lean more into their spirituality and practices, they will understand that that's what it always does. It simplifies life for me in a way of knowing what your purpose is. And it's always very simple. It ain't got none damn thing to do with capitalism. It ain't got nothing to do with materialism. In fact, it has nothing to do with even our physical needs. It's just literally the basics of existing. To do with capitalism. I believe we're going to get back there, but I believe that this is why we're actually like having this semi-apocalyptic type of experience, because there's no way for us to get back to that without this experience, what we're experiencing right now. Because people have these I don't know how to call it. I want to say short-term memory loss and experiences. We all saw the Montgomery Brawl, and we were like so excited because we finally seen our people in a public way outside of our everyday interaction, but on a bigger scale. We finally saw our people stand up together,
right,
and just go shit and go balls and fight for what, you know what I'm saying, was right. And then instantly we went right back to the things that don't even fucking really matter in totality.
No, you're right,
And
Romans.
that's
Can I
kind of like,
regular
can
schedule
y'all
can I
hear me?
interject? Yeah, we can hear you. Hey, Romans, I just want to, before I forget, I just want to interject what you were just saying about the short attention span. I agree wholeheartedly
Oh,
that what this is, because I was about to say earlier,
can y'all hear
you know,
me?
this was, yeah, we
Yeah,
can,
we can
I
hear
can hear
you.
you.
Oh, okay, because I was trying to get in here, but I guess I was too far to get up in this bitch. But I just
Oh yeah,
wanted
you were
to,
muted.
huh?
You were muted or something.
Yeah, it's one of the things I hate about the fact that we adapted as a people, and we learned kind of to make it in their world, because I think that it desensitized us a lot to what otherwise would have been the emotional stimuli necessary to muster up the passion to Alabama brawl the entire fucking system. Like when we decided that we were going to go along to get along, that we were going to settle in, that we were going to pull ourselves up by the bootstrap, that we were going to comfortably integrate ourselves into their mania. I think this is why we're having a hard time pulling up our own people who are the direct recipients of all of the anti-human behavior of the other party. And it's kind of like the process of, honestly, psychological grooming that has kind of put our people into a state of Stockholm syndrome when it comes to assaulting folk. Like, we done trauma about it now. We done unfortunately made a home in their hell. And so, despite us having all these objective reasons why we should be responding to this call to action, it's not even enough, because it's the psychological conditioning that also has us chilling at a heightened time where this literally is life or death, and where we can't afford to chill. It's not getting better. This is and has been going downhill. It went downhill fast, like fast. I mean, Trump hasn't even been in office for a year and has already destroyed all of the foundational pillars that were stitching this so-called democracy together. And all of our data is a representation of this national collapse and apocalypse that him and his cohorts have reigned on and reigned in. And I don't know what it's going to take. I was telling Bubs this before we got on live. I've been, telling him this for the past few nights. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, I know the psychological component isn't there, but I think a lot of us were the psychological component is there, but I think a lot of us was hoping that, okay, but despite the psychological grooming that's assisting them in depending on us being docile and non-aggressive and whatever, it was like, well, maybe the stimuli, though, the discomfort of what they're doing would get so bad that we would just kind of have a sobering moment, and kind of like Sleeping Beauty would just wake up because the house just got too noisy and too cranky, and no amount of deep sleep, could keep you asleep under these circumstances. I think a lot of us were thinking that, but I think we're looking at just that. This house is damn near not even a house anymore. The roof is gone. The windows are blown out. There is no front and back door. We only literally have walls that are shielding us and sheltering us. And yet our people were still comfortably chilling. That's not going to work out too well for us. And the fact that we justify chilling, because I see it in the conversations with, oh, well, this ain't nothing new for Black people. We know how to survive. That's been the problem. That's been the problem. We done got maladaptive as hell. And now that we need to transcend, we're too busy relying on survival and adapting, which means that we're creating this circular, non-ending loop within this nightmare because we choose to adapt instead of healing and transcending. I fear that this is it. I do. I think that this is it. And America is not convincing me. No matter how much shit they talk, no matter how many political opponents come together to, use their favorite cuss words with their degrees. And it's just like, yeah, but we're still doing nothing. And it's only action that's going to get us out of here. It's not going to be feeling. You can use your feeling to decide what type of actions are appropriate and logical and should be assigned to your feelings, but to stop at feeling, and then to rely on the most easiest solution there is, which is voting. But now all the conversations around midterm elections are, well, they've already rigged it. Donald Trump has already rigged it. They've already admitted that they've rigged it. Oh, well, then that means that we can't also have 100% faith then in the fact that midterm elections are going to be successful. Because if they are going to steal that the way that they stole the so-called presidential elections, then what are the alternatives? What else do we plan to do about the predicament that we're in? And
Yeah,
I don't know why. And you know, I understand that not everybody is a soldier, and not everybody can bring themselves to turn into Assassin's Creed. But what I don't understand is, okay, why at the very least, as a nonviolent approach, why we can't at least yield our economic, our economic capacity? Why we can't at least center, focus, and control that shit? Why we can't pull back our money? Why we can't direct our money intentionally? We've already had these little manifestations of doing that with Target and CBS and whatever the case may be. So, okay, we can fight economically because we know that America is just one big ass business, and that money talks and bullshit walks. That's a valuable table shaker tactic right there, but nobody's really even talking about that. So
well,
it's like,
we are talking about it, but
you don't
you
think
know
this is going to come down
what's
to?
preventing it? You know what? Why? Because it still goes back to the inner self. Because I mean, that even determines your money, your finances. Like, if your spirit ain't right, like your finances is not gonna be right either, unless you just out here like ripping up people off and stealing, which a lot of people are doing. But like, how are we gonna put our? Because it's gonna take more than one person just like fighting the system with their finances.
That's
I
what
mean,
I'm saying. It seems that the thing that's missing is organization, because we have already
that
organized
right.
against corporations. We've already brought and humbled corporations. We need to organize and mobilize a little bit more, refine that, and get more intentional and specific so we can direct traffic. We don't have no traffic directors, really.
And this goes back to what Buzz was saying earlier, uh, which so agree wholeheartedly with that when you were talking about the direction, and I forget the other word you use right now, but it'll come back to me. But and I was thinking of a real life thing that happened. You know, because you know what got us in this situation with Trump. The reason why even Trump is president right now, a lot of black people, specifically patri what do you call it? What do you call that, Davion? Patriarchy, is that what it's called?
It's actually not
Um,
black people. According to the exit poll data, we actually did our job this time. 88% of the black community voted against Trump. So there's only an 11% of the black community that participated in Trump's foolishness. It was everybody else who didn't do their job. It was the whites, it was the Hispanics, and that's according to the data. Black people practically almost damn near unanimously voted against Trump.
yeah, so I misspoke there, but that's why I changed it to patriarchy, because that's really one of the biggest things that did it. But I was going to use, like, when I talked to like some of the black men I talked to on my job, when I was asking them, like, when it was election time, and I was asking them, like, hey, you know, what you think about Kamala? What you think about? And you know, the two answers I kept getting from my brothers, from black men, it was only two answers that I got. Oh, I'm voting for Trump because he gonna get us that money. He gonna get us some money. And the other answer was, well, we don't want them transsexuals in the bathroom, in the restroom, so I'm voting for Trump because he'll get the trannies. So that goes back to that belief system. That's the word it came back to me. Belief system. I think you and Rumors and T said that that we gotta have one focal belief system, because if we got one over here who you're supposed to be a soldier on the battlefield. We together on the battlefield, but you don't even believe that. But you're looking at me because I'm of the LGBT community. You don't even think I should be on the battlefield. So that that shoot it down right there. Like, and so
This is the first time that I'm going to agree with the people who be like, at this point, don't nobody lead with identity politics. The only motherfucking identity we all need at this point is American. Like the only identity that we actually need right now is anti-Trump. Don't nobody even need to be leading with identity politics. The gays don't need to be majoring in the gays. The blacks don't need to be majoring the blacks. At this point, we gonna have to find kind of like what I said about Kamala, like a part of what felt her strategy was the fact that she had a niche. She was leading with a niche. She was marketing herself
exactly.
with women's empowerment, which is important. Overturning abortion, which is important, but you're only appealing to those whom that concerns. So when you're going up for leadership, you need a universal message.
Yes.
You have to appeal to the universal identity of the collective. So right now, fuck who gay, fuck who trans, fuck who straight, fuck who woman, fuck who man, fuck who black, fuck who not. It's about fuck Trump. We know that. We feel that way. About fuck fascism. And to be honest, because we have the data, we don't even have to listen to them niggas, because most of them niggas talk that shit, but they went and voted for a Kamala ass. But they're gonna get out here
didn't vote at all.
But they're gonna get out here in the red pill sector and say otherwise. But even for those who did, they didn't make up enough of the anti-voters any damn way, or the anti-Trump group any motherfucking way for those who did, because we were collectively on the right side of shit. So we can really just ignore the fuck out of the birds in the community of people who voted pro-Trump.
Right. That's why
it's some race. The issue is getting every other group. Hold on for 1 minute. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
The issue is at this point, not even black folk. It's every other community who seems to need an education on the system. Because once again, we didn't do this. That's the data. So this is not a black issue. Black people didn't do this. Black people didn't get themselves in the situation. Black people didn't contribute to this. This is a non-black issue that black people are forced to be victimized by, which is a story as old as time for us.
And you know, that's the reason why once he got into office in Project 25 really like manifest itself, you saw the Mayo community tell us to sit the fuck back. This was their fight. They actually, you know, I saw so many videos and podcast clips of them telling us, this is our fight. We got this. Y'all chill out, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like getting up in my head. I think we talked about this at 1.2 Conscious on another live, where it was like, you know, this is not our time to get relaxed, just because this is ultimately, they're the ones that has to fight the battle in regards to Trump. It's still our battle. So while they're doing what they need to do out there on the front lines, we still shouldn't be sitting back content and watching them fight their fight, you know, fight the overall fight, because it's going to be, if, you know, it is successful, right? This is what our conversation was. If it was going to be successful, we still have a job to do as far as getting our community together. And that's why I'm going back to that whole, like, us becoming relaxed and comfortable in all of the, yeah, we've been here before. We know how to survive this, that, and the third. But what have we done? We know that food stamps, SNAP and other benefits and things have been affected. Or what have we done? You want us to boycott these stores and things that but what have we done as a collective to pour back into our community, to help, you know, fight the combat? It's like we just keep sitting back wanting the government to provide for us. And I'm not saying that there are things that are not owed to us as a collective, but we just don't move with the same audacity that they move with, the same entitlement that they move with. To your point, CT, that we need to become more entitled and shown it through our actions. We are entitled. This is my shit. This is mine. The same audacity you have and entitlement you have, I have too. This is mine.
Yeah. Goes back to worthiness.
I do it all the time for a shock value. I like, no bullshit. I do it all the time for the shock value of watching other races that think they are elite when it comes to me as a black woman. I love to just walk up in a store and see a loaf of bread on the shelf and see one of them reaching for it. I'm grab that bitch before they do. Just because I feel the entire like, and I'm just giving y'all the energy that y'all been giving to us, so that you can understand. I feel just as privileged as you feel because more than likely, I not more than likely, but for me, it definitely is a fact. I have some of y'all DNA in me. I didn't ask for it. So I have the same damn chip on my shoulders that y'all have as well. I feel fucking entitled to every fucking thing in this land.
Look,
And then on
I've been seeing pranksters, black pranksters on Instagram who have started using the N word to greet
Right.
white people. And I've been getting
I
my
do
whole
shit like
life.
that. Okay.
Them videos are funny. No shade.
And you know what's crazy? And I think that the issue that I think, again, white America is going to have a problem with is that let's go with their logic. Going, oh my God, black people are so this and that, and they're so scary and terrifying and destructive and dangerous. Okay, let's go with that logic then. Where do you think we learned it from, Daddy? We learned it from y'all. I mean, y'all gave us 400 plus years of that. But
Yeah.
I think what they do is they look at us and it's like they try to project what they've done onto us so that they can deflect from what they actually did and say, no, it's not us, it's them. Oh, wow, we can play that game. And that's how I feel too. Like when it comes down to certain people in white America that try their bullshit, I feel like sometimes, again, use your emotions and stuff to be able to pick and choose your battles. But sometimes you have to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, psychological warfare. That's what it's called.
You have to. Because, again, we've already tried the yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, and still got fucked. We did everything. So, yes, and we need to teach our children that as well. That's why the history is important. That's why we can't ever forget where the fuck we came from. And not just, again, just the slave narrative. Like, no, there were moments of power and transformation that we have accomplished that they want us to forget about. And maybe the reason why they want to get rid of this shit is because they're like, well, at this point, we're in power. We can show you better than we can tell you. So they're trying to do it again, which is why they're going to keep going for the same script, the same plan. It's just worded for the times. It's just adapted. Yeah. It's a virus. It's like a virus that mutates over time along with the host. No, you got to do something different. And I think the different part is, like you said, having these conversations, not just on YouTube, but these needs to be everyday, ongoing, 24/7 conversations. When we on the phone with our friends, we talking about this. We sharing it on social media. If we at church, we're going to have a conversation about it after church or in church. Like, this needs to be a cultural shift that we control. But again, when we look at history, and I want us to learn this, whenever we make that shift, they're going to try to find a way to Dream Girls got me a Cadillac car, appropriate the shit. And they unfortunately have been successful in that. When rap and hip hop came out, it was a response to what was happening in the culture at that time. And they even, again, the godfathers of hip hop, how it was a more community-led effort. It was about consciousness. It was about becoming a better black person, a black king, a black queen, continuing what the 60s and 70s was already doing before the 80s came through. But then again, because it's a capitalistic system, they found a way to market that, which is why the people who produce the frequencies and the songs that does have some sort of hold on some aspects of the black community, they're funded by white people. They're going to always come for us. And I just want us to protect. And like you said, like CTV said, if we're going to have this awareness of this is my shit, like he said, if somebody steal your shit, what are you going to do? If somebody, for the parents, if you have a young child, that is your child, and you playing, you watching them play on the playground, and you look down for a minute, check your phone and look up, and you see somebody grabbing their hand and walking away from them, what are you going to do? Rumors, if you were put in that situation, what would you do?
What the fuck you think I'm going to do?
It's going to be John Wick in this bitch. Fuck a dog. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what I heard? You know, I heard this lady say this, and you got to out Karen the Karens.
Yep.
So, yeah, when I saw somebody, this lady actually do this, but the white lady start Karen, and then this black lady out Karen her, start screaming for her like, "Oh my God!"
Yep. I feel so
Ah.
unsafe right now. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What are you
No, I
doing?
promise you, this is why I'm saying it's psychological warfare. I've seen a lot of videos in the last few months of black people pulling, the Mayo stunts.
Flip
And
the script,
it's been so refreshing.
satisfying.
Not even just with the I mean all the other ethnicities and races that love to just weaponize, their privileges against us, right? It has been so refreshing and rewarding to watch. And I'm like, yeah, so it goes back to all four of us have been saying. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Mm-hmm.
is very important. I have been discussing with my sons repeatedly every day. I show them something different that I'm learning and seeing, but I'm also making them self-aware that yes, you gotta have the nerve to have the audacity to be bold enough to pull a them on them. But you also have to put yourself in a position that you have discernment
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes,
to know when and where. Because as
right,
you gentlemen, I
absolutely,
have
strategic.
stated about being emotional. I don't think
Mm-hmm.
there's anything wrong with being emotional unless you don't know how to regulate your emotions. By all means, take that anger, frustration, and use it as motivation
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes,
passion to drive action. But
Mm-hmm.
have discernment. And
Correct.
if you're not a person that is intuitive, then you need to align yourself with
Mm-hmm.
those that are intuitive for guidance
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
order
yes.
to be successful in whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish that should be in the best interest of the collective.
Right.
And speaking of discernment, rumors and
Right.
tea. Speaking of discernment, you have to be discern. Even have to be discerning about the spiritual leaders that you're following because, like, you'd be surprised. Like even when because I've talked to a lot of psychics. I talked to spiritual healers, mediums. I've talked to even life coaches, counselors. Do you know when Trump was running, when he first ran for office, you know how many people who were out here actually licensed life coaches and counselors turned their whole channel into Trump, Trump, Trump?
Oh.
You had psychic mediums talking about, we got to vote for Trump during the season because, blase, blase. But racism, because racism was already in them, it was just very, very deep. But
Mm.
then once Trump became president, then it's like, okay, floodgates. Oh God, I feel so free. I can finally let out this. I can finally express. So you even have to be discerning about your spiritual teachers. And Debbie, I didn't even know this. There's other spiritual gurus and spiritual, even in the Black community, who I've fallen out with because I realized they weren't as high consciousness as they purported themselves to be. Um, but but so even the spiritual guides who you walk along with, you got to discern who they are or what kind of spirits that they're operating in.
Oh, you're
And
absolutely right. I'm in a legal entanglement right now with a motherfucker who is pegging the hell out of Trump.
Oh
So
Lord.
I don't know all about that, but I also want to say this. This is exactly why. That's the whole reason why I wanted to share this prophetic manifestation with the crew is because Spirit want me to tell everybody to get their motherfucking house in order and to get in alignment because you won't even be able to rely on other people's gift as your personal salvation. And I'm gonna tell you a very good example of this. As of right now, I side eye every prophetically gifted motherfucker around me
come on,
because for a year, last
mm,
February up till the last 3 months, so no, about a year and 3 months, I've been dealing with heart palpitations. Didn't know why I was having heart palpitations. What the fuck the problem is? Y'all already know the story. They started last February. And, you know, I just had this rapid heart rate. Boom, 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 pop, 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 pop. Just, even when I'm not doing nothing. Boom, 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 boom. Mostly happens when I'm coming out of any type of rest. If I'm napping, sleeping, I come out of that sleep. Boom, 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 boom. I'm talking about like, bitch, police at the door type knocking. And, you know, that was kind of really scary for me because one of my biggest fears has been dying of a heart attack, you know? And that's just ridiculous. My uncle died of a massive heart attack right on my grandma's garage porch. You know, he went out there to sit on the garage porch like he does every day. He just told my grandma he loved her, got his Pepsi and his cup and his radio, got out there, and, you know, he was doing his thing, just chilling. My auntie was on her way leaving from my grandma's house. She told my uncle bye. He didn't respond. That caused her to look back. And she noticed the way he was kind of sitting in the chair didn't really look right, but that it wasn't like no movement. And she got up close on his ass. He was gone, died right there on the garage porch. And my grandma felt so bad because she felt like she should have known something, but it was like no type of sign. You know, like he just died of a massive motherfucking heart attack on that day. And he didn't scream, he didn't hoot, he didn't holler. He didn't even fall out the goddamn chair. He was still sitting up as if he was looking out into nature. That's how swift it came upon him. And so, you know, that kind of shit run in my family. My grandma also has like a heart stent. She didn't have to have heart surgery. My grandfather has a heart stent. So the heart thing is a thing in my family. So when I finally went to go see my cardiologist earlier this year, you know, he had me wear a heart monitor for 30 days. And I wore that for 30 days, sent that back to the company. Then he had me come in, and he also wanted me to undergo a cardiogram, which I did. Everything came back clear. The heart monitor came back clear. The cardiogram came back clear. And my doctor, now this is the cardiologist, because this is what's going to spook y'all, bitch. And and it's the reason why I don't fuck with the medical community either, because, well, we'll get into that. So the last time that I see him, which is a few months ago, he comes into the room after getting the results from the heart monitor and getting the results from the cardiogram, and he's scratching his head like, you know, I don't understand that everything is coming back clear. So, you know, I don't get this. I don't understand like what's going on. So he was like, okay. He was like, I'm gonna schedule was it the X-ray? He said, let's schedule a X-ray. I want to take a look at one more thing and see what's going on. But right now, we don't see nothing. And he was like, because you're not having no pain associated with the rapid heart rate, you know, I don't really want to prescribe you nothing because you just got the palpitations. Palpitations can be heartless. And, you know, sometimes, even though it's rare, sometimes, you know, people just end up developing heart palpitations, but they're harmless. Like, you can live alongside heart palpitations, especially if there's no underlying issue. And we ain't getting no underlying issue. So I was like, okay, cool. So but what he did end up doing is prescribing me a blood pressure medicine. Now, mind you, my primary had me on amlodipine because for some reason, I done been able to get everything down. I done been able to get my A1C down to a 5, get out of diabetes, but I cannot get that motherfucking blood pressure to get into that green. My blood pressure, ever since my diabetes scare, has always been in the yellow to red. The yellow to red. It's never in the green. It just always kind of ranges between that yellow and that red, like medium to high, that medium high range. And which is really wild to me because it's like, bitch, I don't even be having nothing tasking. I don't even have no, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have nothing stressing me. You know, I live a very soft lifestyle. So I'm just like, I don't know why the fuck it's elevated, but you know, maybe the diabetes scare just disrupted my whole system and certain things are just like going to be out of whack for whatever reason. And I guess that's one of those things, maybe, but not really. Because the gag was, right, when he prescribed me another hypertension medicine. So I ended up stopping the amlodipine and started taking the new hypertension medicine that he had prescribed me. How about, oh my God. So in between the last time I saw him and when my x-ray was scheduled, I'm taking the new hypertension medicine. I'm not taking the amlodipine. And now let me tell you how spirit, and this is why every bitch got to know God for themselves. You can't even know the God of another motherfucker. You got to know the God, your God.
No shade.
Your God, because my God had me, sorry, I'm eating, had me doom scrolling in the heat of the night. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm on my burner. I have a burner Facebook page because my main page, I just don't use it. And sometimes people send me links to stories that are playing out on Facebook. So, you know, I have a burner page so I can check out whatever fucking stories are going on over there. Mind you, I also had opened up to my circle and also to the Consciouztv about the heart palpitations. Everybody was emailing me, oh, it's energetic, it's energetic, it's energetic, it's energetic. I even had people who have prophetic gifts around me being like, oh, you know, I don't see nothing bad. But it's energetic, it's energetic, it's energetic, it's energetic, it's energetic. I'm like, okay, energetic, energetic, energetic it is. So I'm doom scrolling. 2 weeks before my x-ray is, you know, for me to go in for my x-ray. How about I randomly, 3:30 in the motherfucking morning, on my burner page on Facebook, scrolling, and I come across
It's always 3.
this big
It's always
ass.
around 3.
Hello? What happened?
I said it's always around 3:30.
The bewitching hour. And I come across this big ass advertisement for amlodipine. And guess what the big fucking side effect is of amlodipine hypertension medicine? Just take a wild guess.
Heart
There was all red. Heart palpitations. Heart motherfucking palpitations. And then so then I said, bitch, I know you motherfucking lying. So then I jumped on Google, typed in heart palpitations, rapid heart rate, and amlodipine. There it is, full blaze. Yes, heart palpitations, rapid heart rate is a side effect of amlodipine. And it wasn't until in that moment that I realized, wait, since I've been off amlodipine, I haven't, guess what, had no motherfucking heart. No rapid heart rate. I haven't had no palpitations. It's been now three months, going on 4 months, that I haven't been on amlodipine, and I haven't had no motherfucking rapid heart rate. So this completely pissed me the fuck off because, for one, because I never had no type of like medical issue, how I initially went into this whole thing was I just put all my trust in the goddamn doctors. I'm like, this like, girl, I'm just gonna do whatever they say they tell me to do and then do my own little thing or whatever. And so I never even looked at none of the side effects for no damn amlodipine because they only had me on insulin for 1.5 years before I was able to get my A1C down due to a plant-based lifestyle. Then I was able to get off the motherfucking insulin altogether. And then they had, and so the only other medicine I was taking was the amlodipine for the hypertension. And so I'm like, wait a minute. So y'all motherfuckers put me through an EKG, sent me over to a specialist, which is a cardiologist, and then had me take time out of my schedule to go through a cardiogram and got a motherfucking CAT scan or x-ray schedule and every goddamn thing. And then y'all all as medical professionals are wondering why the fuck y'all can't find anything. And nobody thought, none of y'all who get paid to do this, who went to school for this, nobody thought to look at the hypertension medicine in the system and look at the side effects and consider if the rapid heart rate and palpitations was coming from the motherfucking amlodipine. And then the audacity for me to have had prophetic motherfuckers around me And God and none of their God told them to tell me that it was amlodipine.
Come on.
None of their God told them to tell me, bitch, to check the medication that I was using for hypertension. Nobody God. Now, mind you, I've seen these people gifts work on other people. But what I find to be always consistent is I don't care how gifted a motherfucker is, nobody's gifts ever work on me. Nobody's spirit guides, familiars, angels, Holy Ghost, nobody's Father, Son, or the Holy Water ever have a motherfucking message for the CT motherfucking V. But let me tell you how I turned motherfucking water into wine. Because Spirit told me the reason why he never allowed me to benefit from nobody else's gift is because I had my motherfucking own. And Spirit needed me in intimate contact with it. Not third party, not an intermediary, not a nothing. That Spirit need me to the front of the motherfucking line.
Yeah.
Active and motherfucking activated. And had I been somebody that could have been a beneficiary of other people's gifts, I would be sitting here like the majority of the world, looking for somebody else's connection to God, looking for someone else's advancements and gifts and connection to God, when I had all of their gifts as my own gifts, and my gift didn't fail me, which is why it controlled my algorithm at 3:30 in the motherfucking night in the morning, and led me exactly to what the fuck the problem was. And that's why I have really centered myself right now, and I've really centered my relationship to God, and I've really kind of moved everybody out of the motherfucking way and got everybody from the fuck up around me, because bitch, I'm like, girl, y'all hoes gonna end up inadvertently killing me. Like, y'all literally ain't got shit to offer me. And I'm talking about some of the most hyper spiritual people that I motherfucking know. And nobody's crystal ball, nobody's palm reading, nobody's astrological chart, nobody's prayer closet, nobody's meditation time, nobody's third eye, nobody's pineal gland, nobody's nothing. Led them to pointing me to the problem that was in plain sight. But my God did. My Spirit did.
Yes.
My gift orchestrated the pathway to the motherfucking solution. So now, yes, I got 100% dependency on me and mine. I don't go to nobody else for their gift. I never went to other people anyway, but I would just always notice how I was like, damn, bitch. Y'all be like, oh yeah, I had a word for someone, so I had a word, but ain't nobody ever had no word for me. Nobody ever had a word for me. God was just never talking to nobody about me. I don't know. I'm all right, well, maybe there ain't nothing for God to be talking to your ass about when it comes to me. But when I had things going on and had people who could see and people who could hear, nobody heard and saw a motherfucking thing when it came to me. But guess what? Motherfuckers always on the receiving end of my gift. And I get that. I ain't mad at it, because I understand that, ain't no maliciousness behind it. I understand what God was trying to do. I got main character energy, and God want to ensure that I ain't never playing no side bitch. I get it. I motherfucking get it. I get it. I got motherfucking main character, girl. I'm not no background bitch. I'm not no second best top of the motherfucking class, spiritually valedictorian in this motherfucker. And I have been given the task to rise to my full Omega level potential, Class A mutant.
And
yeah.
I want to attest to what you're saying, because I've experienced that too many times. Because I've talked to a lot of practitioners, and there's a lot of them that I talked to lately, and I kept getting frustrated because they had like the highest rate. I only choose the highest rated people to talk to, and one lady, like, not one, but actually several of them told me. They said, I'm not getting. And one man, he was like, one I spoke to like recently, like first time I talked to him, he was so dead on. Like he literally read my mind. There was no way he could have known the things that I was. But then the next time I talked to him, I was disappointed. I was like, what the hell? Like he seemed like you off. Like, and then, but he was telling me, he said, your spirit team is telling me that they're not going to show me because they want you to tap into them. And I've been told that by several of them. They said the lady was saying, usually I'm like just on it. I'm like just on it, on it, on it. It's like it's hard to read you. I've had so many tell me it's hard to read you because your spirit team is like your spirit wants you to connect to them. And so I can definitely attest to that. So I believe every word of that. And something else I wanted to say is that it's something about connecting with your God that there's nothing else like it. Because even when and this goes back to when I was telling you earlier about my whole journey into this the spirituality that I'm in now, uh it came at a price, but there was some it paid off too. Because like I told you, I was, the way I was raised, it's like it's only strict. It's strict. It's narrow. And so when I started venturing out into other things, like dabbling in other forms of spirituality, I was rebuked, like scorned, like I was scolded. Excuse me. My mom, she found a bag with all these books that I had in it that wasn't Christian, and put it outside. Said that don't bring them books back in my house. Like I was considered like the devil. Like I was dabbling into all kinds of like the Christian club that I was part of. They just considered told me I was playing with fire. Like they pretty much just demonized me. And some of those same people. I told you recently there's this one guy who met me outside of Walmart. I just felt like going to Walmart at that time during that day. And then I was coming out of Walmart and just happened to run into this guy who was part of that same club. And it's been like 11, 12 years since I seen him. And he stopped me. You know why he stopped me? He just came up to me. He said, man, you changed my life. He said, a lot of people judged you when you were in that group because of things just the way you carried yourself and things you said. I was always challenging, not just to be, I never did that just to be antagonistic. But I never said, I never just believed what people were saying and just let that be it. Like I'm satisfied with that. Like if I wasn't satisfied with an answer, like I would like, hey, no, this is not answering my question. So a lot of people didn't like me, and so, but anyway, so that guy like made my day, like really, because he said you showed me how introverted or isolated is the word he used, that they're intelligent, they can be intelligent, and but my own mother, that same woman who put my books out, she told me I was on my way to hell and all that kind of stuff. And she came back years later. She said, "Hey, do you still have that CD that you had on out of body experiences?" She said, "I want to listen to it." When I was in therapy, when I was doing the therapy, and I was really going around like just championing therapy and psychology and all that kind of stuff, and my family was just making me feel like just feel like doo doo uh, for even sharing my journey, like going in and healing yourself and all that kind of stuff. And they just made me feel like I was just crazy. I was stupid. Like, what am I weak? Like, what am I doing? And then my own mother came back one day because she went down with it. One day um, when I made amends to her, and then she said in tears, "If therapy got you here, son, I'm all for it." But what I'm saying, I just use that as an example, is that you'll be not necessarily you're thinking, but a lot of people are trying to make you feel like you're not like you're not as spiritual as they are. You don't have the same connection to God as they do. You're like a nobody. You don't have the title of prophet, evangelist, apostle. So you're not as high up in spirituality as they are. And if you're not careful, you'll
And that ain't even being high in spirituality. All that shit is titles.
get title. Exactly.
All that shit is
Exactly.
right that people earn through the man-made aspect of God's system that man created.
Yeah. And if you're not careful,
some of them motherfucker hoes couldn't even predict the motherfucking rain tomorrow, and talking about the archbishop and saint and does that in the fucking third.
Doctor elect of the Episcopalian
that's why
status.
when you really develop and that's why spirituality ends up always eventually putting a person on their own individual path, because you, to your point earlier, that's what the process is about, relating to the God that's in you as you all around you. As Christ said, the kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you and all around you. Ye are gods. Why do you marvel at the things that I can do when you all can do the same? You will go forth and do greater things than I. It is your faith that makes you whole, not another bitch's. I mean, another bitch's faith can help and can assist. It can be a wheelchair to your faith, but it is your faith that makes you whole. This is why the scriptures say that when he was in Bethlehem, he could do no great works, because the people did not believe. They didn't have no faith for him to be a catalyst. It didn't matter that he was competent as a guru, competent as a self-actualized person. Without what you believed and what you perceived and what you made your reality and what you agreed was your reality, I can't do nothing for you. You have to actually touch and agree. It is your faith. So yes, people will get in your way. They will stifle your spiritual development. And you have to, and you know other spiritual people. It's easy to discern other spiritual people because they're not per se trying to give you anything specific. They more so just posture you and support you in your personal development. They just encourage you to continue to yield, continue to explore, continue to engage your curiosities in spirit. They don't try to direct you to anything in particular. They're just they're just a life coach along the way to help to keep you stirred, to keep you moving, and to help you to rebuke your insecurities and your fears and your self-doubt, and to kind of just be your non-intrusive thoughts, to be a representation of the supportive part of you. Anybody who is telling you that you ain't higher than them and all of this and all of that, it's just a bunch of ego ass foolishness. It's the same transactional legalistic ass shit that Christ was reducing the motherfucking hoes back in the day about. But you have to get into alignment for yourself. I mean, I got bitches on my team who can hear from a toenail, but nobody heard from their God about the fact that amlodipine was the cause of the rapid heart rate. And I just could not really believe that both the problem and the solution was sitting right in plain sight. And if I wasn't personally as aligned as I am with the God of my life, I would have never listened to the guidance that led me to being up at 3:30 in the morning, that led me to that rant. And think about the improbability of all of that.
Right, exactly.
Are the fucking odds of me sitting around in the wee hours of the morning, just literally doom scrolling on Facebook, and a big ass side effect ad for amlodipine in blazing glory finds me. I don't even look up product on Facebook. I don't look up clothes. I don't look up cosmetics. I don't look up hair. So the fact that amlodipine was even in the algorithm was wild and unusual and bizarre, all in and of itself. It was all divine intervention.
Yes, yes.
and me continuing to flow and ground myself and center myself and be present in my body, be present in my mind, stay away from stress factors so that there's enough empty space for me to hear the loudness of spirit in my life. Which is why you have to move away from toxic ass people. You have to move away from the triggers, because all of that disrupts your ability to hear, see, and perceive. You know, if it wasn't for that, I would have still been sitting here letting people put me through a damn MRI, putting me through a whole fucking brain scan, trying to figure out what's going on, Mr. CTV. We just can't find. We don't remove your lungs, we don't remove your liver, you don't remove your heart, and we don't know what's going on. Bitch, I only have one medication in the motherfucking system, and none of y'all looked at it to see what the fuck the side effect was.
That's crazy.
I got hoes who can read bitches' feet on my team, and yet nobody could read into the ethers, girl, and see what the problem was. Nobody. So both the medical and the spiritual team kept. Oh, okay. So, bitch, this is why, baby, I'm front and center. I'm running this shit. I'm running this motherfucking show, bitch. It's me and my God on some body and cloud type shit. My intuition has never served me wrong. Spirit has always been reliable, has always been consistent, has always been on point every single motherfucking time. God done come through at every motherfucking situation and done favored me and elevated me and vindicated me and showing me all the things. And that's just where I need to be right now. I need to be where the winning team is. And that's on the side of spirit, baby. Because as we can see, at this point, bitch, I'm wide open. I'm wide open, bitch. I'm even all up in Nivea's spiritual goddamn business.
Yeah,
I'm wide open on the damn spiritual highways and byways.
And let me tell you.
Out of the motherfucking window, bitch. Living it up.
God is always speaking, man. Always speaking. And I forgot what I was about to say, but I had an experience like that. I mean, I've had so many of these kind of experiences, you know, but I had an experience similar to what you had, because like anybody in my life, just like anybody in my life who I'm connected to on any level, siblings, parents, cousins, friends, anybody I've ever had a connection to, like, it's very synchronistic. So like I think of them out the blue, I get a call from them, vice versa, or like, you know, just any kind of way that you can think of that we can that synchronicity happens. Synchronicity always happening with people I'm connected to, but it also started happening with people I'm not connected to, like celebrities, like even for instance Joseph Jackson. When he was living, you know, I just started thinking about him out of the blue one day. And then just one day, out of random, I have no reason to think about Joseph Jackson, you know, the father of the Jackson family. And then so the next day, I go to work, and then I hear people talking about Joseph Jackson. I said, and then I turned around because I went back. I said, did I hear that right? I said, did y'all just say Joseph Jackson? He said, yeah, Joseph Jackson is on the ship. It was on the job where I work, where the cruise ships are. He was on one of our cruise ships. And you know, a couple years later, right before he died, I had a dream about him. And I was at just why would I be dreaming about Joseph Jackson? Like I still remember the dream. Like I was at his house, I was sitting there in the living room with him and his grandchildren and everything. And then I think it was either the next day or 2 days later they announced that Joseph Jackson had died. But so I'm just saying, doesn't use that as an example, but those things can happen. Like people you don't even know, who don't even know you. And you know, I've had those instances where I'm like in between the sleep and awake state. I'm like falling asleep. So I call it a trance. Like when you're either you're just waking up and you're not fully awake. It can also happen when you're falling asleep, but you're not fully asleep. In both of those instances, I've heard just random conversations. Like I've heard just random voices, random conversations. And to me, when I think of that, that's me picking up on You know, like when you're driving in a car and you're trying to find the right radio station, and then some of the like when you're turning the knob, it's like you're getting some bleed over from one station into the next one. That's what I think of when that's
Overlap.
happening. Yeah, like I'm hearing some bleed over. Like it means nothing to me. It's just my I'm just picking up what's ever going on in the out there
In the collective
in the
unconscious.
collective unconscious. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's because the Akashic records, aka the mind of God, the iCloud of all reality, where all events, history, all information, data, truths, and facts exist, is an actual, no pun intended, data center. It's the ultimate data center.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it represents itself to a lot of mystics as a library. Because it facilitates information, and there's an algorithm. If you
Right. Exactly.
either have a very developed gift, or your gift becomes stimulated for whatever reason unbeknownst to you, and you don't even know that it's activated, and then you enter into a state of flow. And a state of flow can be anything that just focuses you. It could be you drawing, it could be you
Mm-hmm.
being casual, laying around being casual, anything
Yep.
that just puts you into a state of flow and ease. You can
Mm-hmm.
end up stimulating your gift, and your gift will be randomly running up and down them goddamn library hallways in the Akashic records, just absorbing information, just like, you know. And I see this happen in the same way on social media, where you have people who will be under, like, they'll put comments underneath videos to be like, how the fuck did my algorithm just drop me off here? Like, what the fuck is my algorithm?
Right. Right.
How the fuck did I just get here? Like, I don't even be looking up shit like this, and yet, you know, this the first thing about this motherfucking app. That's actually how it works on an unconscious level as well.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the multiverse, there is an actual algorithm. Now, of course, as Apostle Paul says, and as we know through people who are very intentional about the cultivation of their gift, that you can direct your gift, you can hone your gift in, you can seek out and tune into specific things if you choose to. But when you're not doing that, when you're not being intentional, and you're just being, anything can pop up in your goddamn soul algorithm, including Joe Jackson's pending death, or Nivea's leukemia diagnosis, or, you know, something seemingly that you're not even personally connected to, but still is accessible to, because all those things exist in the same information pool.
Right.
Because it's only one source of all things. So whether information is intimate to you, whether information is impersonal to you, nonetheless, it's information. And it's all accessible through various states and levels of consciousness. And it is truly a powerful and incredible revelatory phenomenon. I mean, like I said earlier, the fact that most people have not really internalized the fact that you are a walking Google search engine, and that within you is the capacity to know any motherfucking thing, to understand any motherfucking thing, to have access to any motherfucking thing, and that the time-space continuum is not a real life barrier. That time and space and where you position that physically has nothing to do with your ability to know. And this is why you have modern day humans looking back on ancient man like, bitch, how the fuck did y'all have light bulbs and electricity? And how did y'all build these fucking pyramids? And how did y'all map out the motherfucking stars and understand the motherfucking seasons? And how did y'all have precise mathematical precision? How the fuck did y'all understand the motherfucking equator and ley lines? How the fuck did y'all create like, how did y'all do this shit without a college degree? How did y'all do this without satellites? How did y'all do this without telescopes? How the fuck did y'all do this? And man,
tuned in, tapped in, turned on.
they've been telling the same fucking story. Tuned in, tapped on. Even if it is via THC, even if it is via ayahuasca, even if it is via DMT or salvia, which I am thinking about actually exploring. I know more people probably have heard of ayahuasca than salvia. Y'all know I have had incredible mystical experiences on edibles. I've had 3 edible experiences now. All 3 have been mystical. All 3 have returned me to the bosom and the love of God. And it is just absolutely motherfucking amazing every single goddamn time. And then I've done ayahuasca once during a spiritual retreat in Mexico. And now I've been looking into salvia, which is in the shroom ayahuasca family, but it's also something that has its roots in Mexico and shamanism, and it's a psychedelic just like ayahuasca is connected to the divine feminine, aka Mary, Mother Mary, that is. And baby, the some of the motherfucking experiences that people have had on salvia have really been trippy. So I'm kind of like, I don't know if I am going to go on a salvia journey because, bitch, I just could not imagine. But at the same time, it's so extraordinary that I'm like, I need to know what that's going to do for me and where that would take me, because salvia is crazy. Salvia is wild. Like Joe Rogan, fuck him. However, he shared that he had a friend who did salvia. Now, salvia is a very short experience, kind of like DMT. You're really only gone for mere minutes, maybe 15 to 20 minutes at most. On this side, it's only been 15, 20 minutes. Do you guys know that on the other side, motherfuckers be gone for an entire lifetime? And I ain't talking about they with the Lord. They absent from the body, present with the Lord. Motherfuckers been born into another timeline, done lived through going to school, got married, had children, grew old together, 80 years old, and then zapped back into this motherfucking reality talking about where's my motherfucking wife and where are my kids? Lived 4, 5, 6 decades consciously in some other parallel dimension where they had a whole family, where they had a whole life. Joe Rogan said his friend was only going for 15, 20 minutes. That motherfucker came back confused, fighting, swinging, crying, distraught because he had kids. He was a father on the timeline he was living. He was a husband on the timeline he living. That's really insane. I mean, could you imagine? That would be literally equivalent to you waking up right now in another reality and having all of this experience consciously in your mind too. Like, wait a minute, bitch. I'm an American. I was on Earth. I have friends. I have siblings. I have a job. I'm black. I was a man. Like, it's like literally if you were just to wake up right now, but with this whole, could you imagine? Like, that could actually be potentially traumatizing. Could you imagine having a whole lived experience that really only in fact lasted 15 minutes here, but you lived a whole life somewhere else, and now you have to integrate all of that investment, all of that lived experience, and have that live alongside the rest of your human life here, and then probably question how the fuck could that be possible, and what's that even like? I can imagine why like salvia can fuck some motherfuckers up, but salvia is also very spooky because people have had experiences of not waking up, but people have had experiences, girl, of being inanimate objects. People have had the experience of being a corner. Could you imagine being a fucking corner for a whole lifetime? Just being a corner. People have had the experience of being a rolled up yoga mat for a lifetime. Could you imagine living as a rolled up yoga mat that was only used twice and then existed in a cabinet or an attic for the remainder of its existence, girl? Like, Girl, Salvia is on some other
Y'all
shit.
can have Salvia and her mama.
Baby, I'm almost saying the same thing, but the gag about it is that Salvia is legal in various parts of the United States, including in the South where I am. And they actually sell it at the like African witchery stores in my area. And I'm thinking about going and copy me some before they criminalize all that shit, because they've been trying to criminalize it since 2002, because there was like a strange bout of like teenagers who had, I guess, got high out of their mind off that shit, and they ended up like somebody ended up unaliving themselves and shit, but they couldn't make the correlation that if Salvia had anything to do with it, but because it was involved, you know, they don't know whether it contributed to the situation or not. But so it created a whole attempt to regulate it and all of that, but it has been to no avail. It's still being sold, you know, out on the open motherfucking market. But I have such extraordinary experiences that I'm like, okay, I kind of feel comfortable exploring either a DMT trip or a Salvia trip. I'm leaning more so toward a DMT trip because, you know, but DMT have a lot going on as well. I don't know if you guys have ever, Swagger, you used to be able to get it from the smoke shops, and I think you can still get. Oh, I didn't know that you had left Bubs. I didn't even know. Yeah, I think you can still get it here from the smoke shops and the vape shops. You can definitely get it from like the spiritual stores here, but DMT is going through
here from the smoke shops and the vape.
Huh?
No, that was just my laptop. Excuse me.
Oh, but DMT is undergoing an interesting reconstruction era too, because apparently people have been getting kicked out of the DMT realm, and like people who like done mastered DMT and been doing DMT for like decades are now getting kicked out of the DMT realm. Like the DMT elves, the famous DMT elves are kicking motherfuckers out and telling their ass to get the fuck up out of there and to never come back. And this phenomenon is happening like across the board. Like people are reporting this phenomenon of getting kicked the fuck out and being told never to come the fuck back. So I'm like, wow, it's a lot going on. But
they're probably like, y'all got too much going on down there. Like, don't bring that up here.
So you know, I have two hypotheses. One of my hypotheses is I think that especially like a lot of modern day humans, I think that people use this stuff predominantly as a coping mechanism and as an escape, more so than as an elevation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if the other side knows that people are using this stuff to just enable themselves, or using it as a form of coping and not using it in the way that our ancestors and ancient man used the stuff. They use this stuff to obtain spiritual knowledge. Like even Salvia has been used to make contact with higher dimensional entities. It's been used to seek healing treatments for various ailments. Ayahuasca has been used for similar reasons. Shrooms have been used for similar reasons. THC, cannabis have been used for similar reasons. All these hallucinogenics and psychedelics were used for higher purposes, were used for elevations and growth. Now you have people just abusing these things to not feel shit, you know, using it to treat and suppress trauma, etc. Coping is something that's very different from growth. Coping is very different from healing. So I'm wondering if that's one of the factors. The other theory that may be the case is the fact that the reason why shit is so intense right now, you know, we are in the age of Aquarius. We are entering a reconstruction era. Collectively, there's a massive a collective ego death taking place. I wonder if, I love doing this. I can't wait to start the second channel because I can literally just podcast about this type of shit all day, every day. Like I can really just talk. I think that D-Rock done got booted out. I guess the DMT elves responded to the call, girl, and kicked his ass out of the motherfucking vortex. So he back. Hold on. Turn your camera off, D-Rock. You can unmute yourself though. I think you done muted your mic. Okay, there you go. So I wonder if the other reason why the DMT elves and Mother Queen DMT herself is kicking hoes out of the vortex is because we're supposed to be completely and utterly present and showing up right now, right here. Like,
yeah,
we're the ones losing our humanity. We're the ones losing our society. We're the ones losing our world. We don't have no business over there when we need to be fully motherfucking mind, body, and soul present right motherfucking here, because this is the damn DMT experience, really. Like, engaging all this shit, because I need y'all to be unpacking, doing the motherfucking work. I need y'all to be doing the goddamn autopsy on how y'all created these fucked up ass systems and societies. I need y'all to be getting to the rooty motherfucking tootie. I don't need y'all trying to numb yourself, trying to distract yourself, trying to suppress yourself, trying to escape nothing. I need you to run right toward the motherfucking storm this time. I need y'all to run toward the burning house, because I have also noticed that there's a growing trend, even when it comes to weed. Like, a lot of people are having to, like, crank up the type of weed they smoke. Like, people are getting super, I don't know whether people are they're becoming super tolerant, or the spirit of cannabis is also like making it harder for users to obtain a certain level of stimulant for the same reasons. Like, because this era is requiring us to be very much so sober-minded, so we can put some practical solutions to some things that are going to be otherwise devastating if we don't get our mother together.
It's quite interesting. I remember when I still indulge, but I was belligerent. I definitely overindulged in marijuana practices back in my heyday, and it was so extreme that I couldn't just smoke 1, 2, and 3. I would just continue to smoke because I wanted to reach the highest pinnacle, but I always knew, because there was always a warning from those that were in my family that were addicts. They always told me that, marijuana was the gateway drug, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I never viewed marijuana as a drug. It just never made sense that it was labeled as a drug for me. But I knew, like, I would just constantly, like, want to just keep smoking. So I wanted to feel like I wanted to transcend and be, like, in the highest, like, spiritual realm that I could, because I noticed my first time ever smoking was at 12. I found some weed. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I thought I did. I learned how to roll. It was falling all in my mouth. I ate what fell in my mouth, and I just wanted to feel the experience of being, quote unquote, high, right? And from that point on, my first experience was such a spiritual, like, when I say spiritual, I don't mean literally spirit, like having, like, this real, like, awakening to something religious or anything. I just was tapped into the spirit realm, and it was so intriguing to me, and at the same time, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. But I've always been a person, like a seeker of knowledge and experience.
Yeah.
And I found that throughout the years, I was overly indulgent. And when I keep saying overly indulgent, if I smoked 2 blunts within a half an hour, before the next 15 minutes came to make it 45 minutes, I was rolling up again. I just wanted to, like, I was seeing things. I was super creative. Like, my thoughts were definitely out of this world. I was seeing things that I never saw with my natural eyes. It was literally like all of these like super heightened senses that I wasn't aware that I possess were just right here in my lap. And I continued to try to like fulfill that. And the thing that was crazy was I could never get to the highest, what I thought and what I would presume would be the highest. It never extended beyond what I was already experiencing. And then let's fast forward all these years later, you started talking, which was about maybe close to 2 years ago. You were talking about ayahuasca.
Mm-hmm.
I started Googling because I never looked into psychedelic drugs, right? What they call drugs. I started Googling and I'm like, damn, I got to leave out the country. That shit ain't fair. So in North Carolina, I have some acquaintances that are indigenous. Cause I'm like, I remember they used to tell me like, they would invite me to come up, even though they lived off of the reservation, they still had relatives and stuff that lived there, and they would like invite me, which they share with me like, this is not a common practice. So when we invite someone in, take this as an honor. They would invite me to come in, but I always would say, okay, I'm gonna come, and never show up. And then the one time that I did show up, I got there late. And I was mad as hell because everyone is like, you can clearly see everyone was in like this, I'm going to say paranormal state of mind.
Yeah.
And now I'm jealous because I want to feel what they feel. And it's like, it's of your own fault. So then the gentleman sister, she was saying to me, they don't allow a lot of people outside of them, out of their culture, in the part of their tribe. They don't allow a lot of outsiders because they try to protect their own practices, cultures, and, information and things of that nature. So I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, I feel some kind of way because every time you would, which was not often, but every time you would go live and you would talk about ayahuasca and you would talk about these experiences, I'm like, I want to experience it too. Now, you just was talking about what is it, salvia? How do you say it? I tried it.
Oh, you did?
Unbeknownst to what the fuck it was, because they sell it right in town at a smoke shop.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
And they have it in different forms.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the gentleman, it was good for me, but unfortunate at the same time because I had no fucking idea what the hell I was about to experience. Mm-hmm. And a gentleman, I just said I wanted something. I was tired of like, I'm not into they new. Give me regular weed. Yep. Okay, don't give me that. Don't give me all this new shit that they got from these fucking what you call them? I feel like chemicals and shit on that. So I just want some shit that's homegrown, right? And the dude was like, I got something for you, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, okay. He told me to make this. What he gave me was for me to make in tea form.
Yeah.
He said, you ain't smoked it
to drink it or to digest it.
Yeah, he was telling me to brew it. Told me how long to let it sit and everything. So I'm thinking, because I'm really thinking that it's that what is this? How do you say that? What is it called? Sativa? That's what I thought it was. Sativa. That's what the fuck I thought it was. And I'm like, I really don't want to be using this shit either, because I'm so used to, regular backyard boogie or haze and all that. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to try. And I tried it. And it was one of the greatest experiences of my life.
What happened? So what was your experience? Like, how much of it did you take? And how long was it before you felt?
I actually still have some, because I don't overindulge in anything anymore. And it shit can last me forever. I was super, super aware. Mm-hmm. My thoughts transcended every day. Like, I was still consumed with the thoughts of every day. Yeah. But it was beyond that. Like, I was experience it in real time, and I didn't feel like I was in another world or
Yeah.
anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I felt like I was seeing the complete truth of everything. So my thoughts, let's say hypothetically, I was thinking about I'm watching TV and it's a soap opera, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm now thinking about, which was just regular everyday shit. I'm
Yeah.
now though thinking about and seeing my life in this soap opera and how the basics of life applies to all of us. I was finding connection. I was coming up with solutions to problems that I thought were like solved, and I was just super like productive in my thoughts. Everything was just very simple to me now, but that's not uncommon for me anyway. But what made the difference was I never stopped thinking that way. I was like that for hours. I was super conscious. I had so many thoughts and like plans and create a thought.
Yeah.
And life was beyond simple, and it was very easy for me to accept, which I kept saying to myself, this is already who you are. And the only difference is that you're not consistent in maintaining that 24/7.
Yeah.
And that's what it allowed me to do. And I said, wow, I would love to be that way all day. I tried to do that. Like I literally put in practice to be my best self and self-aware. But it was like, I could not stop being self-aware. I could not have a moment of rest to just be, I don't want to say normal, but just, be irresponsible in my thoughts and not be so conscious of action and wanted to do better. Like I couldn't, and I was high like that for days.
Yeah. That reminds me of my edible experience.
It was some days that went by, to the point though, I remember calling and telling my aunt, I said, and my aunt really at one point had me thinking they had to put some damn fentanyl somewhere in something, because
I the shit.
I never felt that, and it was like days.
Yeah.
But what I am going to say is that a lot of the things that I practice and indulge in when it comes to anything, because I'm now understanding that marijuana is a psychedelic enhancer, right? I noticed that since I practice more discipline and I went on a sabbatical from indulging, then it doesn't require a lot from me.
Yeah, that's what it's going to do. It's going to reset your tolerance.
Yeah, and so I have a very low tolerance for it. Which I appreciate too, because I don't know if I still was heavily indulging in anything that I would have had the experience. I remember how it used to be for me. I didn't appreciate it. I wanted to just keep getting high. I wanted to be higher. I'm like, it's no way. And at one point, it did. My family were afraid. The people that smoked with me and everything, they were afraid for me, because they like, no, you acting like you want to like use crack or something. Like you're bugging. Like you ain't there yet. And I'm like, no. And I kept saying, I want to feel. I wrote songs, plays, a whole movie script. And I had people reading, they like, girl, this good, this and third. And I'm like, yeah, and I wanted to go somewhere with all of those, things or whatever. But it was just information that was in me that had to come out, all of these creative things or whatever the case may be. But it was like, I wasn't appreciative. I wanted more and more and more and more, because I'm like, damn, do I have the answer to end all poverty? And that's what that's what I was craving. And what I did come out of it, I don't know if anyone else experienced this. I came out of it feeling like, this last go round, I came out of it feeling like it is simple. It's simple, and you're looking for more when the more is right here and it's simple. This is it for you.
Yeah. My God.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go get some more. I still have some. I'm going to get some more, and I'll communicate with you on the back end.
Yes, honey. Take me through that. I want to know what's going on, honey. I need all the data.
And I'll,
Yes. So where they sell it at? where you at? Like, is it in a vape shop? Is it in a?
They have it. They have it in a couple of places, but where I got it from was a smoke shop.
The smoke
But
shop?
I went while we was talking. I started googling again. I only went to that smoke shop, and I didn't know what the hell it was, right?
Yeah.
But I found out that they have it at it's an African herbal store.
Yeah, they definitely gonna have it.
Yeah, they sell it or whatever, and it's some other places around here. But I'm going to assume that they're all either smoke shops,
yeah,
or herbal stores.
Wow.
So I'm wondering if it's an African origin, like if it.
I'm about to read it to you right now. It's out of the region of Oaxaca, Mexico. It is traditionally used by the Mazatec people in shamanic healing rituals. The effects are it induces short, intense, and transient hallucinogenic experiences. Its primary active compound is all these big ass words here. Its usage is typically consumed by chewing fresh leaves, drinking leaf juice, or smoking the dried leaves. And its legal status varies widely by jurisdiction. It is strictly controlled or banned in many countries and several U.S. states, only several. Before considering use, always verify local and federal laws, such as and it's considered, particularly the species Salvia divinorum, which is considered the sage of the diviners. So that's why it has like such a mystical, tie to.
I wasn't hallucinating. Like, so when they say I didn't hallucinate. I just was so, but could Conscious knows this. I meditate a lot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so anytime I'm inebriated, when it comes to the natural herbs, I just sit in meditation. I'm just lost in my thought, and I could be that way for hours and days. And I can actually function. Like, I can get up, I can cook, I can bathe, everything, and still be in that meditative state of mind.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't break. It can be alarming, but I have noticed that for, in the past, I can still operate and be under that trance, which I have done many of times. And it was a little scary because I started thinking about, from watching a bunch of shows and knowing people that were like sleepwalking stuff, that kind of like started making me think that that's what I was experiencing. And then I did a little research and I found that it was not unnormal to do that. When you're taking, like, again, I didn't know it was psychedelic drugs until I found out, but
yeah,
that you can literally function and still be under those influences and not know. I'm telling you, I went on for days.
Look,
Go
ahead.
She really did have me convinced at one point that they had put some damn fentanyl in it.
Because if you don't know, because you thought it was initially weed, right? Like, you thought it was cannabis.
I did. I had no idea. And
Let me
tell you how I found out. And I was so mad, so it had me side-eyeing my oldest son because I had it was in like when you get tea, like not tea bags, but raw tea grinds. It was in a bag, and it had on the outside of the bag. It was in 2 bags. So the outside of the bag had the label on it. I thought it was Stevia. Oh, however you say that shit. My son came in the room.
That's funny.
And was like, he picked it up because always touching shit. He picked it up and he was like, "Oh, Mom, oh snap, let me get this."
Oh my God.
I'm like, get your little ass out of here, no. And then he was like, "Oh, you really about that life, huh? You really about that life." So I'm still thinking it's one thing and it's something else. So then he left out and he came back and he was on the phone with his friends and he's like on video. Showing his friend. And now his friend is like, put Mom Dukes on the phone, but then he like, what you know about that, this, that, and the third? That's what you went to. Let me get that. Can you cop some for me? So now I'm like, y'all could get this like from the gas station. Like, it ain't, because this is what I'm thinking. Yeah. It's one thing and it's something else. And then he like looking at me weird. And I'm like, just know I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Right? he looking at me weird, and he was like, Mom, Duke's like, you can't get that from no gas station. What are you talking about? And I'm like, I am. I'm like, look, so I pull out the gummies that I bought from the gas station. He like, that's not the same thing. And then I look at the name, the label, and I look at what it's, and it's not spelt the same way. And I'm like, what the fuck? I did on Google and started Googling. So now I'm looking at my son like, what the fuck is y'all really into? What y'all been doing that you know about this? And he like, Mom, I ain't never tried that, but I know about it because like, yeah, it's you know about it. Like how like he like, but you buying stuff, you don't know what it is. You talking about me. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, like that's why you always wear your motherfucking glasses when your ass going out.
I never take my glasses off, but the thing is that but I'm glad that
you just assume that it looked like okay. There must have been there must be some dried up weed, child. Yeah, you probably that.
But I'm glad that I did not know because the reality is, if I had known, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And I had a good experience overall behind it. So I had been telling, the people that I did tell about it, I was saying like, well, y'all should try it. And I kept talking about, because I did compare it to ayahuasca. And I said, well, this is like the closest thing I'm going to get because unless my ass go down to Mexico, it seems like I ain't going to never get like
you can also get ayahuasca from like a Buddhist monk. Like if you have like a mosque or like a temple in your region or whatever, they are the only other ones who can like provide it to you, and they can only like provide so much, but the so much they do provide is enough to give you the ayahuasca experience. So you can't get it in the States, but you get it through because they're able to get access to it via the religious legislation because it's a part of their
right ceremonial reasons that
for ceremonial reasons, so they can provide it to you.
I'm a
I didn't know that at the time, so I just went on a full-on spiritual excursion down into Mexico to use it. I want to read y'all a few of these experiences on this Reddit thread of people on salvia because it's definitely interesting because it's mixed reviews. One person said it's disorienting, physically impairing, did it once and never again, not enjoyable. Another person says, don't do it, dude. Another person says, I smoked 10XQ when it was still available locally. The experience is hard to describe. I leaned back and my reality multiplied like a accordion. I leaned forward and it collapsed into a single cohesion. Lines infusing vibrant white blue started appearing like the fabric of space-time was tearing apart. I got scared and curled up in my easy chair where gravity pushed me into the same space as the cushion until the trip ended. It is not a recreational drug. It is orders of magnitude stronger than LSDQ. Use at your own risk. Somebody else said the hardest, shortest trip you ever take. Someone else said, I was at a friend's apartment when she tried it for her first time. She was sitting on the kitchen counter near an open window. Her face kind of went blank and she said she wanted some air. So she turned and started climbing out the window. This was on the 3rd floor. We pulled her back and got her calmed down. I didn't try it after seeing that. Another person says, I tried it once in a joint. It was just a very quick trip for me. At the time, I was outside my house in the night's chilly air, looking up at the stars while ferociously smoking the salvia joint as fast as I could, as a joint can potentially be not hot enough to trigger a trip. I remember staring at one star in particular when it kicked in. Suddenly, I was the star. I had instantaneously transported the millions, billions, trillions of miles to see the star that I was in all its glorious form. I then floated around the star and looked at it for a while and felt its hotness. It suddenly started getting really hot, and I realized it was actually my fingers. I then remembered that I wasn't actually a star and was a human holding a joint that had burnt to the roach and consequently burnt my fingertips slightly. I would say I genuinely enjoyed it. The disassociation was refreshing at the time, and it opened up my mind to many previous questions and possible realities I've never previously even considered. I've never been able to get a hold of it since, but haven't really tried that hard, to be fair. I would definitely do it again. Another person wrote, life-changing. I've enjoyed many a shroom trips, LSD, cannabis, blacked out drunk. Salvia gave me an out-of-body experience that completely changed my perception of the world once I returned. Very hard to explain, but after hitting it in the bong, holding it in for about 10 seconds and slowly exhale, the room started vibrating and tearing, and whoosh. It was like my soul got sucked into the spiritual space world, is all I can really describe it as. It felt like a book's pages being flipped fast, creating a staccato kind of short effect. Once I came back to, I saw my setter holding my shoulders and the room came back into focus. I asked how long I was gone, as it felt like a lifetime. He said it was only 5 minutes. I was an angry, impulsive person before that experience. Afterwards, I found an immediate respect for nature and life. I hung up my hunting GUNs, stopped deer hunting, and turned to a life of horticulture. That was 18 years ago when the salvia craze was pretty big. So this person became John the Baptist afterwards. Shy. One person says everything turned into Legos for about 3 minutes, was pretty dope, but I don't know if I'd do it again. Another person says only did it once and I became Alice from Alice in Wonderland. It freaked me out, so I ran to the bathroom for some reason, and that was a mistake because there was a big ass mirror in there. I see heels and rows of cards from that one scene in the cartoon reflected in the mirror. The cards are seemingly lined up, mouths back into me directly. I'm part of the sequence of cards. I'm in position, lined up with my fellow playing card soldiers, tumbling down like dominoes, and they're making their way right at me. I just know that as soon as the tipping cards get to me, it's over. I'm done. I watch my doom, or I guess a room, fall towards me, mortified. But when it got to me, I flinched, and when I opened my eyes, the trip was over, but I was left shaky. I will say at the head shop, they told me which potency to buy, and I ignored them and brought the most potent. Listen to the professionals, folks. Another person says it is incredibly physical, almost like paralyzing. It kind of pushed me into the couch and felt like I was falling backwards for a few minutes, and then I saw two entities looking at me. One seemed male and the other seemed female, just like staring at me, like judging me. I don't know. It was crazy, and it's not exactly enjoyable. I'd say it's for the most experienced and curious psychonauts, but not really something you want to do to relax. Another person says, done it once, thought it was weed. Hello, rumors. Ripped the bong and extended the shadow realm. I was sucked in a wall with only my face protruding. Everyone around me started to morph into the wall as well. I could not escape, did not enjoy. My brother has also done it a couple of times. He explained it as being on a conveyor belt and finally falling off, and the mold broke, exploding the universe. Very aggressive, psychedelic, do not recommend for a chill night. Someone else says, really weird and not exactly what I'd call fun. I got my teeth rattled, stuffed into the couch, stuffed into the ceiling, stuffed into a wheel, plucked out of the universe by my head. It even gets weirder than that if you really push it. When I did it, it felt like wandering into an alien dimension where they take your intrusion as an excuse to mess with you. At its worst, it's like reality shattering in front of you. So basically like that damn scene from Doctor Strange where his
I
ass
was just going to say, all this whole time I've been thinking of Doctor Strange.
But I had that experience, and I find that unique. Do you think it's because there are people that the people that are not, I don't want to use the term spiritual, I don't want to be overkill with that, but the people that are not day-to-day self-aware and practice self-awareness and all of those things, do you think that's the reason why? Because I didn't have the trip out of hallucinations at all.
The way that I understand the way that the spirits of these plants and compounds manifest is that it typically, while there may be some things that generally probably are the same, depending on the species of situation that you're dealing with. But everybody's experiences is super unique and subjective, and I think is kind of cultivated toward like what they need at the time, appeals to wherever their spirit is maybe centered. I think what's clear to me, I don't know about y'all, but in reading this, it seems like first and foremost, a lot of people didn't even understand what the fuck salvia was, who were taking it. They all thought that it's
Recreational.
like a saltivia or how you pronounce it, Bubs?
Sativa.
Sativa. And sativa is a downer, right? It brings you down.
No, sativa is it brings you, it lifts you up. Indica brings you down.
Indica. So it seems like a lot of these people thought that this was something that puts you into a relaxed state and something that relaxes you, which then tells me that if they needed to be relaxed and they were looking for relaxation, that they had a lot of intensity and a lot of maybe anxiety and a lot of high energy that they were looking to be litigated through salvia. But because salvia takes your ass up, not down, it literally put their ass through the wall and put their head between the washer and the goddamn dryer. So that was interesting. But I do know that like when it comes to most spirits that govern these hallucinogenics, that a lot of times it's completely subjective and based upon, you know, where your own energetic point of focus is at the time, etc. Because Abubs, haven't you had like both a negative but also a positive experience of edibles? Like you did, like you had your whole ego death experience on one set, but haven't you taken edibles since and it wasn't?
Yeah, because I think I know my dosage. I think that's what it is. When you're doing edibles, you have to kind of be precise. Just like I guess with salvia, you have to be precise with it. When I had my ego death, it was at the time I don't think it was really legal, but they had dispensaries, and at the time it was a medical brownie that was 500 milligrams. I ate a piece of that, so it's about the dosage. But ever since then, now that I know my dosage, I haven't had like a ego death or like a trip that was negative. It's more so positive. As far as like Rumor said, as far as the creative aspect, that's why I love sativa, because sativa is more creative. It makes you think. And if you're not really good with your mental health, like I was at that time,
niggas be smoking in the damn studio and shit.
Yeah, but if you're not, if you're like you said, if your mental health not good, and if you could be an overthinker like me, sometimes you can think yourself into a paranoia. You can think yourself into something that's more debilitating. So with anything, it's just best to educate yourself and to
this
use
is why community, and this is why like ancient communities had ceremonies and events around these things where things can be guided, things can be facilitated. It wasn't like people randomly just going to sit under a goddamn tree and just getting blown out of their damn face on these things. But you know, we live in a different culture now. So yeah. Okay, so let's read a few more. One person says, so this one person says it was really weird and not exactly what I just said that. T-shirt. One person says, one time I took the same batch with 3 of my friends, all separately in our own homes. Check this out. We all had the same trip of a large, broad woman with long hair and slits for eyes watching from the ceiling. Did not enjoy that one.
Wow.
At all.
Talk to me shit. Let me in.
Let me see here. There's some more. Somebody says, I tried it while sitting down on my bed. I didn't go into another world, and the visual effects probably lasted a few minutes. The first thing I noticed was my vision was seeing my room in pixels made of diagonal fragments. Then I looked down at my blanket and swapped my arm in front to make the diagonal frame go back to the normal. Instead, I saw my blanket move in a wave-like motion as if it was made of water. I felt a strange anxiety and stood up. I looked outside my window from the 2nd floor, and it looked like the street was at the same level, and I could simply walk out. My God. After that, I just felt anxiety. God damn. Somebody says, my friend told me he lived in an entire life as a zipper in a zipper factory after smoking it. And that's also what's interesting is that a lot of these people have been walls. They were inanimate objects and shit. Like
Yoga mats.
people became infused with the goddamn lazy boy and with the love sofa and shit. So that's crazy to me. But living as a fucking zipper in a zipper factory, my God, today that's
Imagine living
ridiculous.
as Kim Burrell's panties.
Stop it, Bubs.
I don't want to imagine living
Stop it, Bubs.
as Kimber.
I was just about to say, hey, being a zipper might not be too bad, depending on whose zippers pants you're a part of, you know.
Uh-oh.
But anyway,
I'm sure her ex-husband is wishing that he had taken Salvia instead of taking Kimber as a wife.
Kimbo legs walk and she had like she that thing sweet. But anyway.
Let me see here. Somebody says absolutely horrifying and life changer for me. I was with two of my friends at their house about 5 years ago, and let me tell you, we had brought enough for all of us. I went first, and nobody had the guts to try it after they saw me trip. We just flushed the rest after the trip was My God. Somebody else says, I took it about 20 years ago when it was legal in my state. Very intense, very short-lived, like 5 minutes, and has a terrible come down. I do not recommend it even in places where it's legal. Somebody else says it tastes amazing in creamy soups with Parmesan. Somebody else said threw most of it out after the first few tries. Somebody else says, I brought some 20 times for the first time today. I did a little just to try it, but I could feel it start to come on like walls were closing in, but then it stopped at that. Tomorrow I'll do more, so can't wait to see the full effect. I stay by myself alone, so figure rather been safe than sorry, but we haven't gotten an update, so that bitch may be a skeleton girl.
Oh my God.
We can update this mama. She definitely for more progress. Somebody else says about 15. Okay, so this person says about 15 years ago, Salvia changed my perception on psychedelics. I took a couple smaller trips on 80X. I don't even know what these type of numbers mean. I did it the wrong way. I used a big lighter and thought it would be whatever. Well, while scrounging the internet, I found out that salvia is not like weed or tobacco and that you had to use a torch to heat it to prime temp to smoke properly. Well, one night I decided to give it a shot. My son had been put down to bed and my brother was over. He had done it with me a couple of times before and he seemed to get more out of it than I did. So I was still kind of chasing the real first time experience. And boy, did I get what I was looking for. I sat down and did what I know now not to do with any psychedelics. I turned on some cringy ass mainstream music, specifically Lil Wayne's How to Love. I then sat down and didn't like smoking it in my weed pipe, like to keep things separate. So I grabbed an empty soda can and dented in the center, popped some holes in it and sprinkled some 80X in bowl area. I sat down on my couch and geared up, well, sorta. After I set the 80X ablaze, I didn't think it worked because it said it should hit almost instantly. Well, I went to take another hit, then proceeded to start to fall back into the couch. My bro grabbed the can and torch. As I sunk into the couch, I got this overwhelming feeling that everything behind me was gone, that turned into the world doesn't exist behind my field of vision. My body went from sedated to feeling like there was 10 million needles shooting at me at different times and spots on my body. As each hit, they penetrated through me like a fork in jello, taking each piece with it. The voice of Lil Wayne started ringing in my ears like sharp needles, and the sounds turned the needles against me. Then this is where reality collapsed. My peripherals were gone. Reality was no more. The needles began to weave me into a Ferris wheel of color that spun and spun and spun very quickly until they blended into green and then spiraled down as if getting sucked through a drain. When it flowed down, my world turned into a path into the woods in the jungle. I walked until I seen a hot spring with a waterfall. There was a woman skinny dipping, so I decided to take my clothes off and join her. This felt like hours I swam. The experience recurs in my mind as if I was there nearly 3 hours to this day. Eventually, we both got out, somehow had towels and went out separate ways. It was at this point when I started to come back. I was sitting on the floor in my hallway in front of my bathroom, soaking wet and naked. I still wasn't sure if this was reality, so I walked to the entrance of the living room, still naked, and my brother was sitting there playing Call of Duty. He looked over at me and goes, "Jesus freaking Christ, again?" I go, "Huh?" He goes, "You good?" I went, "Holy fuck." He goes, "Yeah, that's why we don't play with drugs. Now go put some effing clothes on, you goddamn hippie." I lingered in the hallway for a bit, still trying to catch my bearings. I was very much so still kind of stuck mentally. When I came back to, I realized the shower was running and the bathroom door was wide open, but the bathroom light was off. I think I had taken a shower. I turned the shower off. The bathroom floor was soaked, tossed the towel down, grabbed one for myself, and went and got clothes again. After I got back to reality entirely, I went out to the living room and asked my brother what the F just happened. He goes, "Well, you took that hit. I grabbed the stuff as you fell back, and about 45 seconds in, you started hyperventilating. And said that you were getting hot and you were sweating. I mistakenly said, go take a shower. You then got up and took your clothes off. You paced around the kitchen and I asked what you were doing. You looked at me funny and said, what was I doing again? I said you were going to take a shower. You said, oh, right. Like you actually knew what I was saying. So I thought you were going to do that. I went to turn, and for some reason you were now on all fours, butt ass naked in the middle of the kitchen, crawling towards the kitchen window. I didn't think much of it until you started crawling very, very quickly, and you started butting your head into the window like you wanted it to go entirely through. I had to run over and pull your naked ass back. You tried it again. Then I yelled at you and told you to go to the effing shower, and you paced the hallway and kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You then walked into the bathroom, light still effing off, and turned the shower on. You walked in for like 15 seconds and came out and said, there, I showered. I went, Jesus effing Christ. Then about 5 minutes later, you were standing in the doorway again, butt ass naked, nuts to the freaking wind. I can't effing unsee that ish. LMFAO, I don't remember any of that. Just waking up naked, soaked in water in my hallway. I can't say, well, after that, psychedelics were my life, because they weren't. It wasn't for another 3 years. I started smoking weed every day. And then about 2 years after that, I took my first trip on LSD. That was incredible. The Salvia experience was just that, an experience. For me, it was great. For anyone else, they probably wish they had a padded room for me. Everything affects people differently. I always heard of people having the giggles. Apparently, I didn't giggle, not even a bit. And when I woke up, I felt I was pulled from one dimension directly into another. It was effing bonkers. My brain interpreted the present and future as one, though, in sync. The glass glared like water. It was the water before I dove in, but then the water was the water I jumped into after I showered. I actually was wet. Somehow my brain melted it all together, but created a whole new scenario. Who knows? Maybe I could have been sucked into this dimension, mentally speaking. I was so effing weird, to be honest. I don't know what actually happened that day. Funny for sure, though. Said it was a truly unforgettable experience and would do it again, but with greater understanding of psychedelics. And yeah, so there's just a bunch of people here who have experiences for goddamn days, child. This is a mess. Gaddy Haybu says, my God, today I'm learning so much and I won't be doing nothing because the way my anxiety and claustrophobic, baby, okay, could you imagine living as the slit in a sofa? My God. Living as
a bottle of ketchup inside the fridge.
Yeah, or a fucking iPhone tripod.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So I'm holding in my hand right now. So the edibles that I've been indulging in are like 1,500 milligrams, right? And I have one that's 2,000 milligrams, and I've been waiting for a moment.
And you're better than me, because that's a lot. I'm like, woo, Lord.
Well, the first one that I had, I didn't even pay attention to the milligram. That here I go again, being irresponsible, right? I didn't pay attention to the milligram. I ate the whole gummy, and for me, like I'm listening to Conscious read these reviews. And people are like 5 minute, 10 minute trips, and I be zoned out for days. I don't know, what the leftover residual effects is about for me. Maybe the spirits, ancestors are like, listen, girl, this for you. I know what you looking for, what you want, and they give me a little extra. I appreciate it. But I'm definitely, because now I want to document this experience. Conscious, you're motivating me. I want to literally document this experience and share it with you all.
Look, first of all, I'm glad, because it seems like most of these people's experience was completely bizarre and trippy and just, something of another. Somebody said that they feel like salvia is pretty much like the universe showing you the process of life and death, which is crazy. Like when people are talking about like all of the pixels of reality becoming apart and melting into oblivion, and just it's almost like it almost feels like it's a spiritual version of a chemical breakdown to its organic state. And child, what if that's the death process? I mean, thank God from near death experiences we know that death is more poetic and cohesive than this trippy ass shit. But my God, the universe is a very rad place. Yeah. But I'm glad that you haven't had that experience. But do you think, rumors, that you may have the opposite experience? Possibly. And how would you feel? Like, would you be prepared mentally to have some crazy ass psychobabble experience?
I've only tripped out once in my entire life of indulging in anything. And that was on some purple haze. I was 14. I thought I could fly. So my ass was running around parks, jumping off of stairs and shit, thinking I'm Supergirl. And I wouldn't stop doing it. And I remember, I was seeing myself do it, but I couldn't stop.
Yeah.
And eventually, like, everybody was chasing me. Then everybody eventually got tired of chasing my ass down, and they just sat down and watched me and just was laughing. And it just, until the burnout came, so I got tired. I just continued to do it. But I've never had another experience like that. Every time I'm under the influence, I legitimately just get super creative and really lost in my thoughts. Like, it's very much philosophical. So that's why I was asking, like, is it possibly, like, so now I do understand that it really is the person's state of conscious, their state of mind prior to. And I don't get those, like, and I want to say that I'm jealous, but I'm really not jealous, because I don't know if I would want to experience that. But then again, knowing me, because I overanalyze everything, and no matter what it is, which is why I know this is my tribe, because no matter what we talk about or whatever, like you said, we could be talking about celebrity gossip, it could be the dumbest shit. We're going to find, and it's going to turn into a nuanced conversation, and we're going to find some in-depth talk in it, conversation out of it. So I'm realizing in listening to those reviews, I'm not a person that is built for that instability to have those type, because that's all I kept thinking about was Doctor Strange when I wasn't him turning to puzzles and bricks and shit. And I've never had that.
And that is how even some astral projections are trying to, like, when Christ. But you know what's so funny about that scene? Because I forgot where it is in the Bible, but when it talks about Jesus's final decision into the ethers, it talks about how Christ's transfigured form had to pass through the veils of reality. And so that Dr. Strange scene reminds me of that. And I even had an experience astral projecting, passing through what they call veils. I even believe that I passed through some type of a purgatory or a hellish realm as well. Ultimately, it concluded in like a higher astral reality that people would probably easily call heaven. But there was a period where I passed through some dimensional field, and baby, it was gnashing and suffering, and it freaked me the fuck out, and I just kept being happy that I was still passing the fuck through, and it hadn't stopped or been dropped in, or I was like still moving through that space. But it's a lot of trippy shit in, you know, in consciousness, because consciousness is ultimately what eternity is, and whatever eternity is what consciousness is. And so like everything that is and isn't is all there. And so where a person can fine tune themselves into can be practically any goddamn where, which is why mystical and spiritual experiences are so fascinating, because from person to person, you get another perspective about what experiences can look like. I want to read this one short one I see here, which is funny as hell to me. Somebody said salvia is a gateway. I'm being dead serious. I smoked it in year 9 in a creek next to a farmer's field. After like 10 seconds, my vision had a wrap effect. I tried pinching myself, and then my vision just started buzzing. After another 30 seconds, I saw a UFO drop, then fly over to me, then lower, and then 2 people emerged from the UFO. A man and a woman with blue eyes and blonde hair looked the exact same but different gender. They waved and then vanished. Now check this out. The person right under that. Why is my computer doing weird shit? Somebody right under that says, "Oh my effing God." The first time I did it, I thought I was a sticker being peeled. My mind was telling me once it fully peels, I will die. I kept telling my friend that I was going to die. He started laughing at me. It lasted, I don't know, a minute, but it was the worst minute of my life. Also, I saw the trees talking, and they were hella mad. The second time I did it, don't ask. I was alone, and my phone was being pulled apart into pieces, and something was telling me the neighbor was stealing it, but I couldn't do anything about it. I would never touch this stuff. LOL. I can't believe it's easier to get than weed. So,
you know what's interesting? My former neighbor. This was about maybe 16 years ago, because it was before I had my oldest son. My former neighbor, they were a set of twins, and they were trying to get me to take shrooms with them. Now that's one thing I've never indulged in. I never I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't indulge in it. But they both took it at a cookout, and one of the twins never came back.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Like, she's gone.
No.
And it's not, I'm chuckling because it's not funny, but I'm chuckling because she had always told us, like, she had tried it before and she would never ever try it again. She tried it when she was in college, but she was the first one to try it, and now her mind is like tripped out. She's in whatever plane and universe she's in, she's stuck there.
Wow.
So I do know that, for some people, it does have a harming effect in a sense. But like you said, that's why a lot of times the people that really, really are familiar with these hallucinants, they provide you a safe space and they monitor you and things of that nature. So I do understand, although there are some things I am willing to try. I personally, even though I didn't go looking for that particular day, but I am a person that I oftentimes will try to do my research. That's like I did when you was talking about the what was it you was talking about again, Conscious, and you got to go to Mexico to get it. I don't lost forgot the name, ayahuasca or whatever. I actually did thorough research on it.
Yeah.
Or whatever, because I did understand that it's it's a hallucinate agent. But I do know there are people that will trip out and get stuck on that trip. So everybody
even ayahuasca has actually put people into a state of psychosis. So it's typically rare for somebody to have that extreme of an experience, but people have died doing various levels of these psychedelics. People definitely have had to deal with psychotic episodes. Some people like lost their minds doing some of this stuff. I mean, for obvious reason, we can see why. I mean, if you have something ripping away reality and you're having a very vivid, visceral experience of that, I can imagine how hard it is to reintegrate back into normal reality. And also, I can imagine the fear it probably brings into people's lives, depending on what your experience was, when it comes to even the thought of death. Like, you're probably walking around motherfucking paranoid, scared as fuck to die because you don't know if that's what gonna be on the other side. You don't know if that's what the fuck the experience is gonna be. So I can see how, yeah, like, and then this. Yes, you need to be prepped and ready. Like when I did ayahuasca, our shamans, we had to fast for like almost a month before we even did ayahuasca. And then, you know, we were told both the bad and the good. So we knew also what we were getting into and what the potential risk would be. It wasn't like something that you were just able to go down there and throw yourself into. So because, you know, a legit company also has like liability, so they ain't gonna just
So I think that's what's important too, like, you know, because it can be glamorous, you know, but I want people like myself because I didn't know, but you know, we have to, you know, a duty to ourselves. And now this particular person, they're saying she's schizophrenic, but it was the introduction through that, like, and I said, you know, one thing I found to be true in these experiences that I've heard often, if you're not clear, like we've been saying, and I'm going to re-innovate that, if you haven't done your shadow work, whatever healing process you need to do, you have to be careful. Do not just indulge in things that you have not researched and you don't have a say, like practicing these things in an environment where there isn't others that can access you and help kind of guide you. I don't really think it's that smart and safe. Now, we all take chances, which I do, or whatever. But honestly, if I had known what it was, and even though I didn't have a bad experience, if I had known what it was, I wouldn't have bought it. I'm glad I did. And I'm glad that I haven't had a bad experience, but that may not be someone else's. So I just want to put that disclaimer out there because I don't want nobody to hear rumors and tea.
Right, exactly.
And you know, and then they wind up tripping the fuck out, you know what I'm saying, for the rest of their life.
Can I say Can I say that all of this that you guys have described on this plant, the examples, and some of the things you described, rumors and tea, a lot of these things I have experienced without any substances. I just want to say that, like a lot of times when I there's like I have dreamed out whole movie scenes, script and everything in my dream, without any prompting from myself. Sometimes I have been like I was writing a book one time, and I got to a place where I was having writer's block. Well, one morning I just woke up around 3-ish in the morning. Whole download, just.
D-Rob, stop bragging.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stop bragging.
No, but the example I'm making is that because even with like when stuff started getting like warped, like reality is warping, like I've experienced that too. Like, and I experienced that a lot. Like especially when I'm like falling asleep. If I'm like really sleepy and I'm trying to stay awake, and then there's a point where my thought. This is how I know this by now, that I know I'm falling asleep when my thoughts start getting disoriented. I say, "Oh, I must be sleepy. My body's falling asleep
because a reality is collapsing."
Yeah, and then it got so bad sometimes. Like if I'm like really forcing myself to stay awake, and every single one of my warped thoughts will become images. Like I've seen the wall collapsing and just random stuff like a man turning into a rabbit for no reason, like just stuff like that. Like so, it's like a lot of this stuff just people can experience without any but you can experience on it. Like if it's kind of like either way, like either or is like
you can everything that you can experience on any type of psychedelic is something that you can experience practically. Like even in like yoga, there are various like ways to control your breath and breathing that can arouse like certain mechanisms and compounds in your brain that can actually, and we also have a percentage of DMT in our system naturally, so you can
Yeah.
actually activate that DMT intentionally. Your pineal gland, you can open your pineal gland through a meditation, through transcendental meditation, through Kundalini yogi. I mean, a yoga. You can, it's all type of breathing techniques that you can use, exercises, drumming. I think Rumors had mentioned earlier, chanting. It's all type of practical shit. Or to your point, you can sit there and literally fuck with the in between sleep wake state, and a lot of freaky shit take place all up and in that little twilight zone and period. Astral projection. You can get off into the ethers and various states of consciousness through the astral projection pathway. Yeah, it's you don't need psychedelics at all because all psychedelics is doing is taking you into what you already have, which is your consciousness, and your consciousness is just bizarre.
It's just at a faster rate. Yeah, it's just I have heard that. I have literally heard that it's the lazy way for a person if they want to achieve their highest self at a faster rate, and they call it the lazy way, taking the lazy way out. But I wanted to ask D-Rock, so when you have these natural occurrences, because that's what they are for you, right? When you have these natural occurrences, what is your state of mind and your state of being? Like how do you react? Because it's a norm for you, I'm assuming. How do you react to that? Seeing somebody turn to a fucking rabbit.
Yeah, like I don't react. I just go with it. Like I just really observe it. I just observe it. Yeah. And there's been that's one thing, and some of you might have experienced this, but there's a like a omen that's specific to you. Like for instance, I started seeing and I remember I don't remember the exact year, but there's a point when they started started coming to me. But I remember it was when my god brother had passed away. And I'd had other people close to me, like even closer to me, pass away before that. But I don't know what it was with this specific instance. That bird started coming to me and announcing when people close to me were going to pass away. And but my god brother had died, and I don't remember if it was a week of his funeral. It was somewhere around that time. And then and how I know it was an omen and it was a sign, because I had started seeing the number 1111 everywhere, and this was before. Now everybody knows about 1111, but back then this was before 2011, and I know that for a reason because I started seeing the number. I was part of the Christian club. I remember that in college, and I just remember when somebody like I would just be sitting there. I used to watch Christian television a lot. And I'd just be sitting there, and then I'm watching the TV, and then all of a sudden, I feel like the best way I can describe it is like it's like a eureka moment. Like I feel like there's no language for it. Nobody told me. I just feel like a revelation just happened. Like I just got a revelation from what this man or woman said, and then my eyes, by no control of my own, I didn't turn them myself. My eyes would naturally just turn and look over at the clock, and it would be 11:11. Or it'd be 5:11, 3:11, 2:11. It just kept these 11s everywhere. Or a thought. This is how I know thought. Like pay attention to your thoughts. Everybody listening to this, because your angels or God or whatever may not speak in a booming voice. I may not even do anything dramatic. It may just be you just may speak through your own thought. So you might have a thought that's so random. You're like, why did I think of that? And you might think it's just your imagination, but it's not, because I've had that happen so many times where I think like, why did I just think of that? And then all of a sudden, I found out why I thought of that, because it's something that happened that same day or the day after. But so I started seeing 11 everywhere. Nobody said any. I had never heard anybody talk about this. Nobody I just sat down and observed it. Like I never said anything about it, but it kept happening. And then so I was coming home one day. I caught a ride with some of the other students in the Christian club, or the varsity, whatever you want to call it. And one of the guys, I forget who it was, but he said, "Hey, y'all heard about that new movie coming out called 1111?" I said, "What? What did you just say?" He said, "There's a movie coming out called 1111." And then the girl in the back, she said, "My pastor said, do not go see that movie. That is of the devil, blase, blase." So I said, and I don't remember if I told them or not, but when I got home, I looked up the movie 1111, and sure enough, it was a horror movie. But the trailer started off with all over the world. You can pull this up on YouTube, by the way. It says all over the world, millions of people have been seeing 1111. At this point, I'm like, what the hell? Like, okay, what is going on? Like, I'm one of those millions of people. I didn't know. I thought I was the only one. And then how about on November the 11th, 2011? That's why I know the date. I woke up out of my bed. I no alarm clock. I just let myself sleep naturally and just woke up when it was time to get up. And then, but I just and I was writing in my book around this time. And then, so I got up, sat at my computer desk in my room, opened up my laptop, not paying no attention. I just started typing, and then as soon as I click on Google Chrome, across the home page, it says 11:11:11, and then my eyes fall down to the right hand corner where the time is, and it's 11:11 a.m. So I sat down at my desk at exactly 11:11 a.m. on November the 11th, 2011, and I was journaling. So I literally wrote that in my journal as I was writing my book. And then, but when my god brother passed away a couple years later, I went to his funeral, and this was out of the three god brothers that I had, this was the one that I felt the closest to. Like I used to say, he was my favorite god brother. I don't know why we had that connection, but I went to his funeral, and then I opened his program, and he was born on November the 11th. I never knew that. And so when I got home, I think it was somewhere that same week. Actually, before at my job, this is when it started. It's the first time I remember now that I was at my job, same one I work now, but I was walking around, and there's a lot of hard ankle. This is like a hard ankle job, so everybody's wearing steel toe boots, and there's a lot of men. It's mostly men. And but I noticed something. There was a black raven. It was a black bird, and it was just walking around in there. Now, usually, all my life, I know birds. Like if it's a lot of people around, the bird is gonna fly away somewhere. And but this bird was just walking around like it was one of the workers. And I just thought that was odd. And then even one of my coworkers said something about it. He's like, "Y'all see that bird just walking around?" How about, remember I mentioned thoughts? Pay attention to your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
A thought came into my mind. It says, if this bird flies up, because we have we have poles with numbers on them. They're like posters with numbers on them. So that's the numbers represent the zone that you're going to put the luggage in. So there's probably like 30 something different zones. And so they hadn't fully set them up yet. But a thought came to me, said, I'm not saying this out loud, just a thought, say, if this bird flies up and lands on the number 11, this is a sign for me. Do you know that not even 3 seconds later, that black bird flew up and landed on the number 11, the zone, the poster? And my reaction was, it was like a smirk. I think I smirked. I said, okay, I hear you talking to spirit. And I never told anybody about it. Never said anything out loud. Nobody knew. I said, because I felt like, even before that happened, I'm thinking to myself, this bird is here for me. This bird walking around, all these people, but it's here for me. And so ever since then, and then that I think that same week, I called my mom outside because I noticed there was 2 doves walking around in our backyard.
Yeah.
I had never seen, because I've told Devian about this, but I had never seen doves. Like, I've seen doves before in real life, but they never just came in our yard. And then I called my mom. I said, Mom, you see these? She said, ain't that, because my mom was always, she's a spiritual person. So she said, she said, ain't that something? Look at that. And I even took, I probably got it on one of my old phones still, but I took pictures of it. But and after that, every time that a person would somebody I had some kind of connection with, whether they were family, blood, or whether they're a close friend, if I started seeing birds start coming around me, like those black birds, the ravens, crows, whatever you call them, they start coming around me. And it's different because even where I work, it's like they're around that area. Like they you see them all the time. But there's a sense. I wouldn't even call it a feeling because it's not a feeling. It's more like a sense that I have that when they're there to deliver a message. That's the best way I can describe it. And whenever I sense that, 9.9 out of 10 times out of 10, I've never been wrong. Because they'll start walking around and they just got odd behavior. They'll be walking around in my area. I'll throw something at it. It won't go away. And then I say, oh my God. And because it got to the point, this happened so many times, I started videotaping it because I said, nobody's going to believe me. Like, if I'm just telling people this. So I literally got it in probably my phone that I'm on now. Like, I got multiple videos and photos because I said, I'm going to start just videotaping this. And I got to the point where it was so predictable, I started letting people know, like, hey, auntie, hey, brother, like, I'm seeing these birds, y'all pray. And then the next day, hey, Darren, my friend passed away. Like, it happened like clockwork like that now. But so some people have other omen, like, I don't know, but that's an omen for me. I don't know, but birds and
a lot of people have actual
Sorry.
Huh?
Go ahead, Conscious.
No, I was going to say that some people have spiritual totems and or omens. When you spoke about the omens, we have a family omen, and it's when somebody is about to die, we get a knock at our door, but nobody's there. And that happens like all the time in my family, and different people get the knock at the door. Nobody was there, and we all, like the family know to get ready because something about to happen. Somebody about to transition, etc. And then somebody transitions in the following week or the following days. Also, when you were talking about being the observer, I remember in my edible experience in Philly, the last time I was there last year, the experience from that had lasted for days. Like, I hadn't even eaten after I had came down from my edible experience. I probably had went like 4 or 5 days without food. Like, I had to pretty much make myself like something in my system. The only thing I did was drink, but I just didn't have an appetite, and I didn't have appetite because my spirit was so full. I didn't need food. Like, all the real hunger that I needed was actually a spiritual hunger, and it had been fulfilled in my experience. So I didn't even have this appetite. And I remember, like, when me and my friend at the time, we had went, I think this was the day after, and I was still like, I wasn't obviously like to the moon, but I was still very much so notably like that the energy of that house was still present. And we had went grocery shopping and all of that. And I remember telling him when we was coming out of the store to put the groceries into the car, I said, I feel like such an observer. Like I don't feel like I'm having a personal experience of being a human, but I'm just like an observer. Like this is like an astronaut suit. Like, and I'm just observing this place through, and it felt beautiful. It felt so amazing to be completely cerebral and not have any like feelings or emotions tied to my experience. Like I didn't have no emotions. I didn't feel anything. And that just allowed me to just kind of focus on how unique the planet was and how unique the city was constructed, and just how I was just like kind of like fascinated as if I was an astronaut on the moon looking at the craters and all type of shit. It was really interesting to just be the observer. And a lot of spiritual communities, they tell us that that's our actual like real state, and that's what you pretty much come to realize once you get to what's at the bottom of consciousness, is that you are the observer. It's only the ego that's like personalizing everything and that feels everything, but your soul is not having any of that experience. It's not fazed by the trauma. It's not fazed by the anger. It's not anger. It's not having any of those emotional experiences. The ego is having all of that. So to sit in consciousness without the capacity to really judge, I was just more so curious and fascinated. It was just really an interesting experience. Also, when you were talking about the omens, I don't know if y'all have experiences, but I have like certain locations that are like a regular in my dream life.
Yeah.
Like I dream all the time. I've been dreaming since I was a child. Like I used to be, when I was a child, I used to have the gift to be able to like be in the middle of a dream, be woken up, and then go to bed and pick up in the dream where I left off at. Like fall back asleep and pick up where I left off in the dream. And I'm still a dreamer. I pretty much almost every day, every night. But there are certain locations that are like regular. They're not there like every single time that I dream, but like I've seen these locations again and again and again and again for years. It's a particular grocery store that I find myself in. It's a particular like mall that I find myself in. And it's a particular hotel that I'm in. And these I think that these three locations represent some type of a transient space within a consciousness, because I think that there's a lot of communication that's going on between the mind, the soul, and the body, and that when we are so-called sleeping, that we're off in other aspects of consciousness, which is why we have the capacity, even when our body is done, to lucid dream, the astral project. There's all type of other activities that are taking place, even when we think we are so-called sleep. It's just the body being offline, but everything else is still online. And I think these hotel lobby spaces and these and the mall, I think they represent a transient space, and these stores in the mall represent different dimensions that I'm navigating. Interestingly enough, when I'm in the grocery store, a lot of times whenever I've had the grocery store experience, and it's the same fucking grocery store, and I'll get locked in that motherfucker. Like I'll be in there right as the store is about to close, and I'm still doing my shopping, and then I get locked in to this fucking store. It's the same shit every time, but ironically, I have that dream whenever I done like went off course on my diet, or I'm like taking in too much of something and I need to regulate my consciousness to try to get my attention via dream. And I'm always picking out something that's nutritionist. I'm never picking out no bullshit. So that's when I'll know, okay, like I need to clean some shit up, get my act together, because my body is communicating with me that I need to focus on something within my dietary choices, etc. So,
Has anybody had this dream? And my friend Tara, she told me what it meant, but I don't remember. But it's not good. But I think it's like a warning to you, like to get back on track or something like that. But I've had this dream. The reason I mentioned it because it was so daggone real. Like, talk about living a lifetime in a different parallel universe. That's what this felt like. Because I was like, had a dream where I lost my hair. My hair was falling out and my teeth were falling out, and I was looking in the mirror and I was crying because, oh my God, I was panicking, like, oh my God, like, and you could not tell me this wasn't real. And when I woke up, I was like, oh my God, thank God that's not real. Like it was so daggone real. Like in the dream, I didn't know it was a dream. It felt so much like reality. And then but that was a reoccurring thing. I had that a second time, like later down the road, that same exact dream.
The unconscious self, because if you have concerns or worries or you like fear certain things happening to you health-wise, yeah, it'll show up in your dreams. I have heard that the teeth falling out dream means that you're going to die, but obviously you are still here after long having a lot of those dreams. But if you have any type of worry, any type of fear, if you have any self neglect, your body will communicate. It'll almost like try to scare you into taking care of it itself, and you'll start having those scary dreams about your teeth falling out, you losing your hair, your face falling off, all type of weird ass shit. But the body, I realize, has its own defense mechanisms as well, because it's essentially trying to live. So it has its own way as well of trying to communicate to the conscious mind, and the dream world is just kind of where all
subconscious.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. Let me tell you about because you know about this conscious, but tell you how powerful the subconscious mind, not powerful, but how real it is. So do you know that because I have that same thought that everything we dream is already in the subconscious mind, even like those radio signals we're picking up, downloads, all that already exists in the subconscious mind. It's just that we're conscious, so we're not tapping into the subconscious most of the time. But I had so it had been decades, like at this point, like I grew up, I grew up in Alabama, like I was born in Alabama pretty much, but I left there when I was very young. But there was these neighbors we had, and they were neighbors. But they were friends. Like my best friend growing up, she was my neighbor. So we used to go to each other's house. We used to jump across the roofs on each other's houses and all that. We were very close as families. And but when I had moved here to Florida, years had gone by, and then eventually we had lost touch, lost contact. Then we ended up, all of us grew up and everything. So I couldn't remember. I wanted to find these people, and I couldn't remember their last name for nothing. Like I could not remember their last name. And so I set the intention in my mind without even knowing I was doing that. Like now this, like in the new age community, like intention. Nobody told me to do this. It's just that something I naturally did. I set the intention in my mind. I want to remember their last name. And I just let it go. Just released it. Didn't even think about it no more. How about I had a dream? This will tell you how far back this was, how long ago, because 411.com was a thing. So you could type in 411.com and you could find people. And so I had a dream that I got to my computer and I sat down and I typed in 411.com and I remembered every single one of their names, first and last names. So when I woke up from this dream, I acted out the dream in exact sequence. So I sat down at my computer, typed in 411.com, and I typed in the names that I dreamed about. that's how I found my long lost neighbors. And it pulled up there because back then you can't do that now, but back then 411 would give you it would give you the 411 on everybody. So it'd tell you their phone numbers, their address, everything. And so I hadn't talked to these people in many, many years. And then the first person I called, he was one of the guys who were around my age. And I told him this happened. He said, how'd you find me? And I told him about the dream. He said, wow, oh, this. And that proved to me the subconscious mind is no joke. It knows everything. Like, it remembers everything. Like, no matter how long ago it was, you think you've forgotten it and everything. I've had dreams that reminded me of things that I did when I was like 3 and 4 years old that I couldn't remember. And but yeah, you're right. Subconscious mind, like in dreams themselves, they're so powerful. Like, even when Rumor and T was talking a while ago about the ego, I experienced the ego. I experienced what we call the ego, and because I think I told Conscious this before a while back. I said, the ego is something that, I think I feel it when it comes on. Like when I wake up in the morning, and I feel like I'm myself. Like when I'm just waking up, that sleep and awake state, and I'm freshly woken up. But then it's like the ego just falls on me like a sheet. It's like a blanket just falls on me. And then that's what I'm walking around with the whole day, rest of the day. And so I had become aware of this. But in my dreams, like some of the dreams I was having, it was like, I'm myself. That's my real self. So that's what you reminded me of, Rumors, when you were saying like the real self. I said, I experienced that through dreams, like my real self, and it's not me. Like the person who's talking to you right now, this is part of my real self, but this isn't like really, really me. And it became so clear to me one day when I was there was a family member that I was having some conflict with, like strife, and this was one person where my ego would kick up bad. Like they would just trigger my ego like bad, and I knew that I was wrong in some part. They were wrong in some, but I was wrong in some areas, and I just could not apologize to them. I just couldn't bring myself to do that. I couldn't even bring myself to have a heart to heart with them. And in this dream that I had about them, it was about them. But in the dream, it reminded me, the dream reminded me of who I was and who they were. So what I was experiencing was false. It was a false version of me and a false version of that person. And so in the dream, I experienced both of us as we really are. And so I woke up out of that dream, and my ego was gone. Like at that point, it was non-existent. I was like, man, that dream really stripped my ego away. And I said to myself, but I know it's coming back. So before my ego comes back for me, let me get this out of the way. So I text that person as soon as I woke up. I text that person, hey, can you talk? They said, yeah. So I went right to them and apologized. And that person was in tears. Like, and we made amends at that moment. And it was only maybe a couple of years after that, like maybe like a year and a half, that person passed away. And do you know how much I thank God for having that dream? Because if it wasn't for that dream, like I would have never been able to do it. But that's how powerful dreams are, and that's how powerful the ego is. Like, yeah, go ahead. What you about to say?
Yeah, dreams they're the meeting road between spirit and the ego self. I was thinking about speaking of how powerful dreams are. Remember when I had that dream and I saw your mother and I saw a shed in the backyard that had not physically been created by y'all, but that y'all had been thinking about putting back there. And I saw your mother represented as it was one of the girls from one of those reality shows. I think it was A Chance at Love.
Her name starts with an H. I forget her name, but I know you're talking about.
You was like, oh my God, that woman looks like a spitting image of Mama. That's pretty much how my mama looked. And then I told you that I saw a shed in the backyard, and you was like, we don't have a shed yet, but we've been thinking about putting one. And I think that y'all eventually did put one there.
Yeah, we got one back there.
And I hadn't even seen your mom at that time.
Well, she didn't look like my aunt. So she didn't look like my mom, but she looked just like my mom's sister.
I hadn't even seen your aunt before.
Right. I remember that.
No reference for that, but that's the type of incredible man. Let me it's consciousness is wow work.
It
But
really
we gotta
is.
get out of here. We've been here for 6 hours.
6 hours.
Yes, but this has been a riveting conversation. I don't even know if Bub's still there or not.
I was about to say, like, Bub's asleep.
I'm still here.
Nah, he's probably working on shit. He probably works with one phone.
It's been an awesome conversation, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. To the crew that is still left in the building, I really implore you all to do a deeper self dive into exploring and actually doing your shadow work, but explore beyond what you've been taught.
Yes.
Do not be afraid to seek more knowledge.
Seek.
And don't be so quick. Just because you're exploring does not mean that you have to agree and fall into the practices of things. But I do feel like, especially when it comes to our race of people, because we've been so conditioned based upon our inherent religious practices and beliefs, that we do ourselves an injustice by not exploring other windows of possibilities. And it is my firm belief that when we were created and designed, that we were definitely placed here to have the real life lived experience. And we know there's going to be another conversation, because Conscious know me and Conscious, and I'm recognizing he does this with everyone. There's more to life than what we know and what we have naturally seen. Conscious, I cannot wait for you to start the other channel.
Yes.
So we can have those conversations, but I really want us to stop holding ourselves back from the possibilities of what we've inheritedly learned. Yeah. Thinking that this is the end all of be all, because I do not believe that this is all that we were supposed to be in this earth. I just don't believe that. Absolutely. So I love you, gentlemen. I look forward to many more conversations.
Yes, and we look forward to some progress on Salvia, but we'll be talking on the back end.
All right. Good morning, good night.
Good morning and good night.
Good night. And let me say this. Oh, go ahead, David.
No, I was going to pass the mic on to you.
Yeah, I want to say this. This goes along with something Rumor said earlier. All of these things that are happening in our world, it's spirit it's like a last ditch effort from spirit, in my opinion, to get our attention once and for all. Even with these demons, exactly what they are, demons of racism, demons of hatred and murder and all of this kind of stuff. It's like everything is being released, being unleashed now, because it's time for the Avengers to assemble.
Yeah.
That's basically what this is. And the Avengers are us. That's why it's kind of like why people like us, like who are the weird ones, who are like more tuned in, tapped in, turned on. I think that's one of the reasons we're attracted to things like that. We are the nerds of society. Like, we're attracted to those things because that's in us. Like, because we know we have power. We know that we all have the power. We're just more aware of it. Other people are asleep. And we're just aware, but we have the power. We do. But the universe is calling for us to it's time to wake up. Time to wake up. And not only because we're already woke to a certain level, but it's time to wake the rest of them up. And
But that's actually is what inspired this live stream.
yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. But that is that's what it's doing. That's what's going on in the world. So when we wonder, we're confused, or we're wondering what's going on, why is all this happening? This is exactly why it's happening, because to get our attention, we can't ignore it anymore. We can't sweep it under the rug. And I really feel like a lot of our leaders have failed us, like the gurus and people who the master class gurus and people like that, who we have looked up to and said they're the spiritual people who, they have all the answers. They don't have all the answers. And a lot of them who we expect to be so conscious and aware, they'll say things like, because we heard them say, just shocked us, surprised us. Oh no, there's no such thing as racism. And that's just, and these are people who are so supposed to be so far beyond us, like in intelligence.
Y'all had archbishops out here telling y'all to get the jab, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
And now look at what the hell is happening. I mean, a mess. It's a mess. And that
So
goes
we
back
are the leaders.
to what I
We're
said.
supposed to take up the mantle, like not even the mantle, but just take up our swords. Like, not to be like you were saying earlier, we can't look to anybody else now. This is the universe telling you, it's in you. It like in the Wizard of Oz, like the Glinda the Good Witch told Dorothy at the end of the journey. She said, "Oh, it was over. It was the answer was already in you. All you had to do was click your heels." The power is in us. Really, we are the Martin Luther Kings and the Malcolm X's that we've been looking for. No, it's us. So,
Amen.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being here, D-Rock. It was great. I'll call you later.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. That was the king of synchronicities, y'all. Every time that me and that nigga end up on the phone, he be like, I was thinking about you. I'll be like, well, I just thought about you. It's every day, all day. Same shit. Synchronicity. Bubs the God.
Yes. As always, just like everybody else stated with their sentiments, this was a very, very good conversation. We always have good conversations over here. And just the awareness that we need to do more. We need to do more. We have the information. Now it's time to actually start doing. I'm trying to do what I can on my part, as far as where I am right now with my gifts and my talents. Art has also been another way of activism. So I'm going to explore more of that. So find out what your strengths are and get in where you fit in, because every part makes the whole thing go. We all are important and imperative to our freedom. So just keep doing your work and organize.
And motherfucking organize and get up off that ass and do something.
Okay.
This word requires actual change. And nobody ain't ever created change by waiting on it. So we gotta get behind the wheel. We gotta become the original Picassos of reality again and get to stroking our motherfucking brush. But we got to get in the field, and it's gonna get a whole lot worse before it gets better. Even when we get active. But just like the labor room is painful, bloody, gory at times, all evidence that new life is being born. So either they're going to have their artistic expression be dominant, or it's going to be ours. We get to decide. We have a choice in the matter. So I'm in accordance. Do y'all work. If you enjoyed yourself, baby, we carry today. We're going to be back tomorrow to get into Cardi B. We got, I got all type of shit that I done sent to my damn self. So we're going to be in the mess on this God-given Thursday. You guys want to likes all the way up. If you enjoyed this up, you can catch up, PayPal, all the good jazz. Follow Bubs on Bubs to God every motherfucking way. All links are in the description box below. We love you guys long time, and light and love to Nivea, honey, and her healing journey. The force is with her, honey. My God.